Chapter 55 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. About 2 months before this scene in Eli's home, the natives of a little maritime place between Naples and Rome might be seen flocking to the sea beach, with eyes cast seaward at a ship that laboured against a stiff gale blowing dead on the shore. At times she seemed likely to weather the danger, and then the spectators congratulated her aloud. At others the wind and sea drove her visibly nearer, and the lookers-on were not without a secret satisfaction they would not have owned even to themselves. Non quia vexari quenquam est jucunda voluptas, sed quibus ipse malis carias quia cenere suave est. And the poor ship, though not scientifically built for sailing, was admirably constructed for going ashore, with her extravagant poop that caught the wind, and her lines like a cocked hat reversed. To those on the beach, that battered, labouring frame of wood seemed alive, and struggling against death with a panting heart. But could they have been transferred to her deck, they would have seen she had not one beating heart, but many, and not one nature, but a score were coming out clear in that fearful hour. The mariners stumbled wildly about the deck, handling the ropes as each thought fit, and cursing and praying alternately. The passengers were huddled together round the mast, some sitting, some kneeling, some lying prostrate, and grasping the bulwarks as the vessel rolled and pitched in the mighty waves. One comely young man, whose ashy cheek but compressed lips showed how hard terror was battling in him with self-respect, stood a little apart, holding tight by a shroud, and wincing at each sea. It was the ill-fated Gerard. Meantime, prayers and vows rose from the trembling throng amidships, and to hear them it seemed there were almost as many gods about as men and women. The sailors indeed relied on a single goddess. They varied her titles only, calling on her as Queen of Heaven, Star of the Sea, Mistress of the World, Haven of Safety. But among the landsmen polytheism raged. Even those who by some strange chance hit on the same divinity did not hit on the same edition of that divinity. An English merchant vowed a heap of gold to Our Lady of Walsingham, but a Genoese merchant vowed a silver collar of £4 to Our Lady of Loreto, and a Tuscan noble promised £10 of waxed lights to Our Lady of Ravenna, and with a similar rage for diversity they pledged themselves not on the true cross, but on the true cross in this, that, or the other modern city. Suddenly a more powerful gust than usual catching the sail at a disadvantage, the rotten shrouds gave way, and the sail was torn out with a loud crack, and went down the wind smaller and smaller, blacker and blacker, and fluttered into the sea half a mile off, like a sheet of paper. And ere the helmsman could put the ship's head before the wind, a wave caught her on the quarter, and drenched the poor wretches to the bone, and gave them a foretaste of chill death. Then one vowed aloud to turn Carthusian monk if St. Thomas would save him. Another would go a pilgrim to Compostela, bareheaded, barefooted, with nothing but a coat of mail on his naked skin, if St. James would save him. Others invoked Thomas, Dominic, Denis, and above all, Catherine of Siena. 2 petty Neapolitan traders stood shivering. One shouted at the top of his voice, "I vow to St. Christopher at Paris a waxen image of his own weight, if I win safe to land." On this, the other nudged him and said, "Brother, brother, take heed what thou vow. Why, if you sell all you have in the world by public auction, 'twill not buy his weight in wax." "Hold your tongue, you fool," said the vociferator. Then in a whisper, "Think ye I'm in earnest? Let me but win safe to land, I'll not give him a rush dip." Others lay flat and prayed to the sea. "O most merciful sea, O sea most generous, O bountiful sea, O beautiful sea, be gentle, be kind, preserve us in this hour of peril." And others wailed and moaned in mere animal terror each time the ill-fated ship rolled or pitched more terribly than usual, and she was now a mere plaything in the arms of the tremendous waves. A Roman woman of the humbler class sat with her child at her half-bared breast, silent amid that wailing throng, her cheek ashy pale, her eye calm, and her lips moved at times in silent prayer. But she neither wept nor lamented nor bargained with the gods. Whenever the ship seemed really gone under their feet, and bearded men squeaked, she kissed her child, but that was all. And so she sat patient and suckled him in death's jaws, for why should he lose any joy she could give him, moribundo? Ay, there I do believe sat antiquity among those medievals. 1600 years had not tainted the old Roman blood in her veins, and the instinct of a race she had perhaps scarce heard of taught her to die with decent dignity. A gigantic friar stood on the poop, with feet apart like the Colossus of Rhodes, not so much defying as ignoring the peril that surrounded him. He recited verses from the Canticles with a loud, unwavering voice, and invited the passengers to confess to him. Some did so on their knees, and he heard them and laid his hands on them, and absolved them as if he had been in a snug sacristy instead of a perishing ship. Gerard got nearer and nearer to him, by the instinct that takes the wavering to the side of the impregnable. And in truth, the courage of heroes facing fleshly odds might have paled by the side of that gigantic friar, and his still more gigantic composure. Thus, even here, two were found who maintained the dignity of our race: a woman, tender yet heroic, and a monk, steeled by religion against mortal fears. And now, the sail being gone, the sailors cut down the useless mast a foot above the board, and it fell with its remaining hamper over the ship's side. This seemed to relieve her a little. But now the hull, no longer impelled by canvas, could not keep ahead of the sea. It struck her again and again on the poop, and the tremendous blows seemed given by a rocky mountain, not by a liquid. The captain left the helm and came amidships, pale as death. "Lighten her," he cried. "Fling all overboard, or we shall founder ere we strike, and lose the one little chance we have of life." While the sailors were executing this order, the captain, pale himself, and surrounded by pale faces that demanded to know their fate, was talking as unlike an English skipper in like peril as can well be imagined. "Friend," said he, "last night, when all was fair, too fair, alas, there came a globe of fire close to the ship. When a pair of them come, it is good luck, and naught can drown her that voyage. We mariners call these fiery globes Castor and Pollux, but if Castor come without Pollux, or Pollux without Castor, she is doomed. Therefore, like good Christians, prepare to die." These words were received with a loud wail. To a trembling inquiry how long they had to prepare, the captain replied, "She may or may not last half an hour. Over that, impossible. She leaks like a sieve. Bustle, men, lighten her." The poor passengers seized on everything that was on deck and flung it overboard. Presently they laid hold of a heavy sack. An old man was lying on it, seasick. They lugged it from under him. It rattled. Two of them drew it to the side. Up started the owner, and with an unearthly shriek pounced on it. "Holy Moses, what would you do? 'Tis my all, 'tis the whole fruits of my journey. Silver candlesticks, silver plates, brooches, and apps." "Let go, thou hoary villain!" cried the others. "Shall all our lives be lost for thy ill-gotten gear?" "Fling him in with it!" cried one. "'Tis this Hebrew we Christian men are drowned for." Numbers soon wrenched it from him, and heaved it over the side. It splashed into the waves. Then its owner uttered one cry of anguish, and stood glaring, his white hair streaming in the wind, and was going to leap after it, and would had it floated. But it sank, and was gone for ever, and he staggered to and fro, tearing his hair, and cursed them and the ship, and the sea, and all the powers of heaven and hell alike. And now the captain cried out, "See, there is a church in sight. Steer for that church, mate, and you, friends, pray to the saint, whoe'er he be." So they steered for the church and prayed to the unknown god it was named after. A tremendous sea pooped them, broke the rudder, and jammed it immovable, and flooded the deck. Then, wild with superstitious terror, some of them came round Gerard. "Here is the cause of all," they cried. "He has never invoked a single saint. He is a heathen. Here is a pagan aboard." "Alas, good friend, say not so," said Gerard, his teeth chattering with cold and fear. "Rather call these heathens that lie a-praying to the sea. Friends, I do honour the saints, but I dare not pray to them now. There is no time. Oh, what avail me Dominic and Thomas and Catherine? Nearer God's throne than these St. Peter sitteth. And if I pray to him, it's odd, but I shall be drowned ere he has time to plead my cause with God. Oh, I must need go straight to him that made the sea, and the saints, and me. Our Father, which art in heaven, save these poor souls and me that cry for the bare life. O sweet Jesus, pitiful Jesus, that didst walk Gennesaret when Peter sank, and wept for Lazarus dead when the apostles' eyes were dry. O save poor Gerard, for dear Margaret's sake." At this moment the sailors were seen preparing to desert the sinking ship in the little boat, which even at that epoch every ship carried. Then there was a rush of egotists, and 30 souls crowded into it. Remained behind 3 who were bewildered, and 2 who were paralysed with terror. The paralysed sat like heaps of wet rags. The bewildered ones ran to and fro, and saw the 30 egotists put off, but made no attempt to join them. Only kept running to and fro and wringing their hands. Besides these, there was one on his knees, praying over the wooden statue of the Virgin Mary, as large as life, which the sailors had reverently detached from the mast. It washed about the deck as the water came slushing in from the sea, and pouring out at the scuppers, and this poor soul kept following it on his knees, with his hands clasped at it, and the water playing with it. And there was the Jew, palsied, but not by fear. He was no longer capable of so petty a passion. He sat cross-legged, bemoaning his bag, and whenever the spray lashed him, shook his fist at where it came from, and cursed the Nazarenes and their gods, and their devils, and their ships, and their waters, to all eternity. And the gigantic Dominican, having shriven the whole ship, stood calmly communing with his own spirit, and the Roman woman sat pale and patient, only drawing her child closer to her bosom as death came nearer. Gerard saw this, and it awakened his manhood. "See, see," he said, "they have ta'en the boat and left the poor woman and her child to perish." His heart soon set his wit working. "Wife, I'll save thee yet, please God." And he ran to find a cask or a plank to float her. There was none. Then his eye fell on the wooden image of the Virgin. He caught it up in his arms, and heedless of a wail that issued from its worshipper like a child robbed of its toy, ran aft with it. "Come, wife," he cried, "I'll lash thee and the child to this. 'Tis sore worm-eaten, but 'twill serve." She turned her great dark eye on him, and said a single word, "Thyself?" But with wonderful magnanimity and tenderness. "I am a man, and have no child to take care of." "Ah," said she, and his words seemed to animate her face with a desire to live. He lashed the image to her side. Then, with the hope of life, she lost something of her heroic calm. Not much. Her body trembled a little, but not her eye. The ship was now so low in the water that by using an oar as a lever he could slide her into the waves. "Come," said he, "while yet there is time." She turned her great Roman eyes, wet now, upon him. "Poor youth, God forgive me, my child!" And he launched her on the surge, and with his oar kept her from being battered against the ship. A heavy hand fell on him. A deep, sonorous voice sounded in his ear. "'Tis well. Now come with me." It was the gigantic friar. Gerard turned, and the friar took 2 strides and laid hold of the broken mast. Gerard did the same, obeying him instinctively. Between them, after a prodigious effort, they hoisted up the remainder of the mast and carried it off. "Fling it in," said the friar, "and follow it." They flung it in, but one of the bewildered passengers had run after them and jumped first and got on one end. Gerard seized the other, the friar the middle. It was a terrible situation. The mast rose and plunged with each wave like a kicking horse, and the spray flogged their faces mercilessly and blinded them to help knock them off. Presently was heard a long grating noise ahead. The ship had struck, and soon after, she being stationary now, they were hurled against her with tremendous force. Their companion's head struck against the upper part of the broken rudder with a horrible crack, and was smashed like a coconut by a sledgehammer. He sunk directly, leaving no trace but a red stain on the water, and a white clot on the jagged rudder, and a death cry ringing in their ears, as they drifted clear under the lee of the black hull. The friar uttered a short Latin prayer for the safety of his soul, and took his place composedly. They rolled along. One moment they saw nothing, and seemed down in a mere basin of watery hills. The next they caught glimpses of the shore, speckled bright with people, who kept throwing up their arms with wild Italian gestures to encourage them, and the black boat driving bottom upwards, and between it and them the woman rising and falling like themselves. She had come across a paddle, and was holding her child tight with her left arm, and paddling gallantly with her right. When they had tumbled along thus a long time, suddenly the friar said quietly, I touched the ground." "Impossible, father," said Gerard. "We are more than 100 yards from shore. Prithee, leave not our faithful mast." "My son," said the friar, "you speak prudently, but know that I have business of Holy Church on hand, and may not waste time floating when I can walk in her service. There, I felt it with my toes again. See the benefit of wearing sandals and not shoon. Again, and sandy. Thy stature is less than mine. Keep to the mast. I walk." He left the mast accordingly, and extending his powerful arms, rushed through the water. Gerard soon followed him. At each overpowering wave the monk stood like a tower, and closing his mouth, threw his head back to encounter it, and was entirely lost under it a while. Then emerged and ploughed lustily on. At last they came close to the shore, but the suction outward baffled all their attempts to land. Then the natives sent stout fishermen into the sea, holding by long spears in a triple chain, and so dragged them ashore. The friar shook himself, bestowed a short paternal benediction on the natives, and went on to Rome, with eyes bent on earth according to his rule, and without pausing. He did not even cast a glance back upon that sea, which had so nearly engulfed him, but had no power to harm him without his master's leave. While he stalks on alone to Rome without looking back, I, who am not in the service of Holy Church, stop a moment to say that the reader and I were within 6 inches of this giant once before, but we escaped him that time. Now I fear we are in for him. Gerard grasped every hand upon the beach. They brought him to an enormous fire, and with a delicacy he would hardly have encountered in the north, left him to dry himself alone. On this he took out of his bosom a parchment and a paper, and dried them carefully. When this was done to his mind, and not till then, he consented to put on a fisherman's dress and leave his own by the fire, and went down to the beach. What he saw may be briefly related. The captain stuck by the ship, not so much from gallantry as from a conviction that it was idle to resist Castor or Pollux, whichever it was that had come for him in a ball of fire. Nevertheless, the sea broke up the ship and swept the poop, captain and all, clear of the rest, and took him safe ashore. Gerard had a principal hand in pulling him out of the water. The disconsolate Hebrew landed on another fragment, and on touching earth offered a reward for his bag, which excited little sympathy, but some amusement. 2 more were saved on pieces of the wreck. The 30 egotists came ashore, but one at a time, and dead. One breathed still. Him the natives, with excellent intentions, took to a hot fire. So then he too retired from this shifting scene. As Gerard stood by the sea, watching, with horror and curiosity mixed, his late companions washed ashore, a hand was laid lightly on his shoulder. He turned. It was the Roman matron, burning with womanly gratitude. She took his hand gently, and raising it slowly to her lips, kissed it. But so nobly she seemed to be conferring an honour on one deserving hand. Then, with face all beaming and moist eyes, she held her child up and made him kiss his preserver. Gerard kissed the child more than once. He was fond of children. But he said nothing. He was much moved, for she did not speak at all except with her eyes, and with glowing cheeks, and noble antique gesture, so large and stately. Perhaps she was right. Gratitude is not a thing of words. It was an ancient Roman matron thanking a modern from her heart of hearts. Next day, towards afternoon, Gerard, twice as old as last year, thrice as learned in human ways, a boy no more, but a man who had shed blood in self-defence, and grazed the grave by land and sea, reached the eternal city. Post tot naufragia tutus. End of chapter 55. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 56 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard took a modest lodging on the west bank of the Tiber, and every day went forth in search of work, taking a specimen round to every shop he could hear of that executed such commissions. They received him coldly. "We make our letter somewhat thinner than this," said one. "How dark your ink is," said another, but the main cry was, "What avails this? Scant is the Latin writ here now. Can ye not write Greek?" "Ay, but not nigh so well as Latin." "Then you shall never make your bread at Rome." Gerard borrowed a beautiful Greek manuscript at a high price, and went home with a sad hole in his purse, but none in his courage. In a fortnight he had made vast progress with the Greek character. So then, to lose no time, he used to work at it till noon and hunt customers the rest of the day. When he carried round a better Greek specimen than any they possessed, the traders informed him that Greek and Latin were alike unsaleable. The city was thronged with works from all over Europe. He should have come last year. Gerard bought a psaltery. His landlady, pleased with his looks and manners, used often to speak a kind word in passing. One day she made him dine with her, and somewhat to his surprise asked him what had dashed his spirits. He told her. She gave him her reading of the matter. Those sly traders, she would be bound, had writers in their pay for whose work they received a noble price and paid a sorry one. So no wonder they blow cold on you. Methinks you write too well. How know I that? Say you. Marry, marry, because you lock not your door, like the churl Pietro, and women will be curious. Ay, ay, you write too well for them. Gerard asked an explanation. Why, said she, your good work might put out the eyes of that they are selling. Gerard sighed. Alas, dame, you read folk on the ill side, and you so kind and frank yourself. My dear little heart, these Romans are a subtle race. Me, I am a Sienese, thanks to the Virgin. My mistake was leaving Augsburg, said Gerard. Augsburg, said she haughtily, is that a place even to Rome? I never heard of it for my part. She then assured him that he should make his fortune in spite of the booksellers. Seeing thee a stranger, they lie to thee without sense or discretion. Why, all the world knows that our great folk are bitten with the writing spider this many years, and pour out their money like water, and turn good land and houses into rich sheepskins to keep in a chest or a cupboard. God help them, and send them safe through this fury, as he hath through a heap of others. And in sooth, hath been somewhat less cutting and stabbing among rival factions, and vindictive eating of their opposites' livers, minced and fries, since scribbling came in. Why, I can tell you too. There is his Eminence Cardinal Bessarion, and his Holiness the Pope himself. There be a pair could keep a score such as thee a-writing day and night. But I'll speak to Teresa, she hears the gossip of the court." The next day she told him she had seen Teresa, and had heard of 5 more signors who were bitten with the writing spider. Gerard took down their names and bought parchment, and busied himself for some days in preparing specimens. He left one with his name and address at each of these signors' doors, and hopefully awaited the result. There was none. Day after day passed, and left him heart-sick. And strange to say, this was just the time when Margaret was fighting so hard against odds to feed her male dependents at Rotterdam, and arrested for curing without a licence instead of killing with one. Gerard saw ruin staring him in the face. He spent the afternoons picking up canzonets and mastering them. He laid in playing cards to colour, and struck off a meal per day. This last stroke of genius got him into fresh trouble. In these camere locande, the landlady dressed all the meals, though the lodgers bought the provisions. So Gerard's hostess speedily detected him, and asked him if he was not ashamed of himself, by which brusque opening, having made him blush and look scared, she pacified herself all in a moment, and appealed to his good sense whether adversity was a thing to be overcome on an empty stomach. "Pazienza, my lad, times will mend. Meantime I will feed you for the love of heaven." Italian for gratis. "Nay, hostess," said Gerard, "my purse is not yet quite void, and it would add to my trouble, and if true folk should lose their due by me." "Why, you are as mad as your neighbour Pietro with his one bad picture." "Why, how know you 'tis a bad picture?" "Because nobody will buy it. There is one that hath no gift. He will have to don casque and glaive, and carry his panel for a shield." Gerard pricked up his ears at this, so she told him more. Pietro had come from Florence with money in his purse and an unfinished picture, had taken her one unfurnished room opposite Gerard's, and furnished it neatly. When his picture was finished, he received visitors, and had offers for it, though in her opinion liberal ones he had refused so disdainfully as to make enemies of his customers. Since then he had often taken it out with him to try and sell, but had always brought it back, and the last month she had seen one movable after another go out of his room, and now he wore but one suit, and lay at night on a great chest. She had found this out only by peeping through the keyhole, for he locked the door most vigilantly whenever he went out. "Is he afraid we shall steal his chest or his picture, that no soul in all Rome is weak enough to buy?" "Nay, sweet hostess, see you not 'tis his poverty he would screen from view?" "And the more fool he! Are all our hearts as ill as his? Might give us a trial first, anyway." "How you speak of him! Why, his case is mine, and your countryman to boot. Oh, we Sienese love strangers. His case yours? Nay, 'tis just the contrary. You are the comeliest youth ever lodged in this house, hair like gold. He is a dark, sour-visaged loon. Besides, you know how to take a woman on her better side, but not he. Natheless, I wish he would not starve to death in my house to get me a bad name. Anyway, one starveling is enough in any house. You are far from home, and it is for me, which am the mistress here, to number your meals, for me and the Dutch wife, your mother, that is far away. We 2 women shall settle that matter. Mind thou thine own business, being a man, and leave cooking and the like to us, that are in the world for little else that I see but to roast fowls and suckle men at starting, and sweep their grown-up cobwebs. Dear kind dame, in sooth you do often put me in mind of my mother that is far away. All the better, I'll put you more in mind of her before I have done with you." And the honest soul beamed with pleasure. Gerard, not being an egotist, nor blinded by female partialities, saw his own grief in poor, proud Pietro, and the more he thought of it, the more he resolved to share his humble means with that unlucky artist. Pietro's sympathy would repay him. He tried to waylay him, but without success. One day he heard a groaning in the room. He knocked at the door, but received no answer. He knocked again. A surly voice bade him enter. He obeyed somewhat timidly, and entered a garret furnished with a chair, a picture faced a wall, an iron basin, an easel, and a long chest on which was coiled a haggard young man with a wonderfully bright eye. Anything more like a coiled cobra ripe for striking the first comer was never seen. "Good Signor Pietro," said Gerard, "forgive me that, weary of my own solitude, I intrude on yours, but I am your nighest neighbour in this house, and methinks your brother in fortune. I am an artist too." "You are a painter? Welcome, signor. Sit down on my bed." And Pietro jumped off and waved him into the vacant throne with a magnificent demonstration of courtesy. Gerard bowed and smiled, but hesitated a little. "I may not call myself a painter. I am a writer, a calligraph. I copy Greek and Latin manuscripts, when I can get them to copy." "And you call that an artist?" "Without offence to your superior merits, Signor Pietro." "No offence, stranger, none. Only me seemeth an artist is one who thinks, and paints his thought. Now a calligraph but draws in black and white the thoughts of another." "'Tis well distinguished, signor, but then a writer can write the thoughts of the great ancients, and matters of pure reason, such as no man may paint. Ay, and the thoughts of God, which angels could not paint. But let that pass. I'm a painter as well, but a sorry one." "The better thy luck. They will buy thy work in Rome." "But seeking to commend myself to one of thy eminence, I thought it well rather to call myself a capable writer than a scurvy painter." At this moment a step was heard on the stair. "Ah, 'tis the good dame," cried Gerard. "What ho, hostess! I am here in conversation with Signor Pietro. I dare say he will let me have my humble dinner here." The Italian bowed gravely. The landlady brought in Gerard's dinner, smoking and savoury. She put the dish down on the bed with a face divested of all expression, and went. Gerard fell to, but ere he had eaten many mouthfuls, he stopped and said, "I am an ill-mannered churl, Signor Pietro. I ne'er eat to my mind when I eat alone. For Our Lady's sake, put a spoon into this ragout with me. 'Tis not unsavoury, I promise you." Pietro fixed his glittering eye on him. "What, good youth, thou a stranger, and offerest me thy dinner? Why, see, there is more than one can eat." "Well, I accept," said Pietro, and took the dish with some appearance of calmness, and flung the contents out of window. Then he turned, trembling with mortification and ire, and said, "Let that teach thee to offer alms to an artist thou knowest not, master writer." Gerard's face flushed with anger, and it cost him a bitter struggle not to box this high-souled creature's ears, and then to go and destroy good food. His mother's milk curdled in his veins with horror at such impiety. Finally, pity at Pietro's petulance and egotism, and a touch of respect for poverty-struck pride prevailed. However, he said coldly, "Likely what thou hast done might pass in a novel of thy countryman, Signor Boccaccio, but 'twas not honest." "Make that good," said the painter sullenly. "I offered thee half my dinner, no more, but thou hast ta'en it all. Hadst a right to throw away thy share, but not mine. Pride is well, but justice is better." Pietro stared, then reflected. "'Tis well. I took thee for a fool, so transparent was thine artifice. Forgive me, and prithee leave me. Thou seest how 'tis with me. The world hath soured me. I hate mankind. I was not always so. Once more excuse that my discourtesy, and fare thee well." Gerard sighed and made for the door. But suddenly a thought struck him. "Signor Pietro," said he, "we Dutchmen are hard bargainers. We are the lads in eichscheren, that is, to shave an egg. Therefore I, for my lost dinner, do claim to feast mine eyes on your picture, whose face is toward the wall." "Nay, nay," said the painter hastily, "ask me not that. I have already misconducted myself enough towards thee. I would not shed thy blood." "Saints forbid! My blood?" "Stranger," said Pietro sullenly, irritated by repeated insults to my picture, which is my child, my heart, I did in a moment of rage make a solemn vow to drive my dagger into the next one that should flout it, and the labour and love that I have given to it. What? Are all to be slain that will not praise this picture?" And he looked at its back with curiosity. "Nay, nay, but if you would but look at it and hold your parrot tongues. But you will be talking, so I have turned it to the wall forever. Would I were dead and buried in it for my coffin." Gerard reflected. "I accept the condition. Show me the picture. I can but hold my peace." Pietro went and turned its face, and put it in the best light the room afforded, and coiled himself again on his chest, with his eye and stiletto glittering. The picture represented the Virgin and Christ flying through the air in a sort of cloud of shadowy cherubic faces. Underneath was a landscape 40 or 50 miles in extent, and a purple sky above. Gerard stood and looked at it in silence. Then he stepped close and looked. Then he retired as far off as he could and looked, but said not a word. When he had been at this game half an hour, Pietro cried out querulously and somewhat inconsistently, "Well, have you not a word to say about it?" Gerard started. "I cry your mercy, I forgot there were 3 of us here. Aye, I have much to say." And he drew his sword. "Alas, alas!" cried Pietro, jumping in terror from his lair. "What wouldst thou?" "Marry, defend myself against thy bodkin, signor, and at due odds being, as aforesaid, a Dutchman. Therefore hold aloof while I deliver judgment, or I will pin thee to the wall like a cockchafer." "Oh, is that all?" said Pietro, greatly relieved. "I feared you were going to stab my poor picture with your sword, stabbed already by so many foul tongues." Gerard pursued criticism under difficulties, put himself in a position of defence, with his sword's point covering Pietro, and one eye glancing aside at the picture. "First, signor, I would have you know that in the mixing of certain colours, and in the preparation of your oil, you Italians are far behind us Flemings. But let that flea stick, for, as small as I am, I can show you certain secrets of the Van Eycks that you will put to marvellous profit in your next picture. Meantime, I see in this one the great qualities of your nation. Verily ye are solis filii. If we have colour, you have imagination. Mother of heaven, and he hath not flung his immortal soul upon the panel. One thing I go by is this: it makes other pictures I once admired seem drossy, earth-born things. The drapery here is somewhat short and stiff. Why not let it float freely, the figures being in air and motion? I will, cried Pietro eagerly. I will do anything for those who will but see what I have done. This landscape, it enlightens me. Henceforth I scorn those little huddled landscapes that did erst content me. Here is nature's very face, a spacious plain, each distance marked, and every tree, house, figure, field, and river smaller and less plain by exquisite gradation, till vision itself melts into distance. Oh, beautiful! And the cunning rogue hath hung his celestial figure in air out of the way of his little world below. Here floating saints beneath heaven's purple canopy, there far down earth and her busy hives, and they let you take this painted poetry, this blooming hymn, through the streets of Rome and bring it home unsold? But I tell thee, in Ghent or Bruges or even in Rotterdam, they would tear it out of thy hands. But it is a common saying that a stranger's eye sees clearest. Courage, Pietro Vannucci, I reverence thee, and though myself a scurvy painter, do forgive thee for being a great one. Forgive thee? I thank God for thee, and such rare men as thou art, and bow the knee to thee in just homage. Thy picture is immortal, and thou, that hast but a chest to sit on, art a king in thy most royal art. Viva il maestro! Viva! At this unexpected burst, the painter, with all the abandon of his nation, flung himself on Gerard's neck. They said it was a maniac's dream, he sobbed. Maniacs themselves! No, idiots! Shouted Gerard. Generous stranger, I will hate men no more since the world hath such as thee. I was a viper to fling thy poor dinner away, a wretch, a monster. Well, monster, wilt be gentle now and sup with me? Ah, that I will, with a ghost thou. To order supper on the instant. We will have the picture for third man. I will invite it whiles thou art gone, my poor picture, child of my heart. Ah, master, 'twill look on many a supper after the worms have eaten you and me. I hope so, said Pietro. End of chapter 56. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 57 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. About a week after this, the two friends sat working together, but not in the same spirit. Pietro dashed fitfully at his and did wonders in a few minutes, and then did nothing except abuse it, then presently resumed it in a fury to lay it down with a groan. Through all which kept calmly working, calmly smiling, the canny Dutchman. To be plain, Gerard, who never had a friend he did not master, had put his onagra in harness. The friends were painting playing cards to boil the pot. When done, the indignant master took up his picture to make his daily tour in search of a customer. Gerard begged him to take the cards as well and try and sell them. He looked all the rattlesnake, but eventually embraced Gerard in the Italian fashion and took them after first drying the last finished ones in the sun, which was now powerful in that happy clime. Gerard, left alone, executed a Greek letter or two, and then mended a little rent in his hose. His landlady found him thus employed, and inquired ironically whether there were no women in the house. "When you have done that," said she, "come and talk to Teresa, my friend I spoke to thee of, that hath a husband not good for much, which brags his acquaintance with the great." Gerard went down, and who should Teresa be but the Roman matron? "Ah, madama," said he, "is it you? The good dame told me not that. And the little fair-haired boy, is he none the worse for his voyage in that strange boat?" "He is well," said the matron. "Why, what are you two talking about?" said the landlady, staring at them both in turn. "And why tremble you so, Teresa mia?" "He saved my child's life," said Teresa, making an effort to compose herself. "What, my lodger? And he never told me a word of that. Art not ashamed to look me in the face?" "Alas, speak not harshly to him," said the matron. She then turned to her friend and poured out a glowing description of Gerard's conduct, during which Gerard stood blushing like a girl, and scarce recognising his own performance, gratitude painted it so fair. "And to think thou shouldst ask me to serve thy lodger, of whom I knew naught but that he had thy good word, O Fiamina. And that was enough for me, dear youth. In serving thee, I serve myself." Then ensued an eager description by the two women of what had been done, and what should be done, to penetrate the thick wall of fees, commissions, and chicanery which stood between the patrons of art and an unknown artist in the Eternal City. Teresa smiled sadly at Gerard's simplicity in leaving specimens of his skill at the doors of the great. "What!" said she, "without promising the servants a share, without even feeing them, to let the signors see thy merchandise? As well have flung it into Tiber." "Well a day," sighed Gerard. "Then how is an artist to find a patron? For artists are poor, not rich." "By going to some city nobler and not so greedy as this," said Teresa. "La corte romana non vuol pecora senza lana." She fell into thought, and said she would come again tomorrow. The landlady felicitated Gerard. "Teresa has got something in her head," said she. Teresa was scarce gone when Pietro returned with his picture, looking black as thunder. Gerard exchanged a glance with the landlady, and followed him upstairs to console him. "What, have they let thee bring home thy masterpiece?" "As heretofore." "More fools they, then. That is not the worse." "Why, what is the matter?" "They have bought the cards," yelled Pietro, and hammered the air furiously right and left. "All the better," said Gerard cheerfully. "They flew at me for them. They were enraptured with them. They tried to conceal their longing for them, but could not. I saw, I feigned, I pillaged. Curse the boobies!" And he flung down a dozen small silver coins on the floor, and jumped on them, and danced on them with basilisk eyes, and then kicked them assiduously, and sent them spinning and flying and running all abroad. Down went Gerard on his knees, and followed the maltreated innocents directly, and transferred them tenderly to his purse. "Shouldst rather smile at their ignorance, and put it to profit," said he. "And so I will," said Pietro with concentrated indignation. "The brutes! We will paint a paccaday. We will set the whole city gambling and ruining itself, while we live like princes on its vices and stupidity. There was one of the queens, though, I had fain have kept back. 'Twas you limned her, brother. She had lovely red-brown hair and sapphire eyes, and above all, soul." "Pietro," said Gerard softly, "I painted that one from my heart." The quick-witted Italian nodded, and his eyes twinkled. "You love her so well, yet leave her?" "Pietro, it is because I love her so dear that I have wandered all this weary road." This interesting colloquy was interrupted by the landlady crying from below, "Come down, you are wanted." He went down, and there was Teresa again. "Come with me, Sir Gerard." End of chapter 57. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 58 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard walked silently beside Teresa, wondering in his own mind, after the manner of artists, what she was going to do with him, instead of asking her. So, at last, she told him of her own accord. A friend had informed her of a working goldsmith's wife who wanted a writer. "Her shop is hard by, you will not have far to go." Accordingly, they soon arrived at the goldsmith's wife. "Madame," said Teresa, "Leonora tells me you want a writer. I have brought you a beautiful one. He saved my child at sea. Prithee, look on him with favour." The goldsmith's wife complied in one sense. She fixed her eyes on Gerard's comely face, and could hardly take them off again. But her reply was unsatisfactory. "Nay, I have no use for a writer. Ah, I mind now, it is my gossip, Clélia, the sausage-maker, wants one. She told me, and I told Leonora." Teresa made a courteous speech and withdrew. Clélia lived at some distance, and when they reached her house she was out. Teresa said calmly, "I will await her return," and sat so still and dignified and statuesque that Gerard was beginning furtively to draw her when Clélia returned. "Madame, I hear from the goldsmith's wife, the excellent Olympia, that you need a writer." Here she took Gerard by the hand and led him forward. "I have brought you a beautiful one. He saved my child from the cruel waves. For Our Lady's sake, look with favour on him." "My good dame, my fair sir," said Clélia, "I have no use for a writer, but now you remind me, it was my friend Appia Claudia asked me for one but the other day. She is a tailor and lives in the Via Lapida." Teresa retired calmly. "Madame," said Gerard, "this is likely to be a tedious business for you." Teresa opened her eyes. What was ever done without a little patience? She added mildly, "We will knock at every door at Rome, but you shall have justice." "But, madame, I think we are dogged. I noticed a man that follows us, sometimes afar, sometimes close." "I have seen it," said Teresa coldly, but her cheek coloured faintly. "It is my poor Lodovico." She stopped and turned and beckoned with her finger. A figure approached them somewhat unwillingly. When he came up, she gazed him full in the face, and he looked sheepish. "Lodovico mio," said she, "know this young sir, of whom I have so often spoken to thee. Know him and love him, for he it was who saved thy wife and child." At these last words, Lodovico, who had been bowing and grinning artificially, suddenly changed to an expression of heartfelt gratitude, and embraced Gerard warmly. Yet somehow there was something in the man's original manner, and his having followed his wife by stealth, that made Gerard uncomfortable under this caress. However, he said, "We shall have your company, Sir Lodovico." "No, signor," replied Lodovico. "I go not on that side Tiber." "Addio, then," said Teresa significantly. "When shall you return home, Teresa mia?" "When I have done mine errand, Lodovico." They pursued their way in silence. Teresa now wore a sad and almost gloomy air. To be brief, Appia Claudia was merciful and did not send them over Tiber again, but only 100 yards down the street, to Lucretia, who kept the glove shop. She it was wanted a writer, but what for, Appia Claudia could not conceive. Lucretia was a merry little dame who received them heartily enough and told them she wanted no writer, kept all her accounts in her head. "It was for my confessor, Father Colonna. He is mad after them." "I have heard of his Excellency," said Teresa. "Who has not? But, good dame, he is a friar. He has made vow of poverty. I cannot let the young man write and not be paid. He saved my child at sea." "Did he now?" And Lucretia cast an approving look on Gerard. "Well, make your mind easy. A Colonna never wants for money. The good father has only to say the word, and the princes of his race will pour 1,000 crowns into his lap. And such a confessor, dame, the best in Rome. His head is leagues and leagues away all the while. He never heeds what you are saying. Why, I think no more of confessing my sins to him than of telling them to that wall. Once, to try him, I confessed, along with the rest, as how I had killed my lodger's little girl and baked her in a pie. Well, when my voice left off confessing, he started out of his dream, and says he, mustering up a gloom, 'My erring sister, say 3 paternosters and 3 Ave Marias kneeling, and eat no butter nor eggs next Wednesday, and pax vobiscum.' And off I went with his hands behind him, looking as if there was no such thing as me in the world." Teresa waited patiently, then calmly brought this discursive lady back to the point. Would she be so kind as to go with this good youth to the friar and speak for him? "Alack, how can I leave my shop? And what need? His door is aye open to writers and painters and scholars and all such cattle. Why, one day he would not receive the Duke d'Urbino because a learned Greek was closeted with him, and the friar's head and his so close together over a dusty parchment just come in from Greece as you could put one cowl over the pair. His wench Honesta told me she mostly looks in here for a chat when she goes an errand." "This is the man for thee, my friend," said Teresa. "All you have to do," continued Lucretia, "is to go to his lodgings, my boy shall show them you, and tell Honesta you come from me, and you are a writer, and she will take you up to him. If you put a piece of silver in the wench's hand, 'twill do you no harm. That stands to reason." "I have silver," said Teresa warmly. "But stay," said Lucretia, "mind one thing. What the young man saith he can do, that he must be able to do, or let him shun the good friar like poison. He is a very wild beast against all bunglers. Why, 'twas but t'other day one brought him an ill-carved crucifix. Says he, 'Is this how you present Salvator Mundi, who died for you in mortal agony, and you go and grudge him careful work? This slovenly gimcrack a crucifix? But that it is a crucifix of some sort, and I am a holy man, I'd dust your jacket with your crucifix,' says he. Honesta heard every word through the keyhole. So mind." "Have no fears, madama," said Teresa loftily. "I will answer for his ability. He saved my child." Gerard was not subtle enough to appreciate this conclusion, and was so far from sharing Teresa's confidence that he begged a respite. He would rather not go to the friar today. Would not tomorrow do as well? "Here is a coward for ye," said Lucretia. "No, he is not a coward," said Teresa, firing up. "He is modest." "I'm afraid of this high-born, fastidious friar," said Gerard. "Consider, he has seen the handiwork of all the writers in Italy, dear Dame Teresa. If you would but let me prepare a better piece of work than yet I have done, then tomorrow I will face him with it." "I consent," said Teresa. They walked home together. Not far from his own lodging was a shop that sold vellum. There was a beautiful white skin in the window. Gerard looked at it wistfully, but he knew he could not pay for it, so he went on rather hastily. However, he soon made up his mind where to get vellum, and parting with Teresa at his own door, ran hastily upstairs and took the bond he had brought all the way from Sevenbergen, and laid it with a sigh on the table. He then prepared with his chemicals to erase the old writing, but as this was his last chance of reading it, he now overcame his deadly repugnance to bad writing, and proceeded to decipher the deed in spite of its detestable contractions. It appeared by this deed that Gisbrecht van Swieten was to advance some money to Floris Brandt on a piece of land, and was to repay himself out of the rent. On this, Gerard felt it would be imprudent and improper to destroy the deed. On the contrary, he vowed to decipher every word at his leisure. He went downstairs, determined to buy a small piece of vellum with his half of the card money. At the bottom of the stairs he found the landlady and Teresa talking. At sight of him, the former cried, "Here he is! You are caught, Donna Mia! See what she has bought you!" and whipped out from under her apron the very skin of vellum Gerard had longed for. "Why, dame, why, Donna Teresa!" And he was speechless with pleasure and astonishment. "Dear Donna Teresa, there is not a skin in all Rome like it. However came you to hit on this one? 'Tis glamour." "Alas, dear boy, did not thine eye rest on it with desire? And didst thou not sigh in turning away from it? And was it for Teresa to let thee want the thing after that? What sagacity, what goodness, madama! Oh, dame, I never thought I should possess this. What did you pay for it?" "I forget. Adio, Fiamana." "Adio," said Gerard. "Be happy, be prosperous, as you are good." And the Roman matron glided away while Gerard was hesitating, and thinking how to offer to pay so stately a creature for her purchase. The next day, in the afternoon, he went to Lucretia, and her boy took him to Fra Colonna's lodgings. He announced his business and feed honesta, and she took him up to the friar. Gerard entered with a beating heart. The room, a large one, was strewed and heaped with objects of art, antiquity, and learning, lying about in rich profusion and confusion. Manuscripts, pictures, carvings in wood and ivory, musical instruments, and in this glorious chaos sat the friar, poring intently over an Arabian manuscript. He looked up a little peevishly at the interruption. Honesta whispered in his ear. "Very well," said he, "let him be seated. Stay, young man, show me how you write." And he threw Gerard a piece of paper, and pointed to an inkhorn. "So please you, reverend father," said Gerard, "my hand it trembleth too much at this moment, but last night I wrote a vellum page of Greek, and the Latin version by its side, to show the various character." "Show it me." Gerard brought the work to him in fear and trembling, then stood heartsick, awaiting his verdict. When it came, it staggered him, for the verdict was a Dominican falling on his neck. The next day an event took place in Holland, the effect of which on Gerard's destiny no mortal at the time, nor even my intelligent reader now, could, I think, foresee. Marched up to Eli's door, a pageant brave to the eye of sense, and to the vulgar judgment noble, but to the philosophic pitiable more or less. It looked one animal, a centaur, but on severe analysis proved two. The human half was sadly bedizened with these two metals, to clothe his carcass with which and line his pouch. Man has now and then disposed of his soul. Still the horse was the vainer brute of the two. He was far worse beflounced, bebonneted, and bemantled than any fair lady ragnanti crinolina. For the man, under the colour of a warming pan, retained nature's outline, but it was subaudi equum, scarcely a pennyweight of honest horseflesh to be seen. Our crinoline spares the noble parts of women, and makes but the baser parts gigantic. Why this preference? But this poor animal from stem to stern was swamped in finery. His ears were hid in great sheaths of white linen, tipped with silver and blue, his body swaddled in stiff gorgeous cloths descending to the ground, except just in front, where they left him room to mince. His tail, though dear to memory, no doubt, was lost to sight, being tucked in heaven knows how. Only his eyes shone out like goggles through two holes pierced in the wall of haberdashery, and his little front hoofs peeped in and out like rats. Yet did this compound, gorgeous, and irrational represent power, absolute power. It came straight from a tournament at the Duke's court, which, being on a progress, lay last night at a neighbouring town to execute the behests of royalty. "What ho!" cried the upper half, and on Eli emerging, with his wife behind him, saluted them. "Peace be with you, good people. Rejoice, I am come for your dwarf." Eli looked amazed and said nothing, but Catherine screamed over his shoulder, "You have mistook your road, good man. Here abides no dwarf." "Nay, wife, he means our Giles, who is somewhat small of stature. Why gainsay what gainsaid may not be?" "Ay," cried the pageant, "that is he, and discourseth like the big Tabor." "His breast is sound for that matter," said Catherine sharply, "and prompt with his fist, though, at long odds. Else how would the poor thing keep his head in such a world as this?" "'Tis well said, dame. Art as ready with thy weapon as he, art his mother likely. So bring him forth, and that presently. See, they lead a stunted mule for him. The Duke hath need of him, sore need. We are clean out a dwarfen, and tiger cats, which may not be, whiles earth them yieldeth. Our last hop o' my thumb tumbled down the well t'other day. And think you I let my darling go to such an ill-guided house as you, where the reckless trollops of servants close not the well-mouth, but leave it open to trap innocents like wolven?" The representative of autocracy lost patience at this unwonted opposition, and with stern look and voice bade her bethink her whether it was the better of the two, to have your abortion at court fed like a bishop and put on like a prince, or to have all your heads stricken off and borne on poles, with the bellman crying, "Behold the heads of hardy rebels, which, having by good luck a misbegotten son, did traitorously grudge him to the Duke, who is the true father of all his folk, little or mickle." "Nay," said Eli sadly, "miscall us not. We be true folk, and neither rebels nor traitors. But 'tis sudden, and the poor lad is our true flesh and blood, and hath of late given proof of more sense than heretofore." "Avails not threatening our lives," whimpered Catherine. "We grudge him not to the Duke, but in sooth he cannot go. His linen is all in holes, so there is an end." But the male mind resisted this crusher. "Think you the Duke will not find linen and cloth of gold to boot? None so brave, none so affected at court as our monsters, big or wee." How long the dispute might have lasted before the iron arguments of despotism achieved the inevitable victory, I know not, but it was cut short by a party whom neither disputant had deigned to consult. The bone of contention walked out of the house and sided with monarchy. "If my folk are mad, I am not," he roared. "I'll go with you, and on the instant." At this, Catherine set up a piteous cry. She saw another of her brood escaping from under her wing into some unknown element. Giles was not quite insensible to her distress, so simple, yet so eloquent. He said, "Nay, take not on, mother. Why, 'tis a godsend, and I am sick of this ever since Gerard left it." "Ah, cruel Giles, should ye not rather say she is bereaved of Gerard, the more need of you to stay aside her and comfort her?" "Oh, I am not going to Rome, not such a fool. I shall never be farther than Rotterdam, and I'll often come and see you, and if I like not the place, who shall keep me there? Not all the dukes in Christendom." "Good sense lies in little bulk," said the emissary approvingly. "Therefore, Master Giles, buss the old folk, and thank them for misbegetting of thee. And ho, you! Bring hither his mule." One of his retinue brought up the dwarf mule. Giles refused it with scorn, and on being asked the reason, said it was not just. "What, would ye throw all into one scale? Put muckle to muckle and little to wee? Besides, I hate and scorn small things. I'll go on the highest horse here, or not at all." The pursuivant eyed him attentively a moment, then adopted a courteous manner. "I shall study your will in all things reasonable. Dismount, Eric, yours is the highest horse, and if you would halt in the town an hour or so, while you bid them farewell, say but the word, and your pleasure shall be my delight." Giles reflected. "Master," said he, "if we wait a month, 'twill be still the same. My mother is a good soul, but her body is bigger than her spirit. We shall not part without a tear or two, and the quicker 'tis done, the fewer. So bring yon horse to me." Catherine threw her apron over her face and sobbed. The high horse was brought, and Giles was for swarming up his tail like a rope, but one of the servants cried out hastily, "Forbear, for he kicketh." "I'll kick him," said Giles. "Bring him close beneath this window, and I'll learn you all how to mount a horse which kicketh, and will not be clomb by the tail, the staircase of a horse." And he dashed into the house, and almost immediately reappeared at an upper window with a rope in his hand. He fastened an end somehow, and holding the other, descended as swift and smooth as an oiled thunderbolt in a groove, and lighted astride his high horse, as unperceived by that animal as a fly settling on him. The official lifted his hands to heaven in mawkish admiration. "I have gotten a pearl," thought he, "and wow, but this will be a good day's work for me. Come, father, come, mother, buss me and bless me, and off I go." Eli gave him his blessing, and bade him be honest and true and a credit to his folk. Catherine could not speak, but clung to him with many sobs and embraces, and even through the mist of tears her eye detected in a moment the little rent in his sleeve he had made getting out of window, and she whipped out her needle and mended it then and there, and her tears fell on his arm the while unheeded, except by those unfleshly eyes with which, they say, the very air is thronged. And so the dwarf mounted the high horse and rode away complacent, with the old hand laying the court butter on his back with a trowel. Little recked Purpusilus of two poor silly females that sat by the bereaved hearth, rocking themselves and weeping and discussing all his virtues and how his mind had opened lately, and blind as two beetles to his faults, who rode away from them jocund and bold. Ingentes animos angusto pectore versans. Arrived at court, he speedily became a great favourite. One strange propensity of his electrified the palace, but on account of his small size, and for variety's sake, and as a monster, he was indulged on it. In a word, he was let speak the truth. It is an unpopular thing. He made it an intolerable one. Bawled it. End of chapter 58. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 59 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Happy the man who has two chain cables, merit and women. Oh, that I, like Gerard, had a chaîne des dames to pull up by. I would be prose laureate or professor of the spasmodic or something in no time. En attendant, I will sketch the Fra Colonna. The true revivers of ancient learning and philosophy were two writers of fiction, Petrarch and Boccaccio. Their labours were not crowned with great public and immediate success, but they sowed the good seed, and it never perished, but quickened in the soil, awaiting sunshine. From their day, Italy was never without a native scholar or two versed in Greek, and each learned Greek who landed there was received fraternally. The 14th century, ere its close, saw the birth of Poggio, Valla, and the elder Guarino, and early in the 15th, Florence under Cosmo de' Medici was a nest of Platonists. These, headed by Gemistus Pletho, a born Greek, began about AD 1440 to write down Aristotle. For few minds are big enough to be just to great A without being unjust to capital B. Theodore Gaza defended that great man with moderation, George of Trebizond with acerbity, and retorted on Plato. Then Colonel Bessarion, another born Greek, resisted the said George and his idol in a tract Adversus Calumniatorem Platonis. Pugnacity, whether wise or not, is a form of vitality. Born without controversial bile in so zealous an epoch, Francesco Colonna, a young nobleman of Florence, lived for the arts. At 20 he turned Dominican friar. His object was quiet study. He retired from idle company and faction fights, the humming and the stinging of the human hive, to St. Dominic and the 9 Muses. An eager student of languages, pictures, statues, chronology, coins, and monumental inscriptions, these last loosened his faith in popular histories. He travelled many years in the East, and returned laden with spoils, master of several choice manuscripts, and versed in Greek and Latin, Hebrew and Syriac. He found his country had not stood still. Other lettered princes, besides Cosmo, had sprung up. Alfonso, King of Naples, Nicholas d'Este, Lionel d'Este, etc. Above all, his old friend Thomas of Sazana had been made Pope, and had lent a mighty impulse to letters, had accumulated 5,000 manuscripts in the library of the Vatican, and had set Poggio to translate Diodorus Siculus and Xenophon's Chiropedia, Laurentius Valla to translate Herodotus and Thucydides, Theodore Gaza, Theophrastus, George of Trebizond, Eusebius, and certain treatises of Plato, etc., etc. The monk found Plato and Aristotle under armistice, but Poggio and Valla at loggerheads over verbs and nouns, and on fire with odium philologicum. All this was heaven, and he settled down in his native land, his life a rosy dream. None so happy as the versatile, provided they have not their bread to make by it. And Fra Colonna was versatility. He knew 7 or 8 languages, and a little mathematics, could write a bit, paint a bit, model a bit, sing a bit, strum a bit, and could relish superior excellence in all these branches. For this last trait he deserved to be as happy as he was. For gauge the intellects of your acquaintances, and you will find but few whose minds are neither deaf, nor blind, nor dead to some great art or science, and wisdom at one entrance quite shut out. And such of them as are conceited as well as stupid shall even parade instead of blushing for the holes in their intellects. A zealot in art, the friar was a sceptic in religion. In every age there are a few men who hold the opinions of another age, past or future. Being a lump of simplicity, his scepticism was as naïf as his enthusiasm. He affected to look on the religious ceremonies of his day as his models. The heathen philosophers regarded the worship of gods and departed heroes, mummeries good for the populace. But here his mind drew unconsciously a droll distinction. Whatever Christian ceremony his learning taught him was of purely pagan origin. That he respected, out of respect for antiquity, though had he, with his turn of mind, been a pagan and its contemporary, he would have scorned it from his philosophic heights. Fra Colonna was charmed with his new artist, and having the run of half the palaces in Rome, sounded his praises so that he was soon called upon to resign him. He told Gerard what great princes wanted him. "But I am so happy with you, father," objected Gerard. "Fiddlestick about being happy with me," said Fra Colonna. "You must not be happy. You must be a man of the world. The grand lesson I impress on the young is, be a man of the world. Now these Montesini can pay you 3 times as much as I can, and they shall too, by Jupiter." And the friar clapped a terrific price on Gerard's pen. It was acceded to without a murmur. Much higher prices were going for copying than authorship ever obtained for centuries under the printing press. Gerard had 300 crowns for Aristotle's treatise on rhetoric. The great are mighty sweet upon all their pets, while the fancy lasts, and in the rage for Greek manuscripts, the handsome writer soon became a pet, and nobles of both sexes caressed him like a lapdog. It would have turned a vain fellow's head, but the canny Dutchman saw the steel hand beneath the velvet glove, and did not presume. Nevertheless, it was a proud day for him when he found himself seated with Fra Colonna at the table of his present employer, Cardinal Bessarion. They were about a mile from the top of that table, but never mind. There they were, and Gerard had the advantage of seeing roast pheasants dished up with all their feathers as if they had just flown out of a coppice instead of off the spit. Also, chickens cooked in bottles and tender as peaches. But the grand novelty was the napkins, surpassingly fine, and folded into cocked hats and birds' wings and fans, etc., instead of lying flat. This electrified Gerard, though my readers have seen the dazzling phenomenon without tumbling backwards, chair and all. After dinner, the tables were split in pieces and carried away, and lo, under each was another table spread with sweetmeats. The signoras and signorinas fell upon them and gormandized, but the signors eyed them with reasonable suspicion. "But, father," objected Gerard, "I see not the bifurcal daggers with which men say his Excellency armeth the left hand of a man. Nay, 'tis the Cardinal Orsini which hath invented yon peevish instrument for his guests to fumble their meat withal. One, being in haste, did skewer his tongue to his palate with it, I hear. O tempora, O mores, the ancients, reclining godlike at their feasts, how had they spurned such pedantries?" As soon as the ladies had disported themselves among the sugar plums, the tables were suddenly removed, and the guests sat in a row against the wall. Then came in, ducking and scraping, two ecclesiastics with lutes, and kneeled at the cardinal's feet, and there sang the service of the day, then retired with a deep obeisance. In answer to which the cardinal fingered his skull cap as our late Iron Duke his hat. The company dispersed, and Gerard had dined with a cardinal, and one that had thrice just missed being pope. But greater honour was in store. One day the cardinal sent for him, and after praising the beauty of his work, took him in his coach to the Vatican, and up a private stair to a luxurious little room with a great oriel window. Here were inkstands, sloping frames for writing on, and all the instruments of art. The cardinal whispered a courtier, and presently the Pope's private secretary appeared with a glorious, grimy old manuscript of Plutarch's Lives. And soon Gerard was seated alone, copying it, awestruck, yet half delighted at the thought that His Holiness would handle his work and read it. The papal inkstands were all glorious externally, but within the ink was vile. But Gerard carried ever good ink, homemade in a dirty little inkhorn. He prayed on his knees for a firm and skilful hand, and set to work. One side of his room was nearly occupied by a massive curtain divided in the centre, but its ample folds overlapped. After a while, Gerard felt drawn to peep through that curtain. He resisted the impulse. It returned, it overpowered him. He left Plutarch, stole across the matted floor, took the folds of the curtain and gently gathered them up with his fingers, and putting his nose through the chink, ran it against a cold steel halbert. Two soldiers, armed cap a pie, were holding their glittering weapons crossed in a triangle. Gerard drew swiftly back, but in that instant he heard the soft murmur of voices and saw a group of persons cringing before some hidden figure. He never repeated his attempt to pry through the guarded curtain, but often eyed it. Every hour or so an ecclesiastic peeped in, eyed him, chilled him, and exit. All this was gloomy and mechanical, but the next day a gentleman richly armed bounced in and glared at him. "What is toward here?" said he. Gerard told him. He was writing out Plutarch with the help of the saints. The spark said he did not know the signor in question. Gerard explained the circumstances of time and space that had deprived the Signor Plutarch of the advantage of the spark's conversation. "Oh, one of those dead old Greeks they keep such a coil about." "Aye, Signor, one of them, who, being dead, yet live." "I understand you not, young man," said the noble, with all the dignity of ignorance. "What did the old fellow write? Love stories?" And his eyes sparkled. "Merry tales like Boccaccio?" "Nay, lives of heroes and sages." "Soldiers and popes?" "Soldiers and princes." "Wilt read me of them some day?" "And willingly, Signor, but what would they say who employ me were I to break off work?" "Oh, never heed that. Know you not who I am? I am Jacques Bonaventura, nephew to His Holiness the Pope, and captain of his guards, and I came here to look after my fellows. I trow they have turned them out of their room for you." Signor Bonaventura then hurried away. This lively companion, however, having acquired a habit of running into that little room and finding Gerard good company, often looked in on him, and chattered ephemeralities while Gerard wrote the immortal lives. One day he came a changed and moody man, and threw himself into the chair, crying, "Ah, traitress, traitress!" Gerard inquired what was his ill. "Traitress, traitress!" was the reply, whereupon Gerard wrote Plutarch. Then says Bonaventura, "I am melancholy, and for Our Lady's sake read me a story out of Ser Plutarcho to soothe my bile. In all that Greek is there naught about lovers betrayed?" Gerard read him the life of Alexander. He got excited, marched about the room, and embracing the reader, vowed to shun soft delights, that bed of nettles, and follow glory. Who so happy now as Gerard? His art was honoured, and fabulous prices paid for it. In a year or two he should return by sea to Holland with good store of money, and set up with his beloved Margaret in Bruges, or Antwerp, or dear Augsburg, and end their days in peace and love and healthy, happy labour. His heart never strayed an instant from her. In his prosperity he did not forget poor Pietro. He took the Fra Colonna to see his picture. The friar inspected it severely and closely, fell on the artist's neck, and carried the picture to one of the Colonnas, who gave a noble price for it. Pietro descended to the first floor, and lived like a gentleman. But Gerard remained in his garret. To increase his expenses would have been to postpone his return to Margaret. Luxury had no charms for the single-hearted one when opposed to love. Jacques Bonaventura made him acquainted with other gay young fellows. They loved him, and sought to entice him into vice and other expenses, but he begged humbly to be excused, so he escaped that temptation. But a greater was behind. End of chapter 59. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 60 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Fra Colonna had the run of the Pope's library, and sometimes left off work at the same hour and walked the city with Gerard, on which occasions the happy artist saw all things en beau, and was wrapped up in the grandeur of Rome and its churches, palaces, and ruins. The friar granted the ruins, but threw cold water on the rest. "This place Rome? It is but the tomb of mighty Rome." He showed Gerard that 20 or 30 feet of the old triumphal arches were underground, and that the modern streets ran over ancient palaces and over the tops of columns, and coupling this with the comparatively narrow limits of the modern city, and the gigantic vestiges of antiquity that peeped above ground here and there, he uttered a somewhat remarkable simile. "I tell thee, this village they call Rome is but as one of those swallows' nests ye shall see built on the eaves of a decayed abbey." "Old Rome must indeed have been fair, then," said Gerard. "Judge for yourself, my son. You see the great sewer, the work of the Romans in their very childhood, and shall outlast Vesuvius. You see the fragments of the Temple of Peace. How would you look could you see also the Capitol, with its 25 temples? But do note this Monte Savello. What is it, an it pleases you, but the ruins of the ancient theatre of Marcellus? And as for Testaccio, one of the highest hills in modern Rome, it is but an ancient dust heap. The women of old Rome flung their broken pots and pans there, and lo, a mountain. Ex pede Herculem, ex ungue Leonem." Gerard listened respectfully, but when the holy friar proceeded by analogy to imply that the moral superiority of the heathen Romans was proportionally grand, he resisted stoutly. "Has then the world lost by Christ his coming?" said he, but blushed, for he felt himself reproaching his benefactor. "Saints forbid," said the friar. "'Twere heresy to say so." And having made this direct concession, he proceeded gradually to evade it by subtle circumlocution, and reached the forbidden door by the spiral back staircase. In the midst of all which they came to a church with a knot of persons in the porch. A demon was being exorcised within. Now Fra Colonna had a way of uttering a curious sort of little moan when things Zeno or Epicurus would not have swallowed were presented to him as facts. This moan conveyed to such as had often heard it not only strong dissent, but pity for human credulity, ignorance, and error, especially, of course, when it blinded men to the merits of pagandom. The friar moaned and said, "Then come away." "Nay, father, prithee, I ne'er saw a divil cast out." The friar accompanied Gerard into the church, but had a good shrug first. There they found the demoniac forced down on his knees before the altar, with a scarf tied round his neck, by which the officiating priest held him like a dog in a chain. Not many persons were present, for fame had put forth that the last demon cast out in that church went no farther than into one of the company, as a coney ferreted out of one burrow runs to the next. When Gerard and the friar came up, the priest seemed to think there were now spectators enough, and began. He faced the demoniac, breviary in hand, and first set himself to learn the individual's name with whom he had to deal. "Come out, Ashtaroth! Ho, ho! It is not you, then! Come out, Belial! Come out, Tatsi! Come out, Isa! No, he trembles not! Come out, Azimoth! Come out, Feriander! Come out, Folletho! Come out, Astima! Come out, Nebel! Aha! What have I found ye? 'Tis thou, thou reptile, at thine old tricks! Let us pray. O Lord, we pray thee to drive the foul fiend Nebel out of this thy creature, out of his hair and his eyes, out of his nose, out of his mouth, out of his ears, out of his gums, out of his teeth, out of his shoulders, out of his arms, legs, loins, stomach, bowels, thighs, knees, calves, feet, ankles, fingernails, toenails, and soul. Amen." The priest then rose from his knees, and turning to the company said with quiet geniality, "Gentles, we have here as obstinate a divil as you may see in a summer day." Then, facing the patient, he spoke to him with great rigour, sometimes addressing the man and sometimes the fiend, and they answered him in turn through the same mouth, now saying that they hated those holy names the priest kept uttering, and now complaining they did feel so bad in their inside. It was the priest who first confounded the victim and the culprit in idea, by pitching into the former, cuffing him soundly, kicking him, and spitting repeatedly in his face. Then he took a candle and lighted it, and turned it down, and burned it till it burned his fingers, when he dropped it double quick, then took the custodial, and showed the patient the corpus domini within, then burned another candle as before, but more cautiously, then spoke civilly to the demoniac in his human character, dismissed him, and received the compliments of the company. "Good father," said Gerard, "how you have their names by heart! Our northern priests have no such exquisite knowledge of the hellish squadrons." "Ay, young man, here we know all their names, and eke their ways, the reptiles. This Nebul is a bitter hard one to hunt out." He then told the company in the most affable way several of his experiences, concluding with his feat of yesterday, when he drove a great hulking fiend out of a woman by her mouth, leaving behind him certain nails and pins and a tuft of his own hair, and cried out in a voice of anguish, "'Tis not thou that conquers me. See that stone on the window sill. Know that the angel Gabriel, coming down to earth, once lighted on that stone. 'Tis that has done my business." The friar moaned. "And you believed him?" "Certes, who but an infidel has discredited a revelation so precise?" "What? Believe the father of lies? That is pushing credulity beyond the age." "Oh, a liar does not always lie." "Ay, doth he, whenever he tells an improbable story to begin, and shows you a holy relic, arms you against the satanic host. Fiends, if any, be not so simple. Shouldst have answered him out of antiquity, Timeo Daneos et dona ferentes. Some blackguard chopped his wife's head off on that stone, young man, you take my word for it." And the friar hurried Gerard away. "Alack, father, I fear you abashed the good priest." "Ay, by Pollux," said the friar with a chuckle, "I blistered him with a single touch of Socratic interrogation. What modern can parry the weapons of antiquity?" One afternoon, when Gerard had finished his day's work, a fine lackey came and demanded his attendance at the Palace Cesarini. He went, and was ushered into a noble apartment, and there was a girl seated in it working on a tapestry. She rose and left the room, and said she would let her mistress know. A good hour did Gerard cool his heels in that great room, and at last he began to fret. These nobles think nothing of a poor fellow's time. However, just as he was making up his mind to slip out and go about his business, the door opened, and a superb beauty entered the room, followed by two maids. It was the young princess of the house of Cesarini. She came in talking rather loudly and haughtily to her dependents, but at sight of Gerard lowered her voice to a very feminine tone, and said, "Are you the writer, Messer?" "I am, signora." "'Tis well." She then seated herself, Gerard and her maids remained standing. "What is your name, good youth?" "Gerard, signora." "Gerard? Body of Bacchus, is that the name of a human creature?" "It is a Dutch name, signora. I was born at Tergoes in Holland." "A harsh name, girls, for so well-favoured a youth. What say you?" The maids assented warmly. "What did I send for him for?" inquired the lady, with lofty languor. "Ah, I remember. Be seated," said Gerardo, "and write me a letter to Ercole Orsini, my lover. At least he says so." Gerard seated himself, took out paper and ink, and looked up to the princess for instructions. She, seated on a much higher chair, almost a throne, looked down at him with eyes equally inquiring. "Well, Gerardo?" "I am ready, your excellence." "Write then." "But I await the words." "And who, think you, is to provide them?" "Who but your grace, whose letter it is to be." "Gramercy, what, you writers, find you not the words? What avails your art without the words? I doubt you are an impostor, Gerardo." "Nay, signora, I am none. I might make shift to put your highness's speech into grammar as well as writing, but I cannot interpret your silence. Therefore speak what is in your heart, and I will empaper it before your eyes." "But there is nothing in my heart, and sometimes I think I have got no heart." "What is in your mind, then?" "But there is nothing in my mind, nor my head neither." "Then why write at all?" "Why, indeed? That is the first word of sense either you or I have spoken, Gerardo. Pestilence seize him! Why writeth he not first? Then I could say nay to this and I to that without an headache. Also, is it a lady's part to say the first word?" "No, signora, the last." "It is well spoken, Gerardo. Ha, ha! Shalt have a gold piece for thy wit. Give me thy purse." And she paid him for the article on the nail, à la moyen âge. Money never yet chilled zeal. Gerard, after getting a gold piece so cheap, felt bound to pull her out of her difficulty if the wit of man might achieve it. "Signorina," said he, "these things are only hard because folk attempt too much, are artificial and labour phrases. But do figure to yourself the signor you love." "I love him not." "Well, then, the signor you love not, seated at this table, and dict to me just what you would say to him." "Well, if he sat there, I should say, 'Go away.'" Gerard, who was flourishing his pen by way of preparation, laid it down with a groan. "And when he was gone," said Floretta, "your highness would say, 'Come back.'" "Like enough, wench. Now silence all, and let me think. He pestered me to write, and I promised, so mine honour is engaged. What lie shall I tell the Gerardo to tell the fool?" And she turned her head away from them, and fell into deep thought, with her noble chin resting on her white hand, half clenched. She was so lovely and statuesque, and looked so inspired with thoughts celestial, as she sat thus impregnating herself with mendacity, that Gerard forgot all except art, and proceeded eagerly to transfer that exquisite profile to paper. He had very nearly finished when the fair statue turned brusquely round and looked at him. "Nay, signora," said he, a little peevishly, "for heaven's sake change not your posture. 'Twas perfect. See, you are nearly finished." All eyes were instantly on the work, and all tongues active. "How like, and done in a minute! Nay, methinks her highness's chin is not quite so. Oh, a touch will make that right. What a pity 'tis not coloured. I'm all for colours. Hang black and white, and her highness hath such a lovely skin. Take away her skin, and half her beauty is lost." "Peace, can you colour?" said Gerardo. "Ay, signorina, I'm a poor hand at oils. There shines my friend Pietro, but in this small way I can tint you to the life, if you have time to waste on such vanity. Call you this vanity? And for time it hangs on me like lead. Send for your colours now, quick this moment, for love of all the saints." "Nay, signorina, I must prepare them. I could come at the same time." "So be it. And you, Floretta, see that he be admitted at all hours. Alack, leave my head, leave my head." "Forgive me, signora. I thought to prepare it at home to receive the colours, but I will leave it. And now let us dispatch the letter." "What letter?" "To the Signor Orsini. And shall I waste my time on such vanity as writing letters, and to that empty creature to whom I am as indifferent as the moon? Nay, not indifferent, for I have just discovered my real sentiments. I hate him and despise him. Girls, I here forbid you once for all to mention that signor's name to me again, else I'll whip you till the blood comes. You know how I can lay on when I'm roused. We do. Then provoke me not to it." And her eye flashed daggers, and she turned to Gerard all instantaneous honey. "Addio, il Gerardo." And Gerard bowed himself out of this velvet tiger's den. He came next day and coloured her, and next he was set to make a portrait of her on a large scale, and then a full-length figure, and he was obliged to set apart 2 hours in the afternoon for drawing and painting this princess, whose beauty and vanity were prodigious, and candidates for a portrait of her numerous. Here the thriving Gerard found a new and fruitful source of income. Margaret seemed nearer and nearer. It was Holy Thursday. No work this day. Fra Colonna and Gerard sat in a window and saw the religious processions. Their number and pious ardour thrilled Gerard with the devotion that now seemed to animate the whole people, lately bent on earthly joys. Presently the Pope came pacing majestically at the head of his cardinals, in a red hat, white cloak, a capuchin of red velvet, and riding a lovely white Neapolitan barb, caparisoned with red velvet, fringed and tasselled with gold. 100 horsemen, armed cap a pie, rode behind him with their lances erected, the butt end resting on the man's thigh. The cardinals went uncovered, all but one, de Medicis, who rode close to the Pope and conversed with him as with an equal. At every 15 steps the Pope stopped a single moment and gave the people his blessing, then on again. Gerard and the friar now came down, and threading some by-streets, reached the portico of one of the 7 churches. It was hung with black, and soon the Pope and cardinals, who had entered the church by another door, issued forth and stood with torches on the steps, separated by barriers from the people. Then a canon read a Latin bull, excommunicating several persons by name, especially such princes as were keeping the church out of any of her temporal possessions. At this awful ceremony Gerard trembled, and so did the people, but 1 or 2 of the cardinals spoiled the effect by laughing unreservedly the whole time. When this was ended, the black cloth was removed, and revealed a gay panoply, and the Pope blessed the people, and ended by throwing his torch among them. So did 2 cardinals. Instantly there was a scramble for the torches. They were fought for and torn in pieces by the candidates, so devoutly that small fragments were gained at the price of black eyes, bloody noses, and burnt fingers, in which hurtling his holiness and sweet withdrew in peace. And now there was a cry, and the crowd rushed to a square where there was a large open stage. Several priests were upon it praying. They rose and with great ceremony donned red gloves. Then one of their number kneeled, and with signs of the lowest reverence drew forth from a shrine a square frame like that of a mirror, and inside was as it were the impression of a face. It was the virum icon, or true impression of our Saviour's face, taken at the very moment of his most mortal agony for us. Received as it was without a grain of doubt, imagine how it moved every Christian heart. The people threw themselves on their faces when the priest raised it on high, and cries of pity were in every mouth, and tears in almost every eye. After a while the people rose, and then the priest went round the platform, showing it for a single moment to the nearest, and at each side loud cries of pity and devotion burst forth. Soon after this the friends fell in with a procession of flagellants, flogging their bare shoulders till the blood ran streaming down, but without a sign of pain in their faces, and many of them laughing and jesting as they lashed. The bystanders, out of pity, offered them wine. They took it, but few drank it. They generally used it to free the tails of the cat, which were hard with clotted blood, and make the next stroke more effective. Most of them were boys, and a young woman took pity on one fair urchin. "Alas, dear child," said she, "why wound thy white skin so?" "Basta," said he, laughing, "'tis for your sins I do it, not for mine." "Hear you that?" said the friar. "Show me the whip that can whip the vanity out of man's heart. The young monkey, how knoweth he that stranger is a sinner more than he?" "Father," said Gerard, "surely this is not to our Lord's mind. He was so pitiful." "Our Lord?" said the friar, crossing himself. "What has he to do with this? This was a custom in Rome 600 years before he was born. The boys used to go through the streets at the Lupercalia flogging themselves, and the married women used to shove in and try to get a blow from the monkey's scourges, for these blows conferred fruitfulness in those days. A foolish trick, this flagellation, but interesting to the bystander, reminds him of the grand old heathen. We are so prone to forget all we owe them." Next they got into one of the 7 churches, and saw the Pope give the Mass. The ceremony was imposing, but again spoiled by the inconsistent conduct of the cardinals and other prelates, who sat about the altar with their hats on, chattering all through the Mass like a flock of geese. The Eucharist in both kinds was tasted by an official before the Pope could venture on it, and this surprised Gerard beyond measure. "Who is that base man, and what doth he there?" "Oh, that is the Preguste, and he tastes the Eucharist by way of precaution. This is the country for poison, and none fall oftener by it than the poor popes." "Alas, so I have heard, but after the miraculous change of the bread and wine to Christ, his body and blood, poison cannot remain. Gone is the bread with all its properties and accidents, gone is the wine." "So says faith, but experience tells another tale. Scores have died in Italy poisoned in the host. And I tell you, father, that were both bread and wine charged with direst poison before his holiness had consecrated them, yet after consecration I would take them both withouten fear." "So would I, but for the fine arts." "What mean you?" "Marry, that I would be as ready to leave the world as thou, were it not for those arts which beautify existence here below, and make it dear to men of sense and education. No, so long as the 9 muses strew my path with roses of learning and art, me may Apollo inspire with wisdom and caution, that, knowing the wiles of my countrymen, I may eat poison neither at God's altar, nor at a friend's table, since wherever I eat it, or drink it, it will assuredly cut short my mortal thread. And I am writing a book, heart and soul in it, The Dream of Polyphilo, the man of many arts, so name not poison to me till that is finished and copied." And now the great bells of St. John Lateran's were rung with a clash at short intervals, and the people hurried thither to see the heads of St. Peter and St. Paul. Gerard and the friar got a good place in the church, and there was a great curtain, and after long and breathless expectation of the people, this curtain was drawn by jerks, and at a height of about 30 feet were 2 human heads with bearded faces that seemed alive. They were shown no longer than the time to say an Ave Maria, and then the curtain drawn. But they were shown in this fashion 3 times. St. Peter's complexion was pale, his face oval, his beard grey and forked, his head crowned with a papal mitre. St. Paul was dark-skinned, with a thick square beard. His face also and head were more square and massive, and full of resolution. Gerard was awestruck. The friar approved after his fashion. "This exhibition of the imagines or waxen effigies of heroes and demigods is a venerable custom, and inciteth the vulgar to virtue by great and invisible examples." "Waxen images? What, are they not the apostles themselves embalmed, or the like?" The friar moaned. They did not exist in the year 800. The great old Roman families always produced at their funerals a series of these imagines, thereby tying past and present history together, and showing the populace the features of far-famed worthies. I can conceive nothing more thrilling or instructive. But then the effigies were portraits made during life or at the hour of death. These of St. Paul and St. Peter are moulded out of pure fancy. "Ah, say not so, father." But the worst is, this humour of showing them up on a shelf, and half in the dark, and by snatches, and with the poor mountebank trick of a drawn curtain. "Quodcunque ostendes mihi sic incredulus odi." Enough. The men of this day are not the men of old. Let us have done with these newfangled mummeries, and go among the Pope's books. There we shall find the wisdom we shall vainly hunt in the streets of modern Rome. And this idea having once taken root, the good friar plunged and tore through the crowd, and looked neither to the right hand nor to the left, till he had escaped the glories of the Holy Week, which had brought 50,000 strangers to Rome, and had got nice and quiet among the dead in the library of the Vatican. Presently, going into Gerard's room, he found a hot dispute afoot between him and Jacques Bonaventura. That spark had come in, all steel from head to toe, doffed helmet, puffed, and railed most scornfully on a ridiculous ceremony at which he and his soldiers had been compelled to attend the Pope, to wit, the blessing of the beasts of burden. Gerard said it was not ridiculous. Nothing a Pope did could be ridiculous. The argument grew warm, and the friar stood grimly neuter, waiting like the stork that ate the frog and the mouse at the close of their combat. to grind them both between the jaws of antiquity, when, lo, the curtain was gently drawn, and there stood a venerable old man in a purple skull-cap, with a beard like white floss silk, looking at them with a kind though feeble smile. "Happy youth," said he, "that can heat itself over such matters." They all fell on their knees. It was the Pope. "Nay, rise, my children," said he, almost peevishly. "I came not into this corner to be in state. How goes Plutarch?" Gerard brought his work, and kneeling on one knee presented it to His Holiness, who had seated himself, the others standing. His Holiness inspected it with interest. "'Tis excellently writ," said he. Gerard's heart beat with delight. "Ah, this Plutarch, he had a wondrous art, Francesco. How each character standeth out alive on his page, how full of nature each, yet how unlike his fellow. Jacques Bonaventura, give me the Signor Boccaccio." His Holiness, "An excellent narrator, Capitano, and writeth exquisite Italian, but in spirit a thought too monotonous. Monks and nuns were never all unchaste. One or two such stories were right pleasant and diverting, but 50 paint his time falsely, and sadden the heart of such as love mankind. Moreover, he hath no skill at characters. Now this Greek is supreme in that great art. He carveth them with pen, and turning his page, see into how real and great a world we enter of war and policy and business, and love in its own place. For with him, as in the great world, men are not all running after a wench. With this great open field compare me not the narrow garden of Boccaccio, and his little mill round of dishonest pleasures. Your Holiness, they say, hath not disdained to write a novel. My Holiness hath done more foolish things than one, whereof it repents too late. When I wrote novels, I little thought to be head of the church. I search in vain for a copy of it to add to my poor library. It is well. Then the strict orders I gave 4 years ago to destroy every copy in Italy have been well discharged. However, for your comfort, on my being made Pope, some fool turned it into French, so that you may read it at the price of exile. Reduced to this strait, we throw ourselves on your Holiness's generosity. Vouchsafe to give us your infallible judgment on it." "Gently, gently, good Francesco. A Pope's novels are not matters of faith. I can but give you my sincere impression. Well, then, the work in question had, as far as I can remember, all the vices of Boccaccio without his choice Italian." Fra Colonna: "Your Holiness is known for slighting Aeneas Sylvius as other men never slighted him. I did him injustice to make you his judge. Perhaps your Holiness will decide more justly between these two boys about blessing the beasts." The Pope demurred. In speaking of Plutarch, he had brightened up for a moment, and his eye had even flashed. But his general manner was as unlike what youthful females expect in a pope as you can conceive. I can only describe it in French: le gentilhomme blasé, a high-bred and highly cultivated gentleman who had done and said and seen and known everything, and whose body was nearly worn out, but double languor seemed to seize him at the father's proposal. "My poor Francesco," said he, "bethink thee that I have had a life of controversy, and I am sick on't, sick as death. Plutarch drew me to this calm retreat, not divinity. Nay, but your Holiness for moderating of strife between two hot young bloods, Macarioi oi Erinoppioi, And know you nature so ill as to think either of these high-mettled youths will reck what a poor old Pope saith?" "Oh, your holiness," broke in Gerard, blushing and gasping, "sure here is one who will treasure your words all his life as words from heaven." "In that case," said the Pope, "I am fairly caught, as Francesco here would say, Hoc est in hostis est enia eluthios." "I came to taste that eloquent heathen, dear to me e'en as to thee, thou Paynim monk, and I must talk divinity, or something next door to it. But the youth hath a good and a winning face, and writeth Greek like an angel. Well then, my children, to comprehend the ways of the Church, we should still rise a little above the earth, since the Church is between heaven and earth, and interprets betwixt them. The question is, then, not how vulgar men feel, but how the common Creator of man and beast doth feel towards the lower animals. This, if we are too proud to search for it in the lessons of the Church, the next best thing is to go to the most ancient history of men and animals. Colonna. Herodotus? Nay, nay, in this matter Herodotus is but a mushroom. Finely were we sped for ancient history, if we depended on your Greeks. Who did but write on the last leaf of that great book, Antiquity?" The friar groaned. Here was a pope uttering heresy against his demigods. "'Tis the Vulgate I speak of, a history that handles matters 3,000 years before him pedants call the father of history." Colonna. "Oh, the Vulgate! I cry your holiness mercy. How you frightened me! I quite forgot the Vulgate." "Forgot it? Art sure thou ever readst it, Francesco mio?" "Not quite, your holiness. 'Tis a pleasure I have long promised myself the first vacant moment. Hitherto these grand old heathen have left me small time for recreation." His holiness. "First, then, you will find in Genesis that God, having created the animals, drew a holy pleasure undefinable by us from contemplating of their beauty. Was it wonderful? See their myriad forms, their lovely hair and eyes, their grace, and of some the power and majesty, the colour of others brighter than roses or rubies. And when for men's sin, not their own, they were destroyed, yet were two of each kind spared. And when the ark and its trembling inmates tumbled solitary on the world of water, then, saith the word, God remembered Noah and the cattle that were with him in the ark. Thereafter God did write his rainbow in the sky as a bond that earth should be flooded no more. And between whom the bond? Between God and man. Nay, between God and man and every living creature of all flesh, or my memory fails me with age. In Exodus, God commanded that the cattle should share the sweet blessing of the one day's rest. Moreover, he forbade to muzzle the ox that trod out the corn. Nay, let the poor overwrought soul snatch a mouthful as he goes his toilsome round. The bulk of the grain shall still be for man. Ye will object, perchance, that St. Paul, commenting this, saith rudely, Doth God care for oxen? Verily, had I been Peter, instead of the humblest of his successors, I had answered him, Drop thy theatrical poets, Paul, and read the Scriptures. Then shalt thou know whether God careth only for men and sparrows, or for all his creatures. O Paul, had I made bold to say, think not to learn God by looking into Paul's heart, nor any heart of man, but study that which he hath revealed concerning himself. Thrice he forbade the Jews to boil the kid in his mother's milk. Not that this is cruelty, but want of thought and gentle sentiments, and so paves the way for downright cruelty. A prophet riding on an ass did meet an angel. Which of these two, Paulo Judice, hath seen the heavenly spirit? Marry, the prophet. But it was not so. The man, his vision cloyed with sin, saw naught. The poor despised creature saw all. Nor is this recorded as miraculous. Poor proud things, we overrate ourselves. The angel had slain the prophet and spared the ass, but for that creature's clearer vision of essences divine. He said so, methinks, but in sooth I read it many years agone. Why did God spare repentant Nineveh? Because in that city were 60,000 children, besides much cattle. Profane history and vulgar experience add their might of witness. The cruel to animals end in cruelty to man, and strange and violent deaths, marked with retribution's bloody finger, have in all ages fallen from heaven on such as wantonly harm innocent beasts. This I myself have seen. All this duly weighed, and seeing that, despite this Francesco's friends, the Stoics, who in their vanity say the creatures all subsist for man's comfort, there be snakes and scorpions which kill dominum terra with a nip, mosquitoes which eat him piecemeal, and tigers and sharks which crack him like an almond. We do well to be grateful to these true, faithful, patient, four-footed friends, which, in lieu of powdering us, put forth their strength to relieve our toils, and do feed us like mothers from their gentle dugs. Methinks, then, the Church is never more divine than in this benediction of our four-footed friends, which has revolted you, great theological authority, the captain of the Pope's guards. Since here she inculcates humility and gratitude, and rises towards the level of the mind divine, and interprets God to man, God the Creator, parent and friend of man and beast. But all this, young gentles, you will please to receive, not as delivered by the Pope ex cathedra, but uttered carelessly in a free hour by an aged clergyman. On that score, you will perhaps do well to entertain it with some little consideration, for old age must surely bring a man somewhat in return for his digestion, his dura puerorum ilia, Francesco, which it carries away. Such was the purport of the Pope's discourse, but the manner high-bred, languid, kindly, and free from all tone of dictation. He seemed to be gently probing the matter in concert with his hearers, not playing Sir Oracle. At the bottom of all, which was doubtless a slight touch of humbug. But the humbug that embellishes life, and all sense of it was lost in the subtle Italian grace of the thing. "I seem to hear the oracle of Delphi," said Fra Colonna enthusiastically. "I call that good sense," shouted Jacques Bonaventura. "Oh, Captain, good sense?" said Gerard, with a deep and tender reproach. The Pope smiled on Gerard. Cavil not at words. That was an unheard-of concession from a rival theologian. He then asked for all Gerard's work, and took it away in his hand. But before going, he gently pulled Fra Colonna's ear, and asked him whether he remembered when they were schoolfellows together, and robbed the Virgin by the roadside of the money dropped into her box. You took a flat stick and applied bird-lime to the top, and drew the money out through the chink. "You rogue," said His Holiness severely. "To every signor his own honour," replied Fra Colonna. "It was your Holiness's good wit invented the manoeuvre. I was but the humble instrument." "It is well. Doubtless you know 'twas sacrilege, of the first water, but I did it in such good company, it troubles me not." "I have not even that poor consolation. What did we spend it on, dost mind?" "Can your holiness ask? Why, sugar plums." "What, all on't?" "Every doit." "These are delightful reminiscences, my Francesco. Alas, I am getting old. I shall not be here long, and I am sorry for it for thy sake. They will go and burn thee when I am gone. Art far more a heretic than Huss, whom I saw burned with these eyes, and oh, he died like a martyr." "Ay, your holiness, but I believe in the Pope, and Huss did not." "Fox, they will not burn thee. Wood is too dear. Adieu, old playmate. Adieu, young gentlemen. An old man's blessing be on you." That afternoon the Pope's secretary brought Gerard a little bag. In it were several gold pieces. He added them to his store. Margaret seemed nearer and nearer. For some time past, too, it appeared as if the fairies had watched over him. Baskets of choice provisions and fruits were brought to his door by porters who knew not who had employed them, or affected ignorance, and one day came a jewel in a letter, but no words. End of chapter 60. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 61 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Princess Cloelia ordered a full-length portrait of herself. Gerard advised her to employ his friend Pietro Vannucci, but she declined. "'Twill be time to put a slight on the Gerardo when his work discontents me." Then Gerard, who knew he was an excellent draftsman, but not so good a colourist, begged her to stand to him as a Roman statue. He showed her how closely he could mimic marble on paper. She consented at first, but demurred when this enthusiast explained to her that she must wear the tunic, toga, and sandals of the ancients. "Why, I had as lieve be presented in my smock," said she, with medieval frankness. "Alack, signorina," said Gerard, "you have surely never noted the ancient habit, so free, so ample, so simple, yet so noble, and most becoming your highness, to whom heaven hath given the Roman features, and eke a shapely arm and hand, his in modern guise." "What, can you flatter like the rest, Gerardo? Well, give me time to think on't. Come o' Saturday, and then I will say aye or nay." The respite thus gained was passed in making the tunic and toga, etc., and trying them on in her chamber to see whether they suited her style of beauty well enough to compensate their being 1,000 years out of date. Gerard, hurrying along to this interview, was suddenly arrested and rooted to earth at a shop window. His quick eye had discerned in that window a copy of Lactantius lying open. "That is fairly writ, anyway," thought he. He eyed it a moment more with all his eyes. It was not written at all. It was printed. Gerard groaned. "I am sped. Mine enemy is at the door. The press is in Rome." He went into the shop and, affecting nonchalance, inquired how long the printing press had been in Rome. The man said he believed there was no such thing in the city. "Oh, the Lactantius. That was printed on the top of the Apennines." "What? Did the printing press fall down there out of the moon?" "Nay, Messer," said the trader, laughing. "It shot up there out of Germany. See the title page." Gerard took the Lactantius eagerly and saw the following: "Opera et impensis Swenheim et Panarts alumnorum Johannes Fust impressum Subiacis A.D. 1465. "Will ye buy, Messer? See how fair and even be the letters. Few are left can write like that, and scarce a quarter of the price." "I would fain have it," said Gerard sadly, "but my heart will not let me. Know that I am a calligraph, and these disciples of Fust run after me round the world a taking the bread out of my mouth. But I wish them no ill, heaven forbid." And he hurried from the shop. "Dear Margaret," said he to himself, "we must lose no time. We must make our hay while shines the sun. 1 month more, and an avalanche of printers' type shall roll down on Rome from those Apennines, and lay us waste that writers be." And he almost ran to the Princess Clélia. He was ushered into an apartment new to him. It was not very large, but most luxurious. A fountain played in the centre, and the floor was covered with the skins of panthers, dressed with the hair, so that no footfall could be heard. The room was an antechamber to the princess's boudoir, for on one side there was no door, but an ample curtain of gorgeous tapestry. Here Gerard was left alone till he became quite uneasy, and doubted whether the maid had not shown him to the wrong place. These doubts were agreeably dissipated. A light step came swiftly behind the curtain. It parted in the middle, and there stood a figure the heathens might have worshipped. It was not quite Venus, nor quite Minerva, but between the two, nobler than Venus, more womanly than Jupiter's daughter. Toga, tunic, sandals, nothing was modern, and as for beauty, that is of all times. Gerard started up, and all the artist in him flushed with pleasure. "Oh!" he cried innocently, and gazed in rapture. This added the last charm to his model. A light blush tinted her cheeks, and her eyes brightened, and her mouth smiled with delicious complacency at this genuine tribute to her charms. When they had looked at one another some time, and she saw Gerard's eloquence was confined to ejaculating and gazing, she spoke. "Well, Gerardo, thou seest I have made myself an antique monster for thee." "A monster? I doubt Fra Colonna would fall down and adore your highness, seeing you so habited." "Nay, I care not to be adored by an old man. I would liever be loved by a young one, of my own choosing." Gerard took out his pencils, arranged his canvas, which he had covered with stout paper, and set to work, and so absorbed was he that he had no mercy on his model. At last, after near an hour in one posture, "Gerardo," said she faintly, "I can stand so no more, even for thee." "Sit down and rest a while, signora." "I thank thee," said she, and sinking into a chair, turned pale and sighed. Gerard was alarmed, and saw also he had been inconsiderate. He took water from the fountain and was about to throw it in her face, but she put up a white hand deprecatingly. "Nay, hold it to my brow with thine hand. Prithee, do not fling it at me." Gerard, timidly and hesitating, applied his wet hand to her brow. "Ah," she sighed, "that is reviving. Again." He applied it again. She thanked him and asked him to ring a little handbell on the table. He did so, and a maid came and was sent to Floretta with orders to bring a large fan. Floretta speedily came with the fan. She no sooner came near the princess than that lady's high-bred nostrils suddenly expanded like a blood-horse's. "Wretch!" said she, and rising up with a sudden return to vigour, seized Floretta with her left hand, twisted it in her hair, and with the right hand boxed her ears severely 3 times. Floretta screamed and blubbered, but obtained no mercy. The antique toga left quite disengaged a bare arm that now seemed as powerful as it was beautiful. It rose and fell like the piston of a modern steam engine, and heavy slaps resounded one after another on Floretta's shoulders. The last one drove her sobbing and screaming through the curtain, and there she was heard crying bitterly for some time after. "Saints of heaven!" cried Gerard, "what is amiss? What has she done?" "She knows right well 'tis not the first time, the nasty toad. I'll learn her to come to me stinking of the musk-cat." "Alas, signora, 'twas a small fault, methinks." "A small fault? Nay, 'twas a foul fault," she added, with an amazing sudden descent to humility and sweetness. "Are you wroth with me for beating her, Gerardo?" "Signora, it ill becomes me to school you, but methinks such as heaven appoints to govern others should govern themselves." "That is true, Gerardo. How wise you are to be so young." She then called the other maid and gave her a little purse. "Take that to Floretta, and tell her that Gerardo hath interceded for her, and so I must needs forgive her. There, Gerardo." Gerard coloured all over at the compliment, but not knowing how to turn a phrase equal to the occasion, asked her if he should resume her picture. "Not yet. Beating that hussy hath somewhat breathed me. I'll sit a while, and you shall talk to me. I know you can talk, and it pleases you, as rarely as you draw." "That were easily done." "Do it then, Gerardo." Gerard was taken aback. "But, signora, I know not what to say. This is sudden." "Say your real mind. Say you wish you were anywhere but here." "Nay, signora, that would not be sooth. I wish one thing, though." "Ay, and what is that?" said she gently. "I wish I could have drawn you as you were beating that poor lass. You were awful, yet lovely. Oh, what a subject for a pythoness!" "Alas, he thinks but of his art. And why keep such a coil about my beauty, Gerardo? You are far fairer than I am. You are more like Apollo than I to Venus. Also, you have lovely hair and lovely eyes, but you know not what to do with them." "Aye, do I? To draw you, signora." "Ah, yes, you can see my features with them, but you cannot see what any Roman gallant had seen long ago in your place. Yet sure you must have noted how welcome you are to me, Gerardo." "I can see your highness is always passing kind to me, a poor stranger like me." "No, I am not, Gerardo. I have often been cold to you, rude sometimes, and you are so simple you see not the cause. Alas, I feared for my own heart. I feared to be your slave, I who have hitherto made slaves. Ah, Gerardo, I am unhappy. Ever since you came here, I have lived upon your visits. The day you are to come, I am bright. The other days I am listless and wish them fled. You are not like the Roman gallants. You make me hate them. You are 10 times braver to my eye, and you are wise and scholarly, and never flatter and lie. I scorn a man that lies. Gerardo, teach me thy magic. Teach me to make thee as happy by my side as I am still by thine. As she poured out these strange words, the princess's mellow voice sunk almost to a whisper, and trembled with half-suppressed passion, and her white hand stole timidly yet earnestly down Gerard's arm, till it rested like a soft bird upon his wrist, and as ready to fly away at a word. Destitute of vanity and experience, wrapped up in his Margaret and his art, Gerard had not seen this revelation coming, though it had come by regular and visible gradations. He blushed all over. His innocent admiration of the regal beauty that besieged him did not for a moment displace the absent Margaret's image. Yet it was regal beauty, and wooing with a grace and tenderness he had never even figured in imagination. How to check her without wounding her? He blushed and trembled. The siren saw and encouraged him. "Poor Gerardo," she murmured, "fear not. None shall ever harm thee under my wing. Wilt not speak to me, Gerardo mio?" "Signora," muttered Gerard deprecatingly. At this moment his eye, lowered in his confusion, fell on the shapely white arm and delicate hand that curled round his elbow like a tender vine, and it flashed across him how he had just seen that lovely limb employed on Floretta. He trembled and blushed. "Alas," said the princess, "I scare him. Am I then so very terrible? Is it my Roman robe? I'll doff it, and habit me as when thou first camest to me. Mindest thou? 'Twas to write a letter to yon barren knight, Ercole d'Orsini. Shall I tell thee? 'Twas the sight of thee and thy pretty ways and thy wise words made me hate him on the instant. I liked the fool well enough before, or wist I liked him. Tell me now, how many times hast thou been here since then? Ah, thou knowest not, lovest me not, I doubt, as I love thee. 18 times, Gerardo, and each time dearer to me. The day thou comest not, 'tis night, not day to Cloelia. Alas, I speak for both. Cruel boy, am I not worth a word? Hast every day a princess at thy feet? Nay, prithee, speak to me, Gerardo." "Signora," faltered Gerard, "what can I say that were not better left unsaid? O evil day that ever I came here!" "Ah, say not so. 'Twas the brightest day ever shone on me, or indeed on thee. I'll make thee confess so much ere long, ungrateful one." "Your Highness," began Gerard in a low, pleading voice. "Call me Cloelia, Gerardo." "Signora, I am too young and too little wise to know how I ought to speak to you, so as not to seem blind nor yet ungrateful. But this I know, I were both naught and ungrateful, and the worst foe e'er you had, did I take advantage of this mad fancy. Sure some ill spirit hath had leave to afflict you withal. For 'tis all unnatural that a princess adorned with every grace should abase her affections on a churl." The princess withdrew her hand slowly from Gerard's wrist. Yet as it passed lightly over his arm, it seemed to linger a moment at parting. "You fear the daggers of my kinsmen," said she, half sadly, half contemptuously. "No more than I fear the bodkins of your women," said Gerard haughtily, "but I fear God and the saints, and my own conscience." "The truth, Gerardo, the truth. Hypocrisy sits awkwardly on thee. Princesses, while they are young, are not despised for love of God, but of some other woman. Tell me whom thou lovest, and if she is worthy of thee, I will forgive thee." "No she in Italy, upon my soul." "Ah, there is one somewhere, then. Where?" "In Holland, my native country." "Ah, Marie de Bourgogne is fair, they say, yet she is but a child." "Princess, she I love is not noble. She is as I am, nor is she so fair as thou, yet is she fair, and linked to my heart forever by her virtues, and by all the dangers and griefs we have borne together, and for one another. Forgive me, but I would not wrong my Margaret for all the highest dames in Italy." The slighted beauty started to her feet, and stood opposite him, as beautiful, but far more terrible than when she slapped Floretta, for then her cheeks were red, but now they were pale, and her eyes full of concentrated fury. "This to my face, unmannered wretch!" she cried. "Was I born to be insulted as well as scorned by such as thou? Beware, we nobles brook no rivals. Bethink thee whether is better the love of a Cesarini or her hate. For after all I have said and done to thee, it must be love or hate between us, and to the death. Choose now." He looked up at her with wonder and awe as she stood towering over him in her Roman toga, offering this strange alternative. He seemed to have affronted a goddess of antiquity, he a poor puny mortal. He sighed deeply, but spoke not. Perhaps something in his deep and patient sigh touched a tender chord in that ungoverned creature, or perhaps the time had come for one passion to ebb and another to flow. The princess sank languidly into her seat, and the tears began to steal rapidly down her cheeks. "Alas, alas!" said Gerard. "Weep not, sweet lady, your tears they do accuse me, and I am like to weep for company. My kind patron, be yourself. You will live to see how much better a friend I was to you than I seemed." "I see it now, Gerardo," said the princess. "Friend is the word, the only word can ever pass between us twain. I was mad. Any other man had ta'en advantage of my folly. You must teach me to be your friend, and nothing more." Gerard hailed this proposition with joy, and told her out of Cicero how godlike a thing was friendship, and how much better and rarer and more lasting than love. To prove to her he was capable of it, he even told her about Denis and himself. She listened with her eyes half shut, watching his words to fathom his character and learn his weak point. At last she addressed him, calmly, thus: "Leave me now, Gerardo, and come as usual tomorrow. You will find your lesson well bestowed." She held out her hand to him. He kissed it, and went away pondering deeply this strange interview, and wondering whether he had done prudently or not. The next day he was received with marked distance, and the princess stood before him literally like a statue, and after a very short sitting excused herself and dismissed him. Gerard felt the chilling difference, but said to himself, "She is wise." So she was in her way. The next day he found the princess waiting for him, surrounded by young nobles flattering her to the skies. She and they treated him like a dog that could do one little trick they could not. The cavaliers in particular criticised his work with a mass of ignorance and insolence combined that made his cheeks burn. The princess watched his face demurely with half-closed eyes at each sting the insects gave him, and when they had fled, had her doors closed against every one of them for their pains. The next day Gerard found her alone, cold and silent. After standing to him so some time, she said, "You treated my company with less respect than became you." "Did I, Signora?" "Did you? You fired up at the comments they did you the honour to make on your work." "Nay, I said naught," observed Gerard. "Oh, high looks speak as plain as high words. Your cheeks were red as blood." "I was nettled a moment at seeing so much ignorance and ill nature together." "Now it is me, their hostess, you affront. Forgive me, Signora, and acquit me of design. It would ill become me to affront the kindest patron and friend I have in Rome but one." "How humble we are all of a sudden!" "In sooth, Ser Gerardo, you are a capital feigner. You can insult or truckle at will." "Truckle? To whom?" "To me, for one. To one whom you affronted for a base-born girl like yourself, but whose patronage you claim all the same." Gerard rose and put his hand to his heart. "These are biting words, Signora. Have I really deserved them?" "Oh, what are words to an adventurer like you? Cold steel is all you fear." "I am no swashbuckler, yet I have met steel with steel, and methinks I had rather face your kinsmen's swords than your cruel tongue, lady. Why do you use me so?" "Gerardo, for no good reason, but because I am wayward and shrewish and cursed, and because everybody admires me but you." "I admire you too, Signora. Your friends may flatter you more, but believe me, they have not the eye to see half your charms. Their babble yesterday showed me that. None admire you more truly, or wish you better, than the poor artist who might not be your lover, but hoped to be your friend. But no, I see that may not be between one so high as you and one so low as I." "Ay, but it shall, Gerardo," said the princess eagerly. "I will not be so cursed. Tell me now where abides thy Margaret, and I will give thee a present for her, and on that you and I will be friends." "She is a daughter of a physician called Peter, and they bide at Sevenbergen. Ah me, shall I e'er see it again?" "'Tis well. Now go." And she dismissed him somewhat abruptly. Poor Gerard! He began to wade in deep waters when he encountered this Italian princess. Calida et calida salis filia. He resolved to go no more when once he had finished her likeness. Indeed, he now regretted having undertaken so long and laborious a task. This resolution was shaken for a moment by his next reception, which was all gentleness and kindness. After standing to him some time in her toga, she said she was fatigued and wanted his assistance in another way. Would he teach her to draw a little? He sat down beside her and taught her to make easy lines. He found her wonderfully apt. He said so. I had a teacher before thee, Gerardo, ay, and one as handsome as thyself." She then went to a drawer and brought out several heads drawn with a complete ignorance of the art, but with great patience and natural talent. They were all heads of Gerard, and full of spirit, and really not unlike. One was his very image. "There," said she, "now thou seest who was my teacher." "Not I, Signora." "What? Know you not who teaches us women to do all things? 'Tis love, Gerardo. Love made me draw because thou drawest, Gerardo. Love prints thine image in my bosom. My fingers touch the pen, and love supplies the want of art. And lo, thy beloved features lie upon the paper." Gerard opened his eyes with astonishment at this return to an interdicted topic. "Oh, Signora, you promised me to be friends and nothing more." She laughed in his face. "How simple you are, who believes a woman promising nonsense, impossibilities. Friendship, foolish boy, who ever built that temple on red ashes? Nay, Gerardo," she added gloomily, "between thee and me it must be love or hate." "Which you will, Signora," said Gerard firmly. "But for me, I will neither love nor hate you, but with your permission I will leave you." And he rose abruptly. She rose too, pale as death, and said, "Ere thou leavest me so, know thy fate. Outside that door are armed men who wait to slay thee at a word from me." "But you will not speak that word, Signora." "That word I will speak. Nay, more, I shall noise it abroad. It was for proffering brutal love to me thou wert slain, and I will send a special messenger to Sevenbergen, a cunning messenger, well taught his lesson. Thy Margaret shall know thee dead, and think thee faithless. Now go to thy grave, a dog's, for a man thou art not." Gerard turned pale and stood dumb-stricken. "God have mercy on us both." "Nay, have thou mercy on her and on thyself. She will never know in Holland what thou dost in Rome, unless I be driven to tell her my tale. Come, yield thee, Gerardo mio. What will it cost thee to say thou lovest me? I ask thee but to feign it handsomely. Thou art young. Die not for the poor pleasure of denying a lady what? The shadow of a heart? Who will shed a tear for thee? I shall tell thee men will laugh, not weep over thy tombstone. Ah!" She ended in a little scream, for Gerard threw himself in a moment at her feet, and poured out in one torrent of eloquence the story of his love and Margaret's, how he had been imprisoned, hunted with bloodhounds for her, driven to exile for her, how she had shed her blood for him, and now pined at home, how he had walked through Europe environed by perils, torn by savage brutes, attacked by furious men with sword and axe and trap, robbed, shipwrecked for her. The princess trembled and tried to get away from him, but he held her robe and he clung to her. He made her hear his pitiful story and Margaret's. He caught her hand and clasped it between both his, and his tears fell fast on her hand as he implored her to think on all the woes of the true lovers she would part. And what but remorse, swift and lasting, could come of so deep a love betrayed, and so false a love feigned, with mutual hatred lurking at the bottom? In such moments none ever resisted Gerard. The princess, after in vain trying to get away from him, for she felt his power over her, began to waver and sigh, and her bosom to rise and fall tumultuously. and her fiery eyes to fill. "You conquer me," she sobbed. "You are my better angel. Leave Rome." I will. If you breathe a word of my folly, it will be your last. Think not so poorly of me. You are my benefactress once more. Is it for me to slander you? Go. I will send you the means. I know myself, if you cross my path again, I shall kill you. Addio. My heart is broken. She touched her bell. "Floretta," said she, in a choked voice, "take him safe out of the house, through my chamber, and by the side postern." He turned at the door. She was leaning with one hand on a chair, crying with averted head. Then he thought only of her kindness, and ran back and kissed her robe. She never moved. Once clear of the house, he darted home, thanking heaven for his escape, soul and body. "Landlady," said he, "there is one who would pick a quarrel with me. What is to be done?" "Strike him first, and at vantage. Get behind him, and then draw." "Alas, I lack your Italian courage. To be serious, 'tis a noble. O holy saints, that is another matter. Change thy lodging a while, and keep snug, and alter the fashion of thy habits." She then took him to her own niece, who let lodgings at some little distance, and installed him there. He had little to do now, and no princess to draw, so he set himself resolutely to read that deed of Floris Brandt, from which he had hitherto been driven by the abominably bad writing. He mastered it, and saw at once that the loan on this land must have been paid over and over again by the rents, and that Giesbrecht was keeping Peter Brandt out of his own. "Fool not to have read this before!" he cried. He hired a horse and rode down to the nearest port. A vessel was to sail for Amsterdam in 4 days. He took a passage and paid a small sum to secure it. "The land is too full of cutthroats for me," said he, "and 'tis lovely fair weather for the sea. Our Dutch skippers are not shipwrecked like these bungling Italians." When he returned home, there sat his old landlady with her eyes sparkling. "You are in luck, my young master," said she. "All the fish run to your net this day, methinks. See what a lackey hath brought to our house, this bill and this bag." Gerard broke the seals and found it full of silver crowns. The letter contained a mere slip of paper with this line cut out of some manuscript: "La lingua non ha osso, ma fa rompere il dosso." "Fear me not," said Gerard aloud. "I'll keep mine between my teeth." "What is that?" "Oh, nothing. Am I not happy, dame? I am going back to my sweetheart with money in one pocket and land in the other." And he fell to dancing round her. "Well," said she, "I trow nothing could make you happier." "Nothing except to be there." "Well, that is a pity, for I thought to make you a little happier with a letter from Holland." "A letter for me? Where? How? Who brought it? Oh, dame!" "A stranger, a painter with a reddish face and an outlandish name. Anselmin, I trow." "Hans Memling, a friend of mine, God bless him." "Aye, that's it, Anselmin. He could scarce speak a word, but I had the wit to name thee. And a puts the letter down, and a nods and smiles, and I nods and smiles, and gives him a pint of wine, and it went down him like a spoonful. That is Hans, honest Hans. Oh, dame, I am in luck to-day, but I deserve it. For I care not if I tell you, I have just overcome a great temptation for dear Margaret's sake." "Who is she?" "Nay, I'd have my tongue cut out sooner than betray her, but oh, it was a temptation. Gratitude pushing me wrong, beauty almost divine pulling me wrong, curses, reproaches, and hardest of all to resist, gentle tears from eyes used to command. Sure some saint helped me, Anthony belike, but my reward is come. Aye, is it, lad, and no farther off than my pocket. Come out, Gerard's reward," and she brought a letter out of her capacious pocket. Gerard threw his arm round her neck and hugged her. "My best friend," said he, "my second mother, I'll read it to you." "Aye, do." "Alas, it is not from Margaret. This is not her hand." And he turned it about. "Alack, but maybe her bill is within. The lasses are aye for gliding in their bills under cover of another hand." "True, whose hand is this? Sure I have seen it. I trow it is my dear friend the Demoiselle Van Eyck. Oh, then Margaret's bill will be inside." He tore it open. "Nay, 'tis all in one writing. Gerard, my well-beloved son, she never called me that before, that I mind. This letter brings thee heavy news from one who would liever send thee joyful tidings. Know that Margaret Brandt died in these arms on Thursday se'nnight last." What does the doting old woman mean by that? The last word on her lips was Gerard. She said, "Tell him I prayed for him at my last hour, and bid him pray for me." She died very comfortable, and I saw her laid in the earth, for her father was useless, as you shall know. So no more at present from her that is with sorrowing heart thy loving friend and servant, Margaret Van Eyck. Aye, that is her signature, sure enough. Now what do you think of that, dame? Cried Gerard with a grating laugh. There is a pretty letter to send to a poor fellow so far from home. But it is right heinous I blame for humouring the old woman and letting her do it. As for the old woman herself, she dotes, she has lost her head, she is fourscore. Oh, my heart, I'm choking. For all that, she ought to be locked up, or her hands tied. Say this had come to a fool. Say I was idiot enough to believe this. Know ye what I should do? Run to the top of the highest church tower in Rome and fling myself off it, cursing heaven. Woman, woman, what are you doing? And he seized her rudely by the shoulder. What are ye weeping for? He cried, in a voice all unlike his own, and loud and hoarse as a raven. Would ye scald me to death with your tears? She believes it, she believes it. Ah, 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 then there is no God. The poor woman sighed and rocked herself. And must be the one to bring it thee all smiling and smirking. I could kill myself for it. Death spares none, she sobbed. Death spares none. Gerard staggered against the window-sill. But he is master of death, he groaned, or they have taught me a lie. I begin to fear there is no God, and the saints are but dead bones, and hell is master of the world. My pretty Margaret, my sweet, my loving Margaret, the best daughter, the truest lover, the pride of Holland, the darling of the world. It is a lie. Where is this caitiff Hans? I'll hunt him round the town. I'll cram his murdering falsehood down his throat. And he seized his hat and ran furiously about the streets for hours. Towards sunset he came back, white as a ghost. He had not found Memling, but his poor mind had had time to realize the woman's simple words. The death spares none. He crept into the house, bent and feeble as an old man, and refused all food. Nor would he speak, but sat white, with great staring eyes, muttering at intervals, "There is no God." Alarmed both on his account and on her own, for he looked a desperate maniac, his landlady ran for her aunt. The good dame came, and the two women, braver together, sat one on each side of him, and tried to soothe him with kind and consoling voices, but he heeded them no more than the chairs they sat on. Then the younger held a crucifix out before him to aid her. "Maria, Mother of Heaven, comfort him," they sighed, but he sat glaring, deaf to all external sounds. Presently, without any warning, he jumped up, struck the crucifix rudely out of his way with a curse, and made a headlong dash at the door. The poor women shrieked, but ere he reached the door, something seemed to them to draw him up straight by his hair and twirl him round like a top. He whirled twice round with arms extended, then fell like a dead log upon the floor with blood trickling from his nostrils and ears. End of chapter 61. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 62 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Gerard returned to consciousness and to despair. On the second day, he was raving with fever on the brain. On a table hard by lay his rich auburn hair, long as a woman's. The deadlier symptoms succeeded one another rapidly. On the fifth day his leech retired and gave him up. On the sunset of that same day he fell into a deep sleep. Some said he would wake only to die, but an old gossip whose opinion carried weight, she had been a professional nurse, declared that his youth might save him yet, could he sleep 12 hours. On this his old landlady cleared the room and watched him alone. She vowed a wax candle to the Virgin for every hour he should sleep. He slept 12 hours. The good soul rejoiced and thanked the Virgin on her knees. He slept 24 hours. His kind nurse began to doubt. At the 30th hour she sent for the woman of art. 30 hours! Shall we wake him? The other inspected him closely for some time. His breath is even, his hand moist. I know there be learned leeches would wake him to look at his tongue, and be none the wiser, but we that be women should have the sense to let bonne nature alone. When did sleep ever harm the racked brain or the torn heart? When he had been 48 hours asleep, it got wind, and they had much ado to keep the curious out. But they admitted only Fra Colonna and his friend the gigantic Fra Jerome. These two relieved the women and sat silent, the former eyeing his young friend with tears in his eyes. The latter, with beads in his hand, looked as calmly on him as he had on the sea when Gerard and he had encountered it hand to hand. At last, I think it was about the 60th hour of this strange sleep, the landlady touched Fra Colonna with her elbow. He looked. Gerard had opened his eyes as gently as if he had been but dozing. He stared. He drew himself up a little in bed. He put his hand to his head and found his hair was gone. He noticed his friend Colonna and smiled with pleasure. But in the middle of smiling, his face stopped, and was convulsed in a moment with anguish unspeakable, and he uttered a loud cry and turned his face to the wall. His good landlady wept at this. She had known what it is to awake bereaved. Fra Jerome recited canticles and prayers from his breviary. Gerard rolled himself in the bedclothes. Fra Colonna went to him and, whimpering, reminded him that all was not lost. The divine muses were immortal. He must transfer his affection to them. They would never betray him, nor fail him like creatures of clay. The good, simple father then hurried away, for he was overcome by his emotion. Fra Jerome remained behind. "Young man," said he, "the muses exist but in the brains of pagans and visionaries. The Church alone gives repose to the heart on earth, and happiness to the soul hereafter. Hath earth deceived thee? Hath passion broken thy heart after tearing it? The Church opens her arms. Consecrate thy gifts to her. The Church is peace of mind." He spoke these words solemnly at the door, and was gone as soon as they were uttered. "The Church!" cried Gerard, rising furiously and shaking his fist after the friar. "Malediction on the Church! But for the Church I should not lie broken here, and she lie cold, cold, cold in Holland. Oh, my Margaret, oh, my darling, and I must run from thee the few months thou hadst to live. Cruel, cruel! The monsters, they let her die. Death comes not without some signs. These the blind, selfish wretches saw not, or recked not, but I had seen them, I that love her. Oh, had I been there, I had saved her, Idiot, idiot, to leave her for a moment." He wept bitterly a long time. Then, suddenly bursting into rage again, he cried vehemently, "The Church, for whose sake I was driven from her! My malison beyond the Church, and the hypocrites that name it, to my broken heart. Accursed be the world! Gisbrecht lives, Margaret dies. Thieves, murderers, harlots live forever. Only angels die. Curse life, curse death, and whosoever made them what they are." The friar did not hear these mad and wicked words, but only the yell of rage with which they were flung after him. It was as well, for if he had heard them, he would have had his late shipmate burned in the Forum with as little hesitation as he would have roasted a kid. His old landlady, who had accompanied Fra Colonna down the stair, heard the raised voice and returned in some anxiety. She found Gerard putting on his clothes and crying. She remonstrated. "What avails my lying here?" said he gloomily. "Can I find here that which I seek?" "Saints preserve us, is he distraught again? What seek ye?" "Oblivion." "Oblivion, my little heart? Oh, but you're young to talk so." "Young or old, what else have I to live for?" He put on his best clothes. The good dame remonstrated. "My pretty Gerard, know that it is Tuesday, not Sunday." "Oh, Tuesday is it? I thought it had been Saturday. Nay, thou hast slept long. Thou never wearest thy brave clothes on working days. Consider. What I did when she lived, I did. Now I shall do whatever erst I did not. The past is the past. There lies my hair, and with it my way of life. I have served one master as well as I could. You see my reward. Now I'll serve another, and give him a fair trial too." "Alas!" sighed the woman, turning pale. "What mean these dark words? And what new master is this whose service thou wouldst try?" "Satan!" And with this horrible declaration on his lips, the miserable creature walked out with his cap and feather set jauntily on one side, and feeble limbs, and a sinister face pale as ashes, and all drawn down as if by age. End of chapter 62. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 63 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. His pure and unrivalled love for Margaret had been his polar star. It was quenched, and he drifted on the gloomy sea of no hope. Nor was he a prey to despair alone, but to exasperation at all his self-denial, fortitude, perils, virtue, wasted and worse than wasted, for it kept burning and stinging him that, had he stayed lazily, selfishly at home, he should have saved his Margaret's life. These two poisons, raging together in his young blood, maddened and demoralized him. He rushed fiercely into pleasure, and in those days, even more than now, pleasure was vice. Wine, women, gambling, whatever could procure him an hour's excitement and a moment's oblivion. He plunged into these things as men tired of life have rushed among the enemy's bullets. The large sums he had put by for Margaret gave him ample means for debauchery, and he was soon the leader of those loose companions he had hitherto kept at a distance. His heart deteriorated along with his morals. He sulked with his old landlady for thrusting gentle advice and warning on him, and finally removed to another part of the town to be clear of remonstrance and reminiscences. When he had carried this game on some time, his hand became less steady, and he could no longer write to satisfy himself. Moreover, his patience declined as the habits of pleasure grew on him, so he gave up that art and took likenesses in colours. But this he neglected whenever the idle rakes, his companions, came for him, and so he dived in foul waters, seeking that sorry oyster shell, oblivion. It is not my business to paint at full length the scenes of coarse vice in which this unhappy young man now played a part, but it is my business to impress the broad truth that he was a rake, a debauchee and a drunkard, and one of the wildest, loosest, and wickedest young men in Rome. They are no lovers of truth nor of mankind who conceal or slur the wickedness of the good, and so by their want of candour rob despondent sinners of hope. Enough, the man was not born to do things by halves, and he was not vicious by halves. His humble female friends often gossiped about him. His old landlady told Teresa he was going to the bad, and prayed her to try and find out where he was. Teresa told her husband Lodovico his sad story, and bade him look about and see if he could discover the young man's present abode. "Shouldst remember his face, Lodovico mio." "Teresa, a man in my way of life never forgets a face, least of all a benefactor's. But thou knowest I seldom go abroad by daylight." Teresa sighed. "And how long is it to be so, Lodovico?" "Till some cavalier passes his sword through me. They will not let a poor fellow like me take to any honest trade." Pietro Vannucci was one of those who bear prosperity worse than adversity. Having been ignominiously ejected for late hours by their old landlady, and meeting Gerard in the street, he greeted him warmly, and soon after took up his quarters in the same house. He brought with him a lad called Andrea, who ground his colours, and was his pupil, and also his model, being a youth of rare beauty and as sharp as a needle. "Pietro, had not quite forgotten old times and professed a warm friendship for Gerard. Gerard, in whom all warmth of sentiment seemed extinct, submitted coldly to the other's friendship. And a fine acquaintance it was. This Pietro was not only a libertine, but half a misanthrope and an open infidel. And so they ran in couples with mighty little in common. Oh, rare phenomenon! One day, when Gerard had undermined his health and taken the bloom off his beauty and run through most of his money, Vannucci got up a gay party to mount the Tiber in a boat drawn by buffaloes. Lorenzo de' Medici had imported these creatures into Florence about 3 years before, but they were new in Rome, and nothing would content this beggar on horseback, Vannucci, but being drawn by the brutes up the Tiber. Each libertine was to bring a lady, and she must be handsome or he be fined. But the one that should contribute the loveliest was to be crowned with laurel and voted a public benefactor. Such was their reading of Vir bonus et quis. They got a splendid galley and 12 buffaloes, and all the libertines and their female accomplices assembled by degrees at the place of embarkation. But no Gerard. They waited for him some time, at first patiently, then impatiently. Vannucci excused him. I heard him say he had forgotten to provide himself with a farthingale. Comrades, the good lad is hunting for a beauty fit to take rank among these peerless dames. Consider the difficulty, ladies, and be patient. At last Gerard was seen at some distance, with a female in his hand. She is long enough, said one of her sex, criticising her from afar. Gemini, what steps she takes, said another. Oh, it is wise to hurry into good company, was Pietro's excuse. But when the pair came up, satire was choked. Gerard's companion was a peerless beauty. She extinguished the boatload as stars the rising sun. Tall, but not too tall, and straight as a dart, yet supple as a young panther. Her face a perfect oval, her forehead white, her cheeks a rich olive with the eloquent blood mantling below, and her glorious eyes fringed with long, thick, silken eyelashes that seemed made to sweep up sensitive hearts by the half-dozen. Saucy red lips and teeth of the whitest ivory. The women were visibly depressed by this wretched sight, the men in ecstasies. They received her with loud shouts and waving of caps, and one enthusiast even went down on his knees upon the boat's gunwale and hailed her of origin divine. But his cher ami pulling his hair for it, and the goddess giving him a little kick, contemporaneously he lay supine, and the peerless creature frisked over his body without deigning him a look, and took her seat at the prow. Pietro Vannucci sat in a sort of collapse, glaring at her and gaping with his mouth open like a dying codfish. The drover spoke to the buffaloes, the ropes tightened, and they moved upstream. What think ye of this new beef, mesdames? We ne'er saw monsters so vilely ill-favoured, with their nasty horns that make one afeard, and their foul nostrils cast up into the air. Holes be they, not nostrils. Signorina, the beeves are a present from Florence the beautiful. Would ye look a gift beef i' the nose? They are so dull, objected a lively lady. I went up Tiber twice as fast last time, with but 5 mules and an ass. Nay, that is soon mended, cried a gallant, and jumping ashore he drew his sword, and despite the remonstrances of the drivers, went down the dozen buffaloes, goading them. They snorted and whisked their tails, and went no faster, at which the boatload laughed loud and long. Finally he goaded a patriarch bull, who turned instantly on the sword, sent his long horns clean through the spark, and with a furious jerk of his prodigious neck, sent him flying over his head into the air. He described a bold parabola, and fell sitting and unconsciously waving his glittering blade into the yellow Tiber. The laughing ladies screamed and wrung their hands, all but Gerard's fair. She uttered something very like an oath, and seizing the helm steered the boat out, and the gallant came up sputtering, gripped the gunwale, and was drawn in dripping. He glared round him confusedly. "I understand not that," said he, a little peevishly, puzzled, and therefore it would seem discontented. At which, finding he was by some strange accident not slain, his doublet being perforated instead of his body, they began to laugh again, louder than ever. "What are ye cackling at?" remonstrated the Spark. "I desire to know how 'tis that one moment a gentleman is out yonder a pricking of African beef, and the next moment—" Gerard's lady, disporting in his native stream. "Tell him not, a soul of ye," cried Vannucci. "Let him find out's own riddle." "Confound ye all, I might puzzle my brains till doomsday, I should ne'er find it out. Also, where is my sword?" Gerard's lady. "Ask Tiber. Your best way, signor, will be to do it over again, and in a word keep pricking of Afric's beef till your mind receives light. So shall you comprehend the matter by degrees, as lawyers Mount Heaven and buffaloes Tiber." Here a chevalier remarked that the last speaker transcended the sons of Adam as much in wit as she did the daughters of Eve in beauty. At which, and indeed at all their compliments, the conduct of Pietro Vannucci was peculiar. That signor had left off staring and gaping bewildered, and now sat coiled up snake-like on each, his mouth muffled, and two bright eyes fixed on the lady, and twinkling and scintillating most comically. He did not appear to interest or amuse her in return. Her glorious eyes and eyelashes swept him calmly at times, but scarce distinguished him from the benches and things. Presently the unanimity of the party suffered a momentary check. Mortified by the attention the cavaliers paid to Gerard's companion, the ladies began to pick her to pieces sotto voce and audibly. The lovely girl then showed that if rich in beauty, she was poor in feminine tact. Instead of revenging herself like a true woman through the men, she permitted herself to overhear and openly retaliate on her detractors. "There is not one of you that wears nature's colours," said she. "Look here," and she pointed rudely in one's face. "This is the beauty that is to be bought in every shop. Here is Cherusa, here is Stibium, and here Purpurissum. Oh, I know the articles, bless you, I use them every day, but not on my face. No, thank you." Here Vannucci's eyes twinkled themselves nearly out of sight. "Why, your lips are coloured, and the very veins in your forehead. Not a charm but would come off with a wet towel. And look at your great coarse black hair like a horse's tail, drugged and stained to look like tow. And then your bodies are as false as your heads and your cheeks, and your hearts, I trow. Look at your padded bosoms, and your wooden-heeled chopines to raise your little stunted limbs up and deceive the world. Skinny dwarfs ye are, cushioned and stultified into great fat giants. Ha ha, mesdames, well is it said of you, grande di legni, grosse di stracchi, rosse di battito, bianche di calcina." This drew out a rejoinder. "Avaunt, vulgar toad, telling the men everything. Your coarse ruddy cheeks are your own, and your little handful of African hair, but who is padded more? Why, you are shaped like a fire shovel. Ye lie, malapert. Oh, the well-educated young person, where didst pick her up, Sir Gerard?" "Hold thy peace, Marcia," said Gerard, awakened by the raised trebles from a gloomy reverie. "Be not so insolent. The grave shall close over thy beauty as it hath over fairer than thee." "They began," said Marcia petulantly. "Then be thou the first to leave off." "At thy request, my friend." Then she whispered Gerard, "It was only to make you laugh. You are distraught, you are sad. Judge whether I care for the quips of these little fools or the admiration of these big fools. Dear Signor Gerard, would I were what they take me for. You should not be so sad." Gerard sighed deeply and shook his head, but, touched by the earnest young tones, caressed the jet-black locks, much as one strokes the head of an affectionate dog. At this moment a galley, drifting slowly downstream, got entangled for an instant in their ropes, for, the river turning suddenly, they had shot out into the stream, and this galley came between them and the bank. In it a lady of great beauty was seated under a canopy, with gallants and dependents standing behind her. Gerard looked up at the interruption. It was the Princess Cloister. He coloured and withdrew his hand from Marcia's head. Marcia was all admiration. "Aha, ladies," said she, "here is a rival an ye will. Those cheeks were coloured by nature, like mine." "Peace, child, peace," said Gerard. "Make not too free with the great." "Why, she heard me not. Oh, Sir Gerard, what a lovely creature!" Two of the females had been, for some time past, putting their heads together and casting glances at Marcia. One of them now addressed her. "Signorina, do you love almonds?" The speaker had a lapful of them. "Yes, I love them when I can get them," said Marcia pettishly, and eyeing the fruit with ill-concealed desire. "But yours is not the hand to give me any, I trow." "You are much mistook," said the other. "Here, catch," and suddenly threw a double handful into Marcia's lap. Marcia brought her knees together by an irresistible instinct. "Aha, you are caught, my lad," cried she of the nuts. "'Tis a man or a boy." A woman still parteth her knees to catch the nuts the surer in her apron, but a man closeth his for fear they should fall between his hose. "Confess now, didst never wear fardingale ere to-day?" "Give me another handful, sweetheart, and I'll tell thee." "There, I said he was too handsome for a woman." "Sir Gerard, they have found me out," observed the epicane, calmly cracking an almond. The libertines vowed it was impossible, and all glared at the goddess like a battery. But Vanucci struck in and reminded the gaping gazers of a recent controversy, in which they had, with a unanimity not often found among dunces, laughed Gerard and him to scorn for saying that men were as beautiful as women in a true artist's eye. "Where are ye now? This is my boy Andrea, and you have all been down on your knees to him. Ha, ha! But oh, my little ladies, when he lectured you and flung your stibium, your charusa, and your purpurisum back in your faces, 'tis then I was like to burst, agrinds my colours. Ha, ha, hee, ho! The little impostor, duck him!" "What for, signors?" cried Andrea in dismay, and lost his rich carnation. But the females collected round him, and vowed nobody should harm a hair of his head. The dear child, how well his pretty little saucy ways become him! Oh, what eyes and teeth, and what eyebrows and hair, and what lashes, and what a nose! The sweetest little ear in the world, and what health! Touch but his cheek with a pin, the blood should squirt. Who would be so cruel? He is a rosebud washed in dew. And they revenged themselves for their beau's admiration of her by lavishing all their tenderness on him. But one there who was still among these butterflies, but no longer of them. The sight of Princess Calelia had torn open his wound. Scarce 3 months ago he had declined the love of that peerless creature, a love illicit and insane, but at least refined. How much lower had he fallen now? How happy he must have been when the blandishments of Clelia that might have melted an anchorite could not tempt him from the path of loyalty. Now what was he? He had blushed at her seeing him in such company, yet it was his daily company. He hung over the boat in moody silence. And from that hour another phase of his misery began and grew upon him. Some wretched fools try to drown care in drink. The fumes of intoxication vanish, the inevitable care remains, and must be faced at last, with an aching head, disordered stomach, and spirits artificially depressed. Gerard's conduct had been of a piece with these maniacs. To survive his terrible blow he needed all his forces, his virtue, his health, his habits of labour, and the calm sleep that is labour's satellite, and above all his piety. Yet all these balms to wounded hearts he flung away and trusted to moral intoxication. Its brief fumes fled, the bereaved heart lay still heavy as lead within his bosom, but now the dark vulture remorse sat upon it, rending it. Broken health, means wasted, innocence fled. Margaret parted from him by another gulf wider than the grave. The hot fit of despair passed away. The cold fit of despair came on. Then this miserable young man spurned his gay companions and all the world. He wandered alone. He drank wine alone to stupefy himself and paralyze a moment the dark foes to man that preyed upon his soul. He wandered alone amidst the temples of old Rome, and lay stony-eyed, woebegone among their ruins, worse wrecked than they. Last of all came the climax, to which solitude, that gloomy yet fascinating foe of minds diseased, pushes the hopeless. He wandered alone at night by dark streams, and eyed them with decreasing repugnance. There glided peace, perhaps annihilation. What else was left him? These dark spells have been broken by kind words, by loving and cheerful voices. The humblest friend the afflicted one possesses may speak, or look, or smile, a sunbeam between him and that worst madness Gerard now brooded. Where was Teresa? Where his hearty, kind old landlady? They would see with their homely but swift intelligence. They would see and save. No, they knew not where he was, or whither he was gliding. And is there no mortal eye upon the poor wretch and the dark road he is going? Yes, one eye there is upon him, watching his every movement, following him abroad, tracking him home. And that eye is the eye of an enemy to the death. End of chapter 63. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 64 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. In an apartment richly furnished, the floor covered with striped and spotted skins of animals, a lady sat with her arms extended before her, and her hands half clenched. The agitation of her face corresponded with this attitude. She was pale and red by turns, and her foot restless. Presently the curtain was drawn by a domestic. The lady's brow flushed. The maid said in an awe-struck whisper, "Altezza, the man is here." The lady bade her admit him, and snatched up a little black mask and put it on, and in a moment her colour was gone, and the contrast between her black mask and her marble cheeks was strange and fearful. A man entered, bowing and scraping. It was such a figure as crowds seem made of. Short hair, roundish head, plain but decent clothes, features neither comely nor forbidding. Nothing to remark in him but a singularly restless eye. After a profusion of bows, he stood opposite the lady and awaited her pleasure. "They have told you for what you are wanted?" "Yes, signora." "Did those who spoke to you agree as to what you are to receive?" "Yes, signora, 'tis the full price, and purchases the greater vendetta, unless of your benevolence you choose to content yourself with the lesser." "I understand you not," said the lady. "Ah, this is the signora's first. The lesser vendetta, lady, is the death of the body only. We watch our man come out of a church, or take him in an innocent hour, and so deal with him. In the greater vendetta, we watch him, and catch him hot from some unrepented sin, and so slay his soul as well as his body. But this vendetta is not so run upon now as it was a few years ago." "Man, silence me his tongue, and let his treasonable heart beat no more, but his soul I have no feud with." "So be it, signora. He who spoke to me knew not the man, nor his name, nor his abode. From whom shall I learn these?" "From myself." At this the man, with the first symptoms of anxiety he had shown, entreated her to be cautious and particular in this part of the business. "Fear me not," said she. "Listen, it is a young man, tall of stature, and auburn hair, and dark blue eyes, and an honest face would deceive a saint. He lives in the Via Claudia, at the corner house, the Glovers. In that house there lodge but 3 males, he and a painter short of stature and dark-visaged, and a young slim boy. He that hath betrayed me is a stranger, fair and taller than thou art." The bravo listened with all his ears. "It is enough," said he. "Stay, signora, haunteth he any secret place where I may deal with him?" "My spy doth report me he hath of late frequented the banks of Tiber after dusk, doubtless to meet his lighter love, who calls me her rival. Even there slay him, and let my rival come and find him, the smooth, heartless, insolent traitor." "Be calm, signora. He will betray no more ladies." "I know not that. He weareth a sword, and can use it. He is young and resolute." "Neither will avail him." "Are ye so sure of your hand? What are your weapons?" The bravo showed her a steel gauntlet. "We strike with such force we must guard our hand. This is our mallet." He then undid his doublet, and gave her a glimpse of a coat of mail beneath, and finally laid his glittering stiletto on the table with a flourish. The lady shuddered at first, but presently took it up in her white hand and tried its point against her finger. "Beware, madam," said the bravo. "What, is it poisoned?" "Saints forbid! We steal no lives. We take them with steel point, not drugs. But 'tis newly ground, and I feared for the signora's white skin." "His skin is as white as mine," said she, with a sudden gleam of pity. It lasted but a moment. "But his heart is black as soot. Say, do I not well to remove a traitor that slanders me?" "The signora will settle that with her confessor. I am but a tool in noble hands, like my stiletto." The princess appeared not to hear the speaker. "Oh, how I could have loved him to the death, as now I hate him! Fool, he will learn to trifle with princes, to spurn them and fawn on them, and prefer the scum of the town to them, and make them a byword." She looked up. "Why loiterest thou here? Haste thee, revenge me." "It is customary to pay half the price beforehand, signora." "Ah, I forgot. Thy revenge is bought. Here is more than half," and she pushed a bag across the table to him. "When the blow is struck, come for the rest." "You will soon see me again, signora." And he retired, bowing and scraping. The princess, burning with jealousy, mortified pride, and dread of exposure, for till she knew Gerard no public stain had fallen on her, sat where he left her, masked, with her arms straight out before her, and the nails of her clenched hand nipping the table. So sat the fabled Sphinx, so sits a tigress. Yet there crept a chill upon her now that the assassin was gone, and moody misgivings heaved within her, precursors of vain remorse. Gerard and Margaret were before their age. This was your true medieval. Proud, amorous, vindictive, generous, foolish, cunning, impulsive, unprincipled, and ignorant as dirt. Power is the curse of such a creature. Forced to do her own crimes, the weakness of her nerves would have balanced the violence of her passions, and her bark been worse than her bite. But power gives a feeble, furious woman male instruments, and the effect is as terrible as the combination is unnatural. In this instance, it whetted an assassin's dagger for a poor forlorn wretch just meditating suicide. End of chapter 64. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 65 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. It happened 2 days after the scene I have endeavoured to describe, that Gerard, wandering through one of the meanest streets in Rome, was overtaken by a thunderstorm and entered a low hostelry. He called for wine, and the rain continuing, soon drank himself into a half-stupid condition, and dozed with his head on his hands, and his hands upon the table. In the course of time the room began to fill, and the noise of the rude guests to wake him. Then it was he became conscious of 2 figures near him conversing in a low voice. One was a pardoner. The other, by his dress, clean but modest, might have passed for a decent tradesman, but the way he had slouched his hat over his brows, so as to hide all his face except his beard, showed he was one of those who shun the eye of honest men and of the law. The pair were driving a bargain in the sin market, and by an arrangement not uncommon at that date, the crime to be forgiven was yet to be committed under the celestial contract. He of the slouched hat was complaining of the price pardons had reached. "If they go up any higher, we poor fellows shall be shut out of heaven altogether." The pardoner denied the charge flatly. "Indulgences were never cheaper to good husbandmen." The other inquired, "Who were they?" "Why, such as sin by the market, like reasonable creatures. But if you will be so perverse as to go and pick out a crime the Pope hath set his face against, blame yourself, not me." Then, to prove that crime of one sort or another was within the means of all but the very scum of society, he read out the scale from a written parchment. It was a curious list, but not one that could be printed in this book, and to mutilate it would be to misrepresent it. It is to be found in any great library. Suffice it to say that murder of a layman was much cheaper than many crimes my lay readers would deem light by comparison. This told, and by a little trifling concession on each side, the bargain was closed, the money handed over, and the aspirant to heaven's favour forgiven beforehand for removing one layman. The price for disposing of a clerk bore no proportion. The word assassination was never once uttered by either merchant. All this buzzed in Gerard's ear, but he never lifted his head from the table, only listened stupidly. However, when the parties rose and separated, he half raised his head and eyed with a scowl the retiring figure of the purchaser. "If Margaret was alive," muttered he, "I'd take thee by the throat and throttle thee, thou cowardly stabber. But she is dead, dead, dead. Die all the world, 'tis naught to me, so that I die among the first." When he got home, there was a man in a slouched hat walking briskly to and fro on the opposite side of the way. "Why, there is that cur again," thought Gerard. But in this state of mind, the circumstance made no impression whatever on him. End of chapter 65. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 66 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. 2 nights after this, Pietro Vannucci and Andrea sat waiting supper for Gerard. The former grew peevish. It was past 9 o'clock. At last he sent Andrea to Gerard's room on the desperate chance of his having come in unobserved. Andrea shrugged his shoulders and went. He returned without Gerard, but with a slip of paper. Andrea could not read, as scholars in his day and charity boys in ours understand the art, but he had a quick eye and had learned how the words Pietro Vannucci looked on paper. "That is for you, I trow," said he, proud of his intelligence. Pietro snatched it and read it to Andrea with his satirical comments. "Dear Pietro, dear Andrea, life is too great a burden. So 'tis, my lad, but that is no reason for being abroad at supper time. Supper is not a burden. Wear my habits," said the poplar to the juniper bush, "and thou, Andrea, mine amethyst ring, and me in both your hearts a month or two." "Why, Andrea?" "For my body, ere this ye read it, will lie in Tiber. Trouble not to look for it. 'Tis not worth the pains. O unhappy day that I was born, O happy night that rids me of it. Adieu, adieu." The broken-hearted Gerard. "Here is a sorry jest of the peevish rogue," said Pietro, but his pale cheek and chattering teeth belied his words. Andrea filled the house with his cries. "Oh, miserable day! Oh, calamity of calamities! Gerard, my friend, my sweet patron, help, help! He is killing himself! Oh, good people, help me save him!" And after alarming all the house, he ran into the street, bareheaded, imploring all good Christians to help him save his friend. A number of persons soon collected, but poor Andrea could not animate their sluggishness. Go down to the river? No, it was not their business. What part of the river? It was a wild goose chase. It was not lucky to go down to the river after sunset. Too many ghosts walked those banks all night. A lackey, however, who had been standing some time opposite the house, said he would go with Andrea, and this turned 3 or 4 of the younger ones. The little band took the way to the river. The lackey questioned Andrea. Andrea, sobbing, told him about the letter and Gerard's moody ways of late. That lackey was a spy of the Princess Cloelia. Their Italian tongues went fast till they neared the Tiber, but the moment they felt the air from the river and the smell of the stream in the calm spring night, they were dead silent. The moon shone calm and clear in a cloudless sky. Their feet sounded loud and ominous. Their tongues were hushed. Presently, hurrying round a corner, they met a man. He stopped irresolute at the sight of them. The man was bareheaded, and his dripping hair glistened in the moonlight, and at the next step they saw his clothes were drenched with water. "Here he is!" cried one of the young men unacquainted with Gerard's face and figure. The stranger turned instantly and fled. They ran after him might and main, Andrea leading, and the princess's lackey next. Andrea gained on him, but in a moment he twisted up a narrow alley. Andrea shot by, unable to check himself, and the pursuers soon found themselves in a labyrinth in which it was vain to pursue a quick-footed fugitive who knew every inch of it and could now only be followed by the ear. They returned to their companions and found them standing on the spot where the man had stood, and utterly confounded. For Pietro had assured them that the fugitive had neither the features nor the stature of Gerard. "Are ye verily sure?" said they. "He had been in the river. Why, in the saints' names, fled he at our approach?" Then said Vannucci, "Friends, methinks this has naught to do with him we seek. What shall we do, Andrea?" Here the lackey put in his word. "Let us track him to the water's side to make sure. See, he hath come dripping all the way." This advice was approved, and with very little difficulty they tracked the man's course. But soon they encountered a new enigma. They had gone scarcely 50 yards ere the drops turning away from the river, and took them to the gate of a large gloomy building. It was a monastery. They stood irresolute before it and gazed at the dark pile. It seemed to them to hide some horrible mystery, but presently Andrea gave a shout. "Here be the drops again," cried he, "and this road leadeth to the river." They resumed the chase, and soon it became clear the drops were now leading them home. The track became wetter and took them to the Tiber's edge, and there, on the bank, a bucketful appeared to have been discharged from the stream. At first they shouted and thought they had made a discovery, but reflection showed them it amounted to nothing. Certainly a man had been in the water, and had got out of it in safety, but that man was not Gerard. One said he knew a fisherman hard by that had nets and drags. They found the fisherman and paid him liberally to sink nets in the river below the place and to drag it above and below, and promised him gold should he find the body. Then they ran vainly up and down the river which flowed so calm and voiceless, holding this and 1,000 more strange secrets. Suddenly Andrea, with a cry of hope, ran back to the house. He returned in less than half an hour. "No," he groaned and wrung his hands. "What is the hour?" asked the lackey. 4 hours past midnight." "My pretty lad," said the lackey solemnly, "say a mass for thy friend's soul, for he is not among living men." The morning broke. Worn out with fatigue, Andrea and Pietro went home, heart-sick. The days rolled on, mute as the Tiber as to Gerard's fate. End of chapter 66. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 67 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. It would indeed have been strange if, with such barren data as they possessed, those men could have read the handwriting on the river's bank. For there, on that spot, an event had just occurred which, take it altogether, was perhaps without a parallel in the history of mankind, and may remain so to the end of time. But it shall be told in a very few words, partly by me, partly by an actor in the scene. Gerard then, after writing his brief adieu to Pietro and Andrea, had stolen down to the river at nightfall. He had taken his measures with a dogged resolution not uncommon in those who are bent on self-destruction. He filled his pockets with all the silver and copper he possessed, that he might sink the surer, and so provided, hurried to a part of the stream that he had seen was little frequented. There are some, especially women, who look about to make sure there is somebody at hand, but this resolute wretch looked about him to make sure there was nobody, and to his annoyance he observed a single figure leaning against the corner of an alley. So he affected to stroll carelessly away, but returned to the spot. Lo, the same figure emerged from a side street and loitered about. "Can he be watching me? Can he know what I am here for?" thought Gerard. "Impossible." He went briskly off, walked along a street or two, made a detour, and came back. The man had vanished, but lo, on Gerard looking all round to make sure, there he was a few yards behind, apparently fastening his shoe. Gerard saw he was watched, and at this moment observed in the moonlight a steel gauntlet in his sentinel's hand. Then he knew it was an assassin. Strange to say, it never occurred to him that his was the life aimed at. To be sure, he was not aware he had an enemy in the world. He turned and walked up to the bravo. "My good friend," said he eagerly, "sell me thine arm, a single stroke. See, here is all I have." And he forced his money into the bravo's hands. "Oh, prithee, do one good deed, and rid me of my hateful life." And even while speaking, he undid his doublet and bared his bosom. The man stared in his face. "Why do you hesitate?" shrieked Gerard. "Have ye no bowels? Is it so much pains to lift your arm and fall it? Is it because I am poor and can't give ye gold? Useless wretch, canst only strike a man behind, not look one in the face. There then, do but turn thy head and hold thy tongue." and with a snarl of contempt he ran from him and flung himself into the water. "Margaret!" At the heavy plunge of his body in the stream, the bravo seemed to recover from a stupor. He ran to the bank, and with a strange cry, the assassin plunged in after the self-destroyer. What followed will be related by the assassin. End of chapter 67. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 68 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. A woman has her own troubles as a man has his, and we male writers seldom do more than indicate the griefs of the other sex. The intelligence of the female reader must come to our aid and fill up our cold outlines. So have I indicated rather than described what Margaret Brandt went through up to that eventful day when she entered Eli's house and enemy, read her sweetheart's letter, and remained a friend. And now a woman's greatest trial drew near, and Gerard far away. She availed herself but little of Eli's sudden favour. For this reserve she had always a plausible reason ready, and never hinted at the true one, which was this. There were two men in that house at sight of whom she shuddered with instinctive antipathy and dread. She had read wickedness and hatred in their faces, and mysterious signals of secret intelligence. She preferred to receive Catherine and her daughter at home. The former went to see her every day, and was wrapped up in the expected event. Catherine was one of those females whose office is to multiply and rear the multiplied, who, when at last they consent to leave off pelting one out of every room in the house with babies, hover about the fair scourges that are still in full swing, and do so cluck, they seem to multiply by proxy. It was in this spirit she entreated Eli to let her stay at Rotterdam while he went back to Tergoul. The poor lass hath not a soul about her that knows anything about anything. What avail a pair of soldiers? Why, that sort of cattle should be putten out o' doors the first, at such an a time. Need I say that this was a great comfort to Margaret? Poor soul, she was full of anxiety as the time grew near. She should die, and Gerard away. But things balanced themselves. Her poverty and her father's helplessness, which had cost her such a struggle, stood her in good stead now. Adversity's iron hand had forced her to battle the lassitude that overpowers the rich of her sex, and to be forever on her feet working. She kept this up to the last by Catherine's advice, and so it was that one fine evening, just at sunset, she lay weak as water, but safe, with a little face by her side, and the heaven of maternity opening on her. "Why dost weep, sweetheart, all of a sudden?" "He is not here to see it." "Ah, well, lass, he will be here ere 'tis weaned. Meantime God hath been as good to thee as to e'er a woman born. And do but bethink thee, it might have been a girl. Didn't my very own Kate threaten me with one? And here we have got the bonniest boy in Holland, and a rare heavy one, the saints be praised for it. Ay, mother, I am but a sorry ungrateful wretch to weep. If only Gerard were here to see it. 'Tis strange, I bore him well enow to be away from me in my sorrow, but oh, it does seem so hard he should not share my joy. Prithee, come to me, Gerard, dear, dear Gerard." And she stretched out her feeble arms. Catherine hustled about, but avoided Margaret's eyes, for she could not restrain her own tears at hearing her own absent child thus earnestly addressed. Presently, turning round, she found Margaret looking at her with a singular expression. "Heard you naught?" "No, my lamb. What? I did cry on Gerard, but now?" Aye, sure I heard that." "Well, he answered me." "Tush, girl, say not that." "Mother, as sure as I lie here, with his boy by my side, his voice came back to me, 'Margaret!' So. Yet methought 'twas not his happy voice, but that might be the distance. All voices go off sad like at a distance. Why art not happy, sweetheart, and I so happy this night? Mother, I seem never to have felt a pain or known a care." And her sweet eyes turned and gloated on the little face in silence. That very night Gerard flung himself into the Tiber, and that very hour she heard him speak her name. He cried aloud in death's jaws and despairs, "Margaret!" Account for it those who can. I cannot. End of chapter 68. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 69 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. In the guest chamber of a Dominican convent lay a single stranger, exhausted by successive and violent fits of nausea, which had at last subsided, leaving him almost as weak as Margaret lay that night in Holland. A huge wood fire burned on the hearth, and beside it hung the patient's clothes. A gigantic friar sat by his bedside, reading pious collects aloud from his breviary. The patient at times eyed him, and seemed to listen. At others closed his eyes and moaned. The monk kneeled down with his face touching the ground and prayed for him, then rose and bade him farewell. "Day breaks," said he. "I must prepare for matins." "Good Father Jerome, before you go, how came I hither?" "By the hand of heaven. You flung away God's gift. He bestowed it on you again. Think on it. Hast tried the world and found its gall. Now try the church. The church is peace. Pax vobiscum." He was gone. Gerard lay back, meditating and wondering, till, weak and wearied, he fell into a doze. When he awoke again, he found a new nurse seated beside him. It was a layman with an eye as small and restless as Friar Jerome's was calm and majestic. The man inquired earnestly how he felt. "Very, very weak." "Where have I seen you before, messer?" "None the worse for my gauntlet?" inquired the other, with considerable anxiety. "I was fain to strike you withal, or both you and I should be at the bottom of Tiber." Gerard stared at him. "What? 'Twas you saved me? How?" "Well, signor, I was by the banks of Tiber on an errand, no matter what. You came to me and begged hard for a dagger stroke, but ere I could oblige you, even as you spoke to me, I knew you for the signor that saved my wife and child upon the sea." "It is Teresa's husband, and an assassin?" "At your service." "Well," said Gerard, "the next thing was, you flung yourself into Tiber and bade me hold aloof." "I remember that." "Had it been any but you, believe me, I had obeyed you and not wagged a finger. Men are my foes. They may all hang on one rope or drown in one river for me, But when thou, sinking in Tiber, didst cry, Margaret, my heart it cried, Teresa. And how could I go home and look her in the face, did I let thee die? And by the very death thou saved her from. So in I went, and luckily for us both, I swim like a duck. You, seeing me near, and being bent on destruction, try to grip me, and so end us both. But I swam round thee, and receive my excuses, so buffeted thee on the nape of the neck with my steel glove, that thou lost sense. And I, with much ado, the stream being strong, did draw thy body to land, but insensible and full of water. Then I took thee on my back, and made for my own home. Teresa will nurse him, and be pleased with me, thought I. But hard by this monastery a holy friar, the biggest e'er I saw, met us, and asked the matter. So I told him. I looked hard at thee. I know the face, quoth he. 'Tis one Gerard, a fair youth from Holland. The same, quo I. Then said his reverence, he hath friends among our brethren. Leave him with us. Charity, it is our office. Also, he told me they of the convent had better means to tend thee than I had. And that was true enow. So I just bargained to be let in to see thee once a day, and here thou art. And the miscreant cast a strange look of affection and interest upon Gerard. Gerard did not respond to it. He felt as if a snake were in the room. He closed his eyes. Ah, thou wouldst sleep, said the miscreant eagerly. I go. And he retired on tiptoe with a promise to come every day. Gerard lay with his eyes closed, not asleep, but deeply pondering. Saved from death by an assassin? Was not this the finger of heaven? Of that heaven he had insulted, cursed, and defied? He shuddered at his blasphemies. He tried to pray. He found he could utter prayers, but he could not pray. I am doomed eternally, he cried. Doomed, doomed. The organ of the convent church burst on his ear in rich and solemn harmony. Then rose the voices of the choir chanting a full service. Among them was one that seemed to hover above the others and tower towards heaven, a sweet boy's voice, full, pure, angelic. He closed his eyes and listened. The days of his own boyhood flowed back upon him in those sweet, pious harmonies. No earthly dross there, no foul, fierce passions rending and corrupting the soul. Peace, peace, sweet, balmy peace. Ay, he sighed, the church is peace of mind. Till I left her bosom I ne'er knew sorrow nor sin. And the poor, torn, worn creature wept. And even as he wept, there beamed on him the sweet and reverent face of one he had never thought to see again. It was the face of Father Anselm. The good father had only reached the convent the night before last. Gerard recognized him in a moment and cried to him, "O Father Anselm, you cured my wounded body in Juliet, now cure my hurt soul in Rome." Alas, you cannot. Anselm sat down by the bedside, and putting a gentle hand on his head, first calmed him with a soothing word or two. He then, for he had learned how Gerard came there, spoke to him kindly but solemnly, and made him feel his crime, and urged him to repentance and gratitude to that divine power which had thwarted his will to save his soul. "Come, my son," said he, "first purge thy bosom of its load." "Ah, father," said Gerard, "in Juliet I could. Then I was innocent, but now impious monster that I am, I dare not confess to you." "Why not, my son? Thinkest thou I have not sinned against heaven in my time, and deeply? Oh, how deeply! Come, poor laden soul, pour forth thy grief, pour forth thy faults, hold back naught. Lie not oppressed and crushed by hidden sins." And soon Gerard was at Father Anselm's knees, confessing his every sin with sighs and groans of penitence. "Thy sins are great," said Anselm. "Thy temptation also was great, terribly great. I must consult our good prior." The good Anselm kissed his brow and left him to consult the superior as to his penance. And lo, Gerard could pray now, and he prayed with all his heart. The phase through which this remarkable mind now passed may be summed in a word: penitence. He turned with terror and aversion from the world, and begged passionately to remain in the convent. To him, convent nurtured, it was like a bird returning wounded, wearied, to its gentle nest. He passed his novitiate in prayer and mortification, and pious reading and meditation. The Princess Cloelia's spy went home and told her that Gerard was certainly dead, the manner of his death unknown at present. She seemed literally stunned. When, after a long time, she found breath to speak at all, it was to bemoan her lot, cursed with such ready tools. "So soon," she sighed. "See how swift these monsters are to do ill deeds. They come to us in our hot blood, and first tempt us with their venal daggers, then enact the mortal deeds we ne'er had thought on but for them." Ere many hours had passed, her pity for Gerard and hatred of his murderer had risen to fever heat, which, with this fool, was blood heat. "Poor soul, I cannot call thee back to life, but he shall never live that traitorously slew thee." And she put armed men in ambush, and kept them on guard all day, ready, when Lodovico should come for his money, to fall on him in a certain antechamber and hack him to pieces. "Strike at his head," said she, "for he weareth a privy coat of mail, and if he goes hence alive, your own heads shall answer it." And so she sat, weeping her victim, and pulling the strings of machines to shed the blood of a second, for having been her machine to kill the first. End of chapter 69. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 70 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. One of the novice Gerard's self-imposed penances was to receive Lodovico kindly, feeling secretly as to a slimy serpent. Never was self-denial better bestowed, and like most rational penances, it soon became no penance at all. At first, the pride and complacency with which the assassin gazed on the one life he had saved was perhaps as ludicrous as pathetic. But it is a great thing to open a good door in a heart. One good thing follows another through the aperture. Finding it so sweet to save life, the miscreant went on to be averse to taking it, and from that to remorse, and from remorse to something very like penitence. And here Teresa cooperated by threatening, not for the first time, to leave him unless he would consent to lead an honest life. The good fathers of the convent lent their aid, and Lodovico and Teresa were sent by sea to Leghorn, where Teresa had friends, and the assassin settled down and became a porter. He found it miserably dull work at first, and said so. But methinks this dull life of plodding labour was better for him than the brief excitement of being hewn in pieces by the Princess Cloelia's myrmidons. His exile saved the unconscious penitent from that fate, and the princess, balked of her revenge, took to brooding, and fell into a profound melancholy, dismissed her confessor, and took a new one with a great reputation for piety, to whom she confided what she called her griefs. The new confessor was no other than Fra Jerome. She could not have fallen into better hands. He heard her grimly out, then took her and shook the delusions out of her as roughly as if she had been a kitchen maid. For to do this hard monk justice on the path of duty, he feared the anger of princes as little as he did the sea. He showed her in a few words, all thunder and lightning, that she was the criminal of criminals. "Thou art the devil, that with thy money hath tempted one man to slay his fellow, and then, blinded with self-love, instead of blaming and punishing thyself, art thirsting for more blood of guilty men, but not so guilty as thou." At first she resisted, and told him she was not used to be taken to task by her confessors, but he overpowered her, and so threatened her with the Church's curse here and hereafter, and so tore the scales off her eyes, and thundered at her, and crushed her, that she sank down and grovelled with remorse and terror at the feet of the gigantic Boanerges. "O Holy Father, have pity on a poor weak woman, and help me save my guilty soul. I was benighted for want of ghostly counsel like thine, good Father. I waken as from a dream." "Doff thy jewels," said Fra Jerome sternly. I will. "Doff thy silk and velvet, and in humbler garb than wears thy meanest servant, wend thou instant to Loretto." "I will," said the princess faintly. "No shoes, but a bare sandal." "No, Father. Wash the feet of pilgrims both going and coming, and to such of them as be holy friars, tell thy sin and abide their admonition." "O Holy Father, let me wear my mask." "Oh, mercy, bethink thee, my features are known through Italy." "Aye, beauty is a curse to most of ye. Well, thou mayst mask thine eyes, no more." On this concession she seized his hand, and was about to kiss it, but he snatched it rudely from her. "What would ye do? That hand handled the Eucharist but an hour agone. Is it fit for such as thou to touch it?" "Ah, no, but oh, go not without giving your penitent daughter your blessing." "Time enow to ask it when you come back from Loretto." Thus that marvellous occurrence by Tiber's banks left its mark on all the actors, as prodigies are said to do. The assassin, softened by saving the life he was paid to take, turned from the stiletto to the porter's knot. The princess went barefoot to Loretto, weeping her crime and washing the feet of base-born men. And Gerard, carried from the Tiber into that convent a suicide, now passed for a young saint within its walls. Loving but experienced eyes were on him. Upon a shorter probation than usual, he was admitted to priest's orders, and soon after took the monastic vows and became a friar of St. Dominic. Dying to the world, the monk parted with the very name by which he had lived in it, and so broke the last link of association with earthly feelings. Here Gerard ended, and Brother Clement began. End of chapter 70. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 71 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. As is the race of leaves, so is that of men. And a great man budded unnoticed in a tailor's house at Rotterdam this year, and a large man dropped to earth with great éclat. Philip, Duke of Burgundy, Earl of Holland, etc., etc., lay sick at Bruges. Now paupers got sick and got well as nature pleased, but woe betided the rich in an age when, for one Mr. Malady killed, 3 fell by Dr. Remedy. The Duke's complaint, nameless then, is now diphtheria. It is and was a very weakening malady, and the Duke was old. So altogether Dr. Remedy bled him. The Duke turned very cold. Wonderful! Then Dr. Remedy had recourse to the arcana of science. Oh, this is grave! Flay me an ape incontinent, and clap him to the Duke's breast. Officers of state ran septemvious, seeking an ape, to counteract the bloodthirsty tomfoolery of the human species. Perdition! The Duke was out of apes. There were buffaloes, lizards, Turks, leopards, any unreasonable beast but the right one. "Why, there used to be an ape about," said one. "If I stand here, I saw him." So there used, but the mastiff had mangled the sprightly creature for stealing his supper, and so fulfilled the human precept, "Soyez de votre siècle." In this emergency, the seneschal cast his despairing eyes around, and not in vain. A hopeful light shone into them. "Here is this," said he, sotto voce. "Surely this will serve. 'Tis altogether ape-like, doublet and hose apart." "Nay," said the Chancellor peevishly, "the Princess Marie would hang us. She doteth on this." Now this was our friend Giles, strutting all unconscious in cloth of gold. Then Dr. Remedy grew impatient, and bade flay a dog. "A dog is next best to an ape, only it must be a dog all of one colour." So they flayed a liver-coloured dog, and clapped it, yet palpitating, to their sovereign's breast, and he died. Philip the Good, thus scientifically disposed of, left 31 children, of whom one, somehow or another, was legitimate, and reigned in his stead. The good Duke provided for 19 out of the other 30, the rest shifted for themselves. According to the Flemish Chronicle, the deceased prince was descended from the kings of Troy through Thierry of Aquitaine and Chilperic, Pharamond, etc., the old kings of Franconia. But this in reality was no distinction. Not a prince of his day have I been able to discover who did not come down from Troy. Priam was medieval for Adam. The good Duke's body was carried into Burgundy, and laid in a noble mausoleum of black marble at Dijon. Holland rang with his death, and little dreamed that anything as famous was born in her territory that year. That judgment has been long reversed. Men gaze at the tailor's house. Here the great birth of the 15th century took place. In what house the good Duke died, no one knows, and no one cares, as the song says. And why? Dukes Philip the Good come and go, and leave mankind not a halfpenny wiser, no better, no other than they found it. But when, once in 300 years, such a child is born to the world as Margaret's son, lo, a human torch lighted by fire from heaven, and fiat lux thunders from pole to pole. End of chapter 71. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 72 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Cloister. The Dominicans, or preaching friars, once the most powerful order in Europe, were now on the wane. Their rivals and bitter enemies, the Franciscans, were overpowering them throughout Europe, even in England, a rich and religious country, where, under the name of the Black Friars, they had once been paramount. Therefore, the sagacious men who watched and directed the interests of the order were never so anxious to incorporate able and zealous sons and send them forth to win back the world. The zeal and accomplishments of Clement, especially his rare mastery of language, for he spoke Latin, Italian, French, High and Low Dutch, soon transpired, and he was destined to travel and preach in England, corresponding with the Roman centre. But Jerome, who had the superior's ear, obstructed this design. "Clement," said he, "has the milk of the world still in his veins, its feelings, its weaknesses. Let not his newborn zeal and his humility tempt us to forego our ancient wisdom. Try him first, and temper him, lest one day we find ourselves leaning on a reed for a staff." "It is well advised," said the prior. "Take him in hand thyself." Then Jerome, following the ancient wisdom, took Clement and tried him. One day he brought him to a field where the young men amused themselves at the games of the day. He knew this to be a haunt of Clement's late friends. And sure, ere long, Pietro Vannucci and Andrea passed by them, and cast a careless glance on the two friars. They did not recognize their dead friend in a shaven monk. Clement gave a very little start, then lowered his eyes, and said a paternoster. "Would ye not speak with them, brother?" said Jerome, trying him. "No, brother, yet it was good for me to see them. They remind me of the sins I can never repent enough." "It is well," said Jerome, and he made a cold report in Clement's favour. Then Jerome took Clement to many deathbeds, and then into noisome dungeons, places where the darkness was appalling and the stench loathsome, pestilential, and men looking like wild beasts lay coiled in rags and filth and despair. It tried his body hard, but the soul collected all its powers to comfort such poor wretches there as were not past comfort, and Clement shone in that trial. Jerome reported that Clement's spirit was willing, but his flesh was weak. "Good," said Anselm, "his flesh is weak, but his spirit is willing." But there was a greater trial in store. I will describe it as it was seen by others. One morning, a principal street in Rome was crowded, and even the avenues blocked up with heads. It was an execution. No common crime had been done, and on no vulgar victim. The governor of Rome had been found in his bed at daybreak, slaughtered. His hand, raised probably in self-defence, lay by his side, severed at the wrist. His throat was cut, and his temples bruised with some blunt instrument. The murder had been traced to his servant, and was to be expiated in kind this very morning. Italian executions were not cruel in general, But this murder was thought to call for exact and bloody retribution. The criminal was brought to the house of the murdered man and fastened for half an hour to its wall. After this foretaste of legal vengeance, his left hand was struck off, like his victim's. A new killed fowl was cut open and fastened round the bleeding stump. With what view I really don't know, but by the look of it, some mare's nest of the poor dear doctor's. And the murderer, thus mutilated and bandaged, was hurried to the scaffold, and there a young friar was most earnest and affectionate in praying with him and for him, and holding the crucifix close to his eyes. Presently the executioner pulled the friar roughly on one side, and in a moment felled the culprit with a heavy mallet, and falling on him, cut his throat from ear to ear. There was a cry of horror from the crowd. The young friar swooned away. A gigantic monk strode forward and carried him off like a child. Brother Clement went back to the convent sadly discouraged. He confessed to the prior with tears of regret. "Courage, son Clement," said the prior. "A Dominican is not made in a day. Thou shalt have another trial, and I forbid thee to go to it fasting." Clement bowed his head in token of obedience. He had not long to wait. A robber was brought to the scaffold, a monster of villainy and cruelty, who had killed men in pure wantonness after robbing them. Clement passed his last night in prison with him, accompanied him to the scaffold, and then prayed with him and for him so earnestly that the hardened ruffian shed tears and embraced him. Clement embraced him too, though his flesh quivered with repugnance, and held the crucifix earnestly before his eyes. The man was garroted, and Clement lost sight of the crowd, and prayed loud and earnestly while that dark spirit was passing from earth. He was no sooner dead than the hangman raised his hatchet and quartered the body on the spot. And, O mysterious heart of man, the people who had seen the living body robbed of life with indifference, almost with satisfaction, uttered a piteous cry at each stroke of the axe upon his corpse that could feel naught. Clement too shuddered then, but stood firm like one of those rocks that vibrate but cannot be thrown down. But suddenly Jerome's voice sounded in his ear. "Brother Clement, get thee on that cart and preach to the people. Nay, quickly, strike with all thy force on all this iron, while yet 'tis hot, and souls are to be saved." Clement's colour came and went, and he breathed hard. But he obeyed, and with ill-assured step mounted the cart, and preached his first sermon to the first crowd he had ever faced. Oh, that sea of heads! His throat seemed parched, his heart thumped, his voice trembled. By and by, the greatness of the occasion, the sight of the eager upturned faces, and his own heart full of zeal, fired the pale monk. He told them this robber's history, warm from his own lips in the prison, and showed his hearers by that example the gradations of folly and crime, and warned them solemnly not to put foot on the first round of that fatal ladder. And as alternately he thundered against the shedders of blood, and moved the crowd to charity and pity, his tremors left him, and he felt all strung up like a lute, and gifted with an unsuspected force. He was master of that listening crowd, could feel their very pulse, could play sacred melodies on them as on his psaltery. Sobs and groans attested his power over the mob already excited by the tragedy before them. Jerome stared like one who goes to light a stick and fires a rocket. After a while, Clement caught his look of astonishment, and seeing no approbation in it, broke suddenly off and joined him. "It was my first endeavour," he said apologetically. "Your behest came on me like a thunderbolt. Was I... did I... Oh, correct me and aid me with your experience, Brother Jerome." "Huh," said Jerome doubtfully. He added rather sullenly after long reflection, "Give the glory to God, Brother Clement. My opinion is thou art an orator born." He reported the same at headquarters, half reluctantly, for he was an honest friar, though a disagreeable one. One Giulio Antonelli was accused of sacrilege. 3 witnesses swore they saw him come out of the church whence the candlesticks were stolen, and at the very time. Other witnesses proved an alibi for him as positively. Neither testimony could be shaken. In this doubt, Antonelli was permitted the trial by water, hot or cold. By the hot trial he must put his bare arm into boiling water, 14 inches deep, and take out a pebble. By the cold trial his body must be let down into 8 feet of water. The clergy, who thought him innocent, recommended the hot water trial, which, to those whom they favoured, was not so terrible as it sounded. But the poor wretch had not the nerve, and chose the cold ordeal. And this gave Jerome another opportunity of stealing Clement. Antonelli took the sacrament, and then was stripped naked on the banks of the Tiber, and tied hand and foot to prevent those struggles by which a man, throwing his arms out of the water, sinks his body. He was then let down gently into the stream, and floated a moment with just his hair above water. A simultaneous roar from the crowd on each bank proclaimed him guilty. But the next moment the ropes, which happened to be new, got wet, and he settled down. Another roar proclaimed his innocence. They left him at the bottom of the river the appointed time, rather more than half a minute, then drew him up, gurgling and gasping and screaming for mercy, and after the appointed prayers dismissed him, cleared of the charge. During the experiment, Clement prayed earnestly on the bank. When it was over, he thanked God in a loud but slightly quavering voice. By and by he asked Jerome whether the man ought not to be compensated. "For what?" "For the pain, the dread, the suffocation. Poor soul, he liveth, but hath tasted all the bitterness of death. Yet he had done no ill." "He is rewarded enough in that he is cleared of his fault." "But being innocent of that fault, yet hath he drunk death's cup, though not to the dregs, and his accusers, less innocent than he, do suffer naught." Jerome replied somewhat sternly, "It is not in this world men are really punished, Brother Clement. Unhappy they who sin yet suffer not, and happy they who suffer such ills as earth hath power to inflict. 'Tis counted to them above, aye, and 100-fold. Clement bowed his head submissively. "May thy good words not fall to the ground, but take root in my heart, Brother Jerome." But the severest trial Clement underwent at Jerome's hands was unpremeditated. It came about thus. Jerome, in an indulgent moment, went with him to Fra Colonna, and there the Dream of Polifilo lay on the table, just copied fairly. The poor author, in the pride of his heart, pointed out a masterstroke in it. "For ages," said he, "fools have been lavishing poetic praise and amorous compliment on mortal women, mere creatures of earth, smacking palpably of their origin. Sirens at the windows, where our Roman women in particular have by lifelong study learned the wily art to show their one good feature, though but an ear or an eyelash, at a jalousie, and hide all the rest. Magpies at the door, capre nei giardini, angeli in strada, sante in chiesa, diavoli in casa. Then come I and ransack the minstrel's lines for amorous turns, not forgetting those which Petrarch wasted on that French jilt Laura, the slyest of them all, and I lay you the whole bundle of spice at the feet of the only female's worthy amorous incense, to wit, the 9 Muses. By which goodly stratagem, said Jerome, who had been turning the pages all this time, you, a friar of St. Dominic, have produced an obscene book. And he dashed Polyphilo on the table. Obscene, thou discourteous monk! And the author ran round the table, snatched Polyphilo away, locked him up, and trembling with mortification said, My Gerard, pshaw, brother, what's his name, had not found Polyphilo obscene? Puris omnia pura. Such as read your Polyphilo, heaven grant they may be few, will find him what I find him. Poor Colonna gulped down this bitter pill as he might, and had he not been in his own lodgings, and a high-born gentleman as well as a scholar, there might have been a vulgar quarrel. As it was, he made a great effort, and turned the conversation to a beautiful chrysolite the Cardinal Colonna had lent him, and while Clement handled it, enlarged on its moral virtues, for he went the whole length of his age as a worshipper of jewels. But Jerome did not, and expostulated with him for believing that one dead stone could confer valour on its wearer, another chastity, another safety from poison, another temperance. The experience of ages proves they do, said Colonna. As to the last virtue you have named, there sits a living proof. This Gerard, I beg pardon, brother Thingamy, comes from the north, where men drink like fishes, yet was he ever most abstemious. And why? Carried an amethyst, the clearest and fullest coloured e'er I saw on any but noble finger. Where in heaven's name is thine amethyst? Show it this unbeliever. And 'twas that amethyst that made the boy temperate? Asked Jerome ironically. Certainly. Why, what is the derivation and meaning of amethyst? A negative and methua to tipple. Go to, names are but the signs of things. A stone is not called amethustos for 2,000 years out of mere sport and abuse of language. He then went through the prime jewels, illustrating their moral properties, especially of the ruby, the sapphire, the emerald, and the opal, by anecdotes out of grave historians. These be old wives' fables, said Jerome contemptuously. Was ever such credulity as thine? Now, credulity is a reproach sceptics have often the ill luck to incur, but it mortifies them none the less for that. The believer in stones writhed under it, and dropped the subject. Then Jerome, mistaking his silence, exhorted him to go a step farther, and give up from this day his vain pagan lore, and study the lives of the saints. Blot out these heathen superstitions from thy mind, brother, as Christianity hath blotted them from the earth. And in this strain he proceeded, repeating incautiously some current but loose theological statements. Then the smarting Polyphilo revenged himself. He flew out and hurled a mountain of crude miscellaneous lore upon Jerome, of which, partly for want of time, partly for lack of learning, I can reproduce but a few fragments. The heathen blotted out? Why, they hold 4/5 of the world. And what have we Christians invented without their aid? Painting? Sculpture? These are heathen arts, and we but pygmies at them. What modern mind can conceive and grave so godlike forms as did the chief Athenian sculptors, and the Libyan Lycas, and Dinocrates of Macedon, and Scopas, Timotheus, Leochares, and Bryaxis? Chares, Lysippus, and the immortal 3 of Rhodes that wrought Laocoon from a single block. What prince hath the genius to turn mountains into statues, as was done at Bagistan and projected at Athos? What town the soul to plant a colossus of brass in the sea for the tallest ships to sail in and out between his legs? Is it architecture we have invented? Why, here too we are but children. Can we match for pure design the Parthenon with its clusters of double and single Doric columns? I do adore the Doric when the scale is large, and for grandeur and finish the theatres of Greece and Rome, or the prodigious temples of Egypt, up to whose portals men walked awestruck through avenues a mile long of sphinxes, each as big as a Venetian palace. And all these prodigies of porphyry, cut and polished like crystal, not rough-hewn as in our puny structures. Even now their polished columns and pilasters lie o'erthrown and broken, o'ergrown with acanthus and myrtle, but sparkling still, and flouting the slovenly art of modern workmen. Is it sewers, aqueducts, viaducts? Why, we have lost the art of making a road, lost it with the world's greatest models under our very eye. Is it sepulchres of the dead? Why, no Christian nation has ever erected a tomb the sight of which does not set a scholar laughing. But do think of the mausoleum, and the pyramids, and the monstrous sepulchres of the Indus and Ganges, which outside are mountains, and within are mines of precious stones, and you have not seen the East Jerome, or you could not decry the heathen. Jerome observed that these were mere material things. True greatness was in the soul. Well then, replied Colonna, in the world of mind what have we discovered? Is it geometry? Is it logic? Nay, we are all pupils of Euclid and Aristotle. Is it written characters, an invention almost divine? We no more invented it than Cadmus did. Is it poetry? Homer hath never been approached by us, nor hath Virgil nor Horace. Is it tragedy or comedy? Why, poets, actors, theatres, all fell to dust at our touch. Have we succeeded in reviving them? Would you compare our little miserable mysteries and moralities, all frigid personification and dog Latin, with the glories of a Greek play, on the decoration of which 100,000 crowns had been spent, performed inside a marble miracle, the audience a seated city, and the poet a Sophocles? What then have we invented? Is it monotheism? Why, the learned and philosophical among the Greeks and Romans held it. Even their more enlightened poets were monotheists in their sleeves. Zeus est in Ouranos, Zeus tegi Zeus toi panta, saith the Greek, and Lucan echoes him, Jupiter est quodcunque vides quocunque moveris. Their vulgar were polytheists, and what are ours? We have not invented invocation of the saints. Our sancti answers to their daemonies and divi, and the heathen used to pray their divi or deified mortal to intercede with the higher divinity, but the ruder minds among them, incapable of nice distinctions, worshipped those lesser gods they should have but invoked. And so do the mob of Christians in our day, following the heathen vulgar or by unbroken tradition. For in Holy Writ is no polytheism of any sort or kind. We have not invented so much as a form or variety of polytheism. The pagan vulgar worshipped all sorts of deified mortals, and each had his favourite, to whom he prayed 10 times for once to the omnipotent. Our vulgar worship canonized mortals, and each has his favourite, to whom he prays 10 times for once to God. Call you that invention? Invention is confined to the East. Among the ancient vulgar only the mariners were monotheists. They worshipped Venus, called her Stella Maris and Regina Caelorum. Among our vulgar only the mariners are monotheists. They worship the Virgin Mary and call her Star of the Sea and the Queen of Heaven. Call you theirs a new religion? An old doublet with a new button. Our vulgar make images and adore them, which is absurd, for adoration is the homage due from a creature to its creator. Now here man is the creator, so the statues ought to worship him, and would if they had brains enough to justify a rat in worshipping them. But even this abuse, though childish enough to be modern, is ancient. The pagan vulgar in these parts made their images, then knelt before them, adorned them with flowers, offered incense to them, lighted tapers before them, carried them in procession, and made pilgrimages to them, just to the smallest tittle, as we their imitators do. Jerome here broke in impatiently and reminded him that the images the most revered in Christendom were made by no mortal hand, but had dropped from heaven. "Ay," cried Colonna, "such are the tutelary images of most great Italian towns. I have examined 19 of them, and made drafts of them. If they came from the sky, our worst sculptors are our angels. But my mind is easy on that score. Ungainly statue or villainous daub fell never yet from heaven to smuggle the bread out of capable workmen's mouths. All this is pagan, and arose thus. The Trojans had oriental imaginations, and feigned that their Palladium, a wooden statue 3 cubits long, fell down from heaven. The Greeks took this fib home among the spoils of Troy, and soon it rained statues on all the Grecian cities and their Latin apes. And one of these Palladia gave St. Paul trouble at Ephesus. 'Twas a statue of Diana that fell down from Jupiter. Credat qui credere possit. What, would you cast your profane doubts on that picture of our Blessed Lady, which scarce a century agone hung lustrous in the air over this very city, and was taken down by the Pope and bestowed in St. Peter's Church? I have no profane doubts on the matter, Jerome. This is the story of Numa's shield, revived by theologians with an itch for fiction, but no talent that way, not being Orientals. The ancile or sacred shield of Numa hung lustrous in the air over this very city, till that pious prince took it down and hung it in the temple of Jupiter. Be just, swallow both stories or neither. The Bocca della Verita passes for a statue of the Virgin, and convicted a woman of perjury the other day. It is in reality an image of the goddess Rhea, and the modern figment is one of its ancient traditions. Swallow both or neither. Qui bavium non odet amet tua carmina mavi. But indeed we owe all our Palladiuncula, and all our speaking, nodding, winking, sweating, bleeding statues to these poor abused heathens. The Athenian statues all sweated before the Battle of Chaeronea, so did the Roman statues during Tully's consulship, viz. The statue of Victory at Capua, of Mars at Rome, and of Apollo outside the gates. The Palladium itself was brought to Italy by Aeneas, and after keeping quiet 3 centuries made an observation in Vesta's temple, a trivial one, I fear, since it hath not survived. Juno's statue at Veii assented with a nod to go to Rome. Antony's statue on Mount Alban bled from every vein in its marble before the fight of Actium. Others cured diseases, as that of Pellicus, derided by Lucian, for the wiser among the heathen believed in sweating marble, weeping wood, and bleeding brass, as I do. Of all our marks and dents made in stone by soft substances, this saint's knee and that saint's finger and t'other's head, the original, is heathen. Thus the footprints of Hercules were shown on a rock in Scythia. Castor and Pollux, fighting on white horses for Rome against the Latians, left the prints of their hooves on a rock at Regulum. A temple was built to them on the spot, and the marks were to be seen in Tully's day. You may see near Venice, a great stone cut nearly in half by St. George's sword. This he ne'er had done but for the old Roman who cut the whetstone in two with his razor. Qui bavium non odit amet tua carmina mavi. Kissing of images and the Pope's toe is Eastern paganism. The Egyptians had it of the Assyrians, the Greeks of the Egyptians, the Romans of the Greeks, and we of the Romans, whose Pontifex Maximus had his toe kissed under the empire. The Druids kissed the high priest's toe 1,000 years B.C. The Mussulmans, who, like you, profess to abhor heathenism, kissed the stone of the Kaaba, a pagan practice. The priests of Baal kissed their idols so. Tully tells us of a fair image of Hercules at Agrigentum, whose chin was worn by kissing. The lower parts of the statue we call Peter or Jupiter. The toe is sore worn, but not all by Christian mouths. The heathen vulgar laid their lips there first for many a year, and ours have but followed them, as monkeys their masters. And that is why, down with the poor heathen! Periant qui anti nos nostra fecerint. Our infant baptism is Persian, with the font and the signing of the child's brow. Our throwing 3 handfuls of earth on the coffin and saying dust to dust is Egyptian. Our incense is Oriental, Roman, pagan, and the early fathers of the Church regarded it with superstitious horror and died for refusing to handle it. Our holy water is pagan and all its uses. See, here is a pagan aspersorium. Could you tell it from one of ours? It stood in the same part of their temples and was used in ordinary worship as ours and in extraordinary purifications. They called it aqua lustralis. Their vulgar, like ours, thought drops of it falling on the body would wash out sin, and their men of sense, like ours, smiled or sighed at such credulity. What saith Ovid of this folly, which hath outlived him? Ah, nimium faciles qui tristia crimina coidis, fluminia tolliposse putetis aqua. Thou seest the heathen were not all fools. No more are we, not all. Fra Colonna uttered all this with such volubility that his hearers could not edge in a word of remonstrance, and not being interrupted in praising his favourites, he recovered his good humour without any diminution of his volubility. We celebrate the miraculous conception of the Virgin on the 2nd of February. The old Romans celebrated the miraculous conception of Juno on the 2nd of February. Our Feast of All Saints is on the 2nd of November. The Festum Dei Mortis was on the 2nd of November. Our Candlemas is also an old Roman feast. Neither the date nor the ceremony altered one tittle. The patrician ladies carried candles about the city that night, as our signoras do now. At the gate of San Croce, our courtesans keep a feast on the 20th of August. Ask them why. The little noodles cannot tell you. On that very spot stood the Temple of Venus. Her building is gone, but her rite remains. Did we discover purgatory? On the contrary, all we really know about it is from 2 treatises of Plato, the Gorgias and the Phaedo, and the 6th book of Virgil's Aeneid. I take it from a holier source. St. Gregory, said Jerome sternly. Like enough, replied Colonna dryly, but St. Gregory was not so nice. He took it from Virgil. Some souls, saith Gregory, are purged by fire, others by water, others by air. Says Virgil, aliae panduntur in anes, suspensae adventus, aliis subgurgite vasto, infectum eliutur scilis, ut exuritur igni. But peradventure you think Pope Gregory I lived before Virgil, and Virgil versified him. But the doctrine is Eastern, and as much older than Plato as Plato than Gregory. Our prayers for the dead come from Asia with Aeneas. Ovid tells that when he prayed for the soul of Anchises, the custom was strange in Italy. Hunc morem Aeneos, pietatis idionos octor, atulit in terras juste latine tuas. The Biblicae sortes, which I have seen consulted on the altar, are a parody on the sortes Virgilianae. Our numerous altars in one church are heathen. The Jews who are monotheists have but one altar in a church, but the pagans had many, being polytheists. In the temple of Pythian Venus were 100 of them. Centum qui sabio thure calendare. Our altars and our 100 lights around St. Peter's tomb are pagan. Centum aras posuit vigilemque sacraveret ignem. We invent nothing, not even numerically. Our very devil is the god Pan, horns and hoofs and all, but blackened. For we cannot draw, we can but daub the figures of antiquity with a little sorry paint or soot. Our Moses hath stolen the horns of Ammon, our Wolfgang the hook of Saturn, and Janus bore the keys of heaven before St. Peter. All our really old Italian bronzes of the Virgin and Child are Venuses and Cupids. So is the wooden statue that stands hard by this house of Pope Joan and the child she is said to have brought forth there in the middle of her procession. Idiots! Are newborn children 13 years old? And that boy is not a day younger. Cupid, Cupid, Cupid! And since you accuse me of credulity, know that to my mind that papess is full as mythological, born of froth, and every way unreal as the goddess who passes for her in the next street, or as the saints you call Saint Baccho and Saint Quirina, or Saint Oracte, which is a dunce-like corruption of Mount Soracte, or Saint Amphibolus, an English saint, which is a dunce-like corruption of the cloak worn by their Saint Alban, or as the Spanish saint Saint Villar, which words on his tombstone written thus, S.V.R., prove him no saint, but a good old nameless heathen, and praefectus viarum, or overseer of roads. Would he were back to earth and paganizing of our Christian roads, or as our Saint Veronica of Banasco, which Veronica is a dunce-like corruption of the Vera icon, which this saint brought into the church. I wish it may not be as unreal as the donor, or as the 11,000 virgins of Cologne, who were but a couple. Clement interrupted him to inquire what he meant. I have spoken with those who have seen their bones. What? Of 11,000 virgins all collected in one place and at one time? Do but bethink thee, Clement, not one of the great eastern cities of antiquity could collect 11,000 pagan virgins at one time, far less a puny western city. 11,000 Christian virgins in a little wee Paynim city. Quodcunque ostendis mihi sic incredulus odi. The simple sooth is this: the martyrs were two, the Breton princess herself, falsely called British, and her maid Onesimilla, which is a Greek name, Onesima diminished. This some fool did mispronounce undecimille, 11,000. Loose tongue found credulous ears, and so one fool made many, 11,000 of them. And you will. And you charge me with credulity, Jerome, and bid me read the lives of the saints? Well, I have read them, and many a dear old pagan acquaintance I found there. The best fictions in the book are Oriental, and are known to have been current in Persia and Arabia 800 years and more before the dates the Church assigns to them as facts. As for the true Western figments, they lack the Oriental plausibility. Think you I am credulous enough to believe that St. Ida joined a decapitated head to its body? That St. Cuthbert's carcass directed his bearers where to go and where to stop? That a city was eaten up of rats to punish one Hatto for comparing the poor to mice? That angels have a little horn on their foreheads, and that this was seen and recorded at the time by St. Veronica of Benasco, who never existed, and hath left us this information and a miraculous handkercher? For my part, I think the holiest woman the world e'er saw must have an existence ere she can have a handkercher, or an eye to take unicorns for angels. Think you I believe that a brace of lions turned sextons and helped Anthony bury Paul of Thebes? That Patrick, a Scotch saint, stuck a goat's beard on all the descendants of one that offended him? That certain thieves, having stolen the convent ram and denying it, St. Paul de Leon bade the ram bear witness, and straight the mutton bleated in the thief's belly? Would you have me give up the skilful figments of antiquity for such old wives' fables as these? The ancients lied about animals too, but then they lied logically, we unreasonably. Do but compare Ephus and his lion, or better still, Androcles and his lion, with Anthony and his 2 lions. Both the pagan lions do what lions never did, but at the least they act in character. A lion with a bone in his throat or a thorn in his foot could not do better than be civil to a man, but Anthony's lions are asses in a lion's skin. What leonine motive could they have in turning sextons? A lion's business is to make corpses, not inter them. He added with a sigh, our lies are as inferior to the lies of the ancients as our statues, and for the same reason. We do not study nature as they did. We are imitatores, servum pecus. Believe you the lives of the saints that Paul the Theban was the first hermit, and Anthony the first Cainobite? Why, Pythagoras was an eremite and underground for 7 years, and his daughter was an abbess. Monks and hermits were in the East long before Moses, and neither old Greece nor Rome was ever without them. As for St. Francis and his snowballs, he did but mimic Diogenes, who, naked, embraced statues on which snow had fallen. The folly without the poetry. Ape of an ape, for Diogenes was but a mimic therein of the Brahmins and Greek gymnosophists. Natheless, the children of this Francis bid fair to pelt us out of the church with their snowballs. Tell me now, Clement, what habit is lovelier than the vestments of our priests? Well, we owe them all to Numa Pompilius, except the girdle and the stole, which are Judaical. As for the Amici and the Albi, they retain the very names they bore in Numa's day. The pelt worn by the canons comes from primeval paganism. 'Tis a relic of those rude times when the sacrificing priest wore the skins of the beasts with the fur outward. Strip off thy black gown, Jerome, thy girdle and cowl, for they come to us all 3 from the pagan ladies. Let thy hair grow like Absalom's, Jerome, for the tonsure is as pagan as the Muses. Take care what thou sayest, said Jerome sternly. We know the very year in which the church did first ordain it. But not invented, Jerome. The Brahmins wore it a few thousand years ere that. From them it came through the Assyrians to the priests of Isis in Egypt, and afterwards of Serapis at Athens. The late Pope, the saints be good to him, once told me that tonsure was forbidden by God to the Levites in the Pentateuch. If so, this was because of the Egyptian priests wearing it. I trust to his holiness. I am no biblical scholar. The Latin of thy namesake Jerome is a barrier I cannot overleap. Dixit ad me Dominus dens, dixi ad Dominum Deum. No, thank you, holy Jerome. I can stand a good deal, but I cannot stand thy Latin. Nay, give me the New Testament. 'Tis not the Greek of Xenophon, but 'tis Greek, and there be heathen sayings in it too, for St. Paul was not so spiteful against them as thou. When the heathen said a good thing that suited his matter, by Jupiter, he just took it and mixed it to all eternity with the inspired text. Come forth, Clement, come forth, said Jerome, rising, and thou, profane monk, know that but for the powerful house that upholds thee, thy accursed heresy should go no farther, for I would have thee burned at the stake. And he strode out, white with indignation. Colonna's reception of this threat did credit to him as an enthusiast. He ran and hallooed joyfully after Rome. And that is pagan! Burning of men's bodies for the opinions of their souls is a purely pagan custom, as pagan as incense, holy water, 100 altars in one church, the tonsure, the cardinals, or Flaman's hat, the word pope, Here Jerome slammed the door. But ere they could get clear of the house, a jalousie was flung open, and a Paynim monk came out head and shoulders, and overhung the street, shouting, Affecti supplicies Christianae, genus hominum, novas superstitionis ac maleficae. And having delivered this parting blow, he felt a great triumphant joy, and strode exultant to and fro, and not attending with his usual care to the fair way, for his room could only be threaded by little paths wriggling among the antiquities, tripped over the beak of an Egyptian stork, and rolled upon a regiment of Armenian gods, which he found tough in argument, though small in stature. You will go no more to that heretical monk, said Jerome to Clement. Clement sighed. Shall we leave him and not try to correct him? Make allowance for heat of discourse. He was nettled. His words are worse than his acts. Oh, 'tis a pure and charitable soul. So are all arch-heretics. Satan does not tempt them like other men. Rather, he makes them more moral to give their teaching weight. Fra Colonna cannot be corrected. His family is all-powerful in Rome. Pray we the saints he blasphemes to enlighten him. 'Twill not be the first time they have returned good for evil. Meantime, thou art forbidden to consort with him. From this day go alone through the city. Confess and absolve sinners, exorcise demons, comfort the sick, terrify the impenitent, preach wherever men are gathered and occasion serves, and hold no converse with the Fra Colonna. Clement bowed his head. Then the prior, at Jerome's request, had the young friar watched. And one day the spy returned with the news that Brother Clement had passed by the Fra Colonna's lodging, and had stopped a little while in the street, and then gone on, but with his hand to his eyes, and slowly. This report Jerome took to the prior. The prior asked his opinion, and also Anselm's, who was then taking leave of him on his return to Juliers. Jerome. He obeyed, but with regret, ay, with childish repining. Anselm. He shed a natural tear at turning his back on a friend and a benefactor, but he obeyed. Now Anselm was one of your gentle irresistibles. He had at times a mild ascendant even over Jerome. Worthy brother Anselm, said Jerome, Clement is weak to the very bone. He will disappoint thee. He will do nothing great either for the church or for our holy order. Yet he is an orator, and hath drunken of the spirit of St. Dominic. Fly him then with a string. That same day it was announced to Clement that he was to go to England immediately with Brother Jerome. Clement folded his hands on his breast and bowed his head in calm submission. End of chapter 72. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 73 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Hearth. A Catherine is not an unmixed good in a strange house. The governing power is strong in her. She has scarce crossed the threshold ere the utensils seem to brighten, the hearth to sweep itself, the windows to let in more light, and the soul of an enormous cricket to animate the dwelling place. But this cricket is a busybody, and that is a tremendous character. It has no discrimination. It sets everything to rights and everybody. Now, many things are the better for being set to rights, but everything is not. Everything is the one thing that won't stand being set to rights except in that calm and cool retreat, the grave. Catherine altered the position of every chair and table in Margaret's house, and perhaps for the better. But she must go farther and upset the live furniture. When Margaret's time was close at hand, Catherine treacherously invited the aid of Denis and Martin, and on the poor simple-minded fellows asking her earnestly what service they could be, she told them they might make themselves comparatively useful by going for a little walk. So far so good. But she intimated further that should the promenade extend into the middle of next week, all the better. This was not ingratiating. The subsequent conduct of the strong under the yoke of the weak might have propitiated a she-bear with 3 cubs, one sickly. They generally slipped out of the house at daybreak and stole in like thieves at night, and if by chance they were at home, they went about like cats on a wall tipped with broken glass, and wearing awe-struck visages and a general air of subjugation and depression. But all would not do. Their very presence was ill-timed and jarred upon Catherine's nerves. Did instinct whisper a pair of depopulators had no business in a house with multipliers twain? The breastplate is no armour against a female tongue, and Catherine ran infinite pins and needles of speech into them. In a word, when Margaret came downstairs, she found the kitchen swept of heroes. Martin, old and stiff, had retreated no farther than the street, and with the honours of war, for he had carried off his baggage, a stool, and sat on it in the air. Margaret saw he was out in the sun, but was not aware he was a fixture in that luminary. She asked for Denis. Good, kind Denis, he will be right pleased to see me about again. Catherine, wiping a bowl with now superfluous vigour, told her Denis was gone to his friends in Burgundy. And high time! Hasn't been anigh them this 3 years by all accounts. What? Gone without bidding me farewell? Said Margaret, uplifting 2 tender eyes like full-blown violets. Catherine reddened, for this new view of the matter set her conscience pricking her. But she gave a little toss and said, "Oh, you were asleep at the time, and I would not have you wakened." "Poor Denis," said Margaret, and the dew gathered visibly on the open violets. Catherine saw out of the corner of her eye, and without taking a bit of open notice, slipped off and lavished hospitality and tenderness on the surviving depopulator. It was sudden, and Martin, old and stiff in more ways than one. "No, thank you, dame, I have got used to out-o-doors, and I love not changing and changing. I meddle with nobody here, and nobody meddles with me." "Oh, you nasty, cross old wretch!" screamed Catherine, passing in a moment from treacle to sharpest vinegar, and she flounced back into the house. On calm reflection, she had a little cry. Then she half reconciled herself to her conduct by vowing to be so kind Margaret should never miss her plagues of soldiers. But feeling still a little uneasy, she dispersed all regrets by a process at once simple and sovereign. She took and washed the child. From head to foot she washed him in tepid water, and heroes and their wrongs became as dust in an ocean of soap and water. While this celestial ceremony proceeded, Margaret could not keep quiet. She hovered round the fortunate performer. She must have an apparent hand in it, if not a real. She put her finger into the water, to pave the way for her boy, I suppose, for she could not have deceived herself so far as to think Catherine would allow her to settle the temperature. During the ablution, she kneeled down opposite the little Gerard and prattled to him with amazing fluency, taking care, however, not to articulate like grown-up people, for how could a cherub understand their ridiculous pronunciation? "I wish you could wash out that," said she, fixing her eyes on the little boy's hand. "What? What, have you not noticed on his little finger?" Granny looked, and there was a little brown mole. "Hey, but this is wonderful!" she cried. "Nature, my lass, you're strong and meddlesome to boot. Hast noticed such a mark on someone else? Tell the truth, girl." "What, on him? Nay, mother, not I." "Well, then he has, and on the very spot. And you never noticed that much. But, dear heart, I forgot. You hadn't known him from child to man as I have. I have had him hundreds of times on my knees, the same as this, and washed him from top to toe in lukewarm water." And she swelled with conscious superiority, and Margaret looked meekly up to her as a woman beyond competition. Catherine looked down from her dizzy height and moralised. She differed from other busybodies in this, that she now and then reflected. Not deeply, or of course I should take care not to print it. "It is strange," said she, "how things come round and about. Life is but a whirligig. Leastways, we poor women, our lives are all cut upon one pattern. Wasn't I for washing out my Gerard's mole in his young days? Oh, fie, here's a foul blot, quo I, and scrubbed away at it I did, till I made the poor wight cry. So then I thought 'twas time to give over. And now you says to me, 'Mother,' says you, 'do try and wash you out my Gerard's finger,' says you. Think on't." "Wash it out?" cried Margaret. "I wouldn't for all the world." "Why, it is the sweetest bit in his little darling body. I'll kiss it morn and night, till he that owned it first comes back to us three. Oh, bless you, my jewel of gold and silver, for being marked like your own daddy to comfort me." And she kissed little Gerard's little mole. But she could not stop there. She presently had him sprawling on her lap, and kissed his back all over again and again, and seemed to worry him as wolf a lamb. Catherine looking on and smiling. She had seen a good many of these savage onslaughts in her day. And this little sketch indicates the tenor of Margaret's life for several months. One or two small things occurred to her during that time, which must be told, but I reserve them, since one string will serve for many glass beads. But while her boy's father was passing through those fearful tempests of the soul, ending in the dead monastic calm, her life might fairly be summed in one great blissful word: maternity. You, who know what lies in that word, enlarge my little sketch and see the young mother nursing and washing, and dressing and undressing, and crowing and gambolling with her firstborn. Then, swifter than lightning, dart your eye into Italy, and see the cold cloister, and the monks passing like ghosts, eyes down, hands meekly crossed over bosoms dead to earthly feelings. One of these cowled ghosts is he whose return, full of love and youth and joy, that radiant young mother awaits. In the valley of Grindelwald, the traveller has on one side the perpendicular Alps, all rock, ice, and everlasting snow, towering above the clouds and piercing to the sky. On his other hand, little everyday slopes, but green as emeralds, and studded with cows and pretty cots and life, whereas those lofty neighbours stand leafless, lifeless, inhuman, sublime. Elsewhere, sweet commonplaces of nature are apt to pass unnoticed, but, fronting the grim Alps, they soothe and even gently strike the mind by contrast with their tremendous opposites. Such in their way are the two halves of this story rightly looked at. On the Italian side, rugged adventure, strong passion, blasphemy, vice, penitence, pure ice, holy snow, soaring direct at heaven. On the Dutch side, all on a humble scale and womanish but ever green. And as a pathway parts the ice towers of Grindelwald, aspiring to the sky from its little sunny braes, so here is but a page between the Cloister and the Hearth. End of chapter 73. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 74 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Cloister. The new Pope favoured the Dominican order. The convent received a message from the Vatican requiring a capable friar to teach at the University of Bâle. Now Clement was the very monk for this. Well versed in languages, and in his worldly days had attended the lectures of Guarini the Younger. His visit to England was therefore postponed, though not resigned, and meantime he was sent to Bâle, but not being wanted there for 3 months, he was to preach on the road. He passed out of the northern gate with his eyes lowered, and the whole man wrapped in pious contemplation. Oh, if we could paint a mind and its story, what a walking fresco was this barefooted friar! Hopeful, happy love, bereavement, despair, impiety, vice, suicide, remorse, religious despondency, penitence, death to the world, resignation, and all in 12 short months. And now the traveller was on foot again, but all was changed. No perilous adventures now. The very thieves and robbers bowed to the ground before him, and instead of robbing him, forced stolen money on him, and begged his prayers. This journey therefore furnished few picturesque incidents. I have, however, some readers to think of who care little for melodrama, and expect a quiet peep at what passes inside a man. To such students things undramatic are often vocal, denoting the progress of a mind. The first Sunday of Clement's journey was marked by this. He prayed for the soul of Margaret. He had never done so before. Not that her eternal welfare was not dearer to him than anything on earth. It was his humility. The terrible impieties that burst from him on the news of her death horrified my well-disposed readers, but not, as on reflection, they horrified him who had uttered them. For a long time during his novitiate he was oppressed with religious despair. He thought he must have committed that sin against the Holy Spirit which dooms the soul forever. By degrees that dark cloud cleared away, Anselmo Juvante, but deep self-abasement remained. He felt his own salvation insecure, and moreover thought it would be mocking heaven should he, the deeply stained, pray for a soul so innocent comparatively as Margaret's. So he used to coax good Anselm and another kindly monk to pray for her. They did not refuse, nor do it by halves. In general, the good old monks, and there were good, bad, and indifferent in every convent, had a pure and tender affection for their younger brethren, which, in truth, was not of this world. Clement, then, having preached on Sunday morning in a small Italian town, and being mightily carried onward, was greatly encouraged, and that day a balmy sense of God's forgiveness and love descended on him, and he prayed for the welfare of Margaret's soul. And from that hour this became his daily habit, and the one purified tie that by memory connected his heart with earth. For his family were to him as if they had never been. The church would not share with earth, nor could even the church cure the great love without annihilating the smaller ones. During most of this journey, Clement rarely felt any spring of life within him but when he was in the pulpit. The other exceptions were when he happened to relieve some fellow creature. A young man was tarantula bitten, or perhaps, like many more, fancied it. Fancy or reality, he had been for 2 days without sleep, and in most extraordinary convulsions, leaping, twisting, and beating the walls. The village musicians had only excited him worse with their music. Exhaustion and death followed the disease when it gained such a head. Clement passed by and learned what was the matter. He sent for a psaltery and tried the patient with soothing melodies, but if the other tunes maddened him, Clement seemed to crush him. He groaned and moaned under them, and grovelled on the floor. At last the friar observed that at intervals his lips kept going. He applied his ear and found the patient was whispering a tune, and a very singular one that had no existence. He learned this tune and played it. The patient's face brightened amazingly. He marched about the room on the light fantastic toe, enjoying it, and when Clement's fingers ached nearly off with playing it, he had the satisfaction of seeing the young man sink complacently to sleep to this lullaby, the strange creation of his own mind, for it seems he was no musician and never composed a tune before or after. This sleep saved his life, and Clement, after teaching the tune to another, in case it should be wanted again, went forward with his heart a little warmer. On another occasion he found a mob hailing a decently dressed man along, who struggled and vociferated, but in a strange language. This person had walked into their town erect and sprightly, waving a mulberry branch over his head. Thereupon the natives first gazed stupidly, not believing their eyes, then pounced on him and dragged him before the podesta. Clement went with them, but on the way they drew quietly near the prisoner and spoke to him in Italian. No answer. In French, German, Dutch, no assets. Then the man tried Clement in tolerable Latin, but with a sharpish accent. He said he was an Englishman, and oppressed with the heat of Italy, had taken a bough off the nearest tree to save his head. In my country, anybody's welcome to what grows on the highway. Confound the fools, I am ready to pay for it, but here is all Italy up in arms about a twig and a handful of leaves. The pig-headed podesta would have sent the dogged islander to prison, but Clement mediated, and with some difficulty made the prisoner comprehend that silkworms, and by consequence mulberry leaves, were sacred, being under the wing of the sovereign, and his source of income, and urged on the podesta that ignorance of his mulberry laws was natural in a distant country, where the very tree, perhaps, was unknown. The opinionative islander turned the still vibrating scale by pulling out a long purse and repeating his original theory that the whole question was mercantile. "Quid damni," said he. "Dic et cito solvam." The podesta snuffed the gold, fined him a ducat for the duke, about the value of the whole tree, and pouched the coin. The Englishman shook off his ire the moment he was liberated, and laughed heartily at the whole thing, but was very grateful to Clement. "You are too good for this hole of a country, father. Come to England. That is the only place in the world. I was an uneasy fool to leave it and wander among mulberries and their idiots. I am a Kentish squire and educated at Cambridge University. My name it is Rolfe, my place Betshanger. The man and the house are both at your service. Come over and stay till doomsday. We sit down 40 to dinner every day at Betshanger. One more or one less at the board will not be seen. You shall end your days with me and my heirs, if you will. Come now." What an Englishman says he means, and he gave him a great hearty grip of the hand to confirm it. "I will visit thee some day, my son," said Clement, "but not to weary thy hospitality." The Englishman then begged Clement to shrive him. "I know not what will become of my soul," said he. "I live like a heathen since I left England." Clement consented gladly, and soon the islander was on his knees to him by the roadside, confessing the last month's sins. Finding him so pious a son of the church, Clement let him know he was really coming to England. He then asked him whether it was true that country was overrun with Lollards and Wycliffites. The other coloured up a little. "There be black sheep in every land," said he. Then, after some reflection, he said gravely, "Holy Father, hear the truth about these heretics. None are better disposed towards Holy Church than we English. But we are ourselves, and by ourselves. We love our own ways, and above all our own tongue. The Norman could conquer our bill-hooks, but not our tongues, and hard they tried it for many a long year by law and proclamation. Our good foreign priests utter God to plain English folk in Latin, or in some French or Italian lingo, like the bleating of a sheep. Then come the fox Wycliffe and his crew, and read him out of his own book in plain English, that all men's hearts warm to. Who can withstand this? God forgive me, I believe the English would turn deaf ears to St. Peter himself, spoke he not to them in the tongue their mothers sewed in their ears, and their hearts along with mothers' kisses. He added hastily, I say not this for myself, I am Cambridge bred. The good words come not amiss to me in Latin, but for the people in general. Clavis ad corda Anglorum est lingua materna. My son, said Clement, blessed be the hour I met thee, for thy words are sober and wise, but alas, how shall I learn your English tongue? No book have I. I would give you my book of hours, father. 'Tis in English and Latin, cheek by jowl, but then what would become of my poor soul, wanting my hours in a strange land? Stay, you are a holy man, and I am an honest one. Let us make a bargain. You to pray for me every day for 2 months, and I to give you my book of hours. Here it is. What say you to that? And his eyes sparkled, and he was all on fire with mercantility. Clement smiled gently at this trait. and quietly detached a manuscript from his girdle, and showed him that it was in Latin and Italian. "See, my son," said he, "heaven hath foreseen our several needs, and given us the means to satisfy them. Let us change books, and, my dear son, I will give thee my poor prayers and welcome, not sell them thee. I love not religious bargains." The islander was delighted. "So shall I learn the Italian tongue without risk to my eternal weal. Near is my purse, but nearer is my soul." He forced money on Clement. In vain the friar told him it was contrary to his vow to carry more of that than was barely necessary. "Lay it out for the good of the church and of my soul," said the islander. "I ask you not to keep it, but take it you must, and shall." And he grasped Clement's hand warmly again, and Clement kissed him on the brow, and blessed him, and they went each his way. About a mile from where they parted, Clement found two tired wayfarers sleeping in the deep shade of a great chestnut tree, one of a thick grove the road skirted. Near the men was a little cart, and in it a printing press, rude and clumsy as a vine press. A jaded mule was harnessed to the cart. And so Clement stood face to face with his old enemy. And as he eyed it, and the honest blue-eyed faces of the wearied craftsmen, he looked back as on a dream at the bitterness he had once felt towards this machine. He looked kindly down on them and said softly, "Svenheim." The men started to their feet. "Panats!" They scuttled into the wood and were seen no more. Clement was amazed, and stood puzzling himself. Presently a face peeped from behind a tree. Clement addressed it. "What fear ye?" A quavering voice replied, "Say rather, by what magic you, a stranger, can call us by our names? I never clapped eyes on you till now." "O superstition, I know ye, as all good workmen are known, by your works. Come hither, and I will tell ye." They advanced gingerly from different sides, each regulating his advance by the others. "My children," said Clement, "I saw a Lactantius in Rome, printed by Svenheim and Panats, disciples of Faust." "Do you hear that, Panats? Our work has gotten to Rome already." "By your blue eyes and flaxen hair, I wished you were Germans, and the printing press spoke for itself. Who then should ye be but Faust's disciples, Panats and Svenheim?" The honest Germans were now astonished that they had suspected magic in so simple a matter. "The good father hath his wits about him, that is all," said Panats. "Aye," said Svenheim, "and with those wits would he could tell us how to get this tired beast to the next town." "Yea," said Svenheim, "and where to find money to pay for his meat and ours when we get there." "I will try," said Clement. "Free the mule of the cart, and of all harness but the bare halter." This was done, and the animal immediately lay down and rolled on his back in the dust like a kitten. Whilst he was thus employed, Clement assured him he would rise up a new mule. "His Creator hath taught him this art to refresh himself, which the nobler horse knoweth not. Now, with regard to money, know that a worthy Englishman hath entrusted me with a certain sum to bestow in charity. To whom can I better give a stranger's money than to strangers? Take it, then, and be kind to some Englishman or other stranger in his need, and may all nations learn to love one another one day." The tears stood in the honest workmen's eyes. They took the money with heartfelt thanks. "It is your nation we are bound to thank and bless, good father, if we but knew it." "My nation is the Church." Clement was then for bidding them farewell, but the honest fellows implored him to wait a little. They had no silver nor gold, but they had something they could give their benefactor. They took the press out of the cart, and while Clement fed the mule, they hustled about, now on the white-hot road, now in the deep, cool shade, now half in and half out, and presently printed a quarto sheet of 8 pages, which was already set up. They had not type enough to print 2 sheets at a time. When after the slower preliminaries the printed sheet was pulled all in a moment, Clement was amazed in turn. "What, are all these words really fast upon the paper?" said he. "Is it verily certain they will not go as swiftly as they came? And you took me for a magician? 'Tis Augustine te civitate Dei. My sons, you carry here the very wings of knowledge. Oh, never abuse this great craft. Print no ill books. They would fly abroad countless as locusts, and lay waste men's souls." The workmen said they would sooner put their hands under the screw than so abuse their goodly craft. And so they parted. There is nothing but meeting and parting in this world. At a town in Tuscany, the holy friar had a sudden and strange rencontre with the past. He fell in with one of those motley assemblages of patricians and plebeians, piety and profligacy, a company of pilgrims, a subject too well painted by others for me to go and daub. They were in an immense barn belonging to the inn. Clement, dusty and wearied, and no lover of idle gossip, sat in a corner studying the Englishman's hours, and making them out as much by his own Dutch as by the Latin version. Presently a servant brought a bucket half full of water and put it down at his feet. A female servant followed with 2 towels. And then a woman came forward and, crossing herself, kneeled down without a word at the bucket side, removed her sleeves entirely, and motioned to him to put his feet into the water. It was some lady of rank doing penance. She wore a mask scarce an inch broad, but effectual. Moreover, she handled the friar's feet more delicately than those do who are born to such offices. These penances were not uncommon, and Clement, though he had little faith in this form of contrition, received the services of the incognita as a matter of course. But presently she sighed deeply, and with her heartfelt sigh, and her head bent low over her menial office, she seemed so bowed with penitence that he pitied her, and said calmly but gently, "Can I aught for your soul's weal, my daughter?" She shook her head with a faint sob. "Naught, holy father, naught. Only to hear the sin of her who is most unworthy to touch thy holy feet. 'Tis part of my penance to tell sinless men how vile I am." "Speak, my daughter." "Father," said the lady, bending lower and lower, "these hands of mine look white, but they are stained with blood, the blood of the man I loved. Alas, you withdraw your foot. Ah me, what shall I do? All holy things shrink from me." Culpa mea," said Clement eagerly. "My daughter, it was an unworthy movement of earthly weakness, for which I shall do penance. Judge not the Church by her feebler servants. Not her foot, but her bosom is offered to thee, repenting truly. Take courage then, and purge thy conscience of its load." On this the lady, in a trembling whisper, and hurriedly and cringing a little, as if she feared the church would strike her bodily for what she had done, made this confession: "He was a stranger and base born, but beautiful as spring and wise beyond his years. I loved him. I had not the prudence to conceal my love. Nobles courted me. I ne'er thought one of humble birth could reject me. I showed him my heart, oh, shame of my sex. He drew back, yet he admired me, but innocently. He loved another, and he was constant. I resorted to a woman's wiles. They availed not. I borrowed the wickedness of men, and threatened his life, and to tell his true lover he died false to her. Ah, you shrink, your foot trembles. Am I not a monster?" Then he wept and prayed to me for mercy. Then my good angel helped me. I bade him leave Rome. Gerard, Gerard, why did you not obey me? I thought he was gone, but 2 months after this I met him. Never shall I forget it. I was descending the Tiber in my galley, when he came up it with a gay company, and at his side a woman, beautiful as an angel, but bold and bad. That woman claimed me aloud for her rival. Traitor and hypocrite, he had exposed me to her and to all the loose tongues in Rome. In terror and revenge I hired a bravo. When he was gone on his bloody errand, I wavered too late. The dagger I had hired struck. He never came back to his lodgings. He was dead. Alas, perhaps he was not so much to blame. None have ever cast his name in my teeth. His poor body is not found, or I should kiss its wounds and slay myself upon it. All around his very name seems silent as the grave to which this murderous hand hath sent him." Clement's eye was drawn by her movement. He recognised her shapely arm and soft white hand. And oh, he was so young to die, a poor thoughtless boy that had fallen a victim to that bad woman's arts, and she had made him tell her everything. Monster of cruelty, what penance can avail me? O Holy Father, what shall I do?" Clement's lips moved in prayer, but he was silent. He could not see his duty clear. Then she took his feet and began to dry them. She rested his foot upon her soft arm, and pressed it with the towel so gently she seemed incapable of hurting a fly. Yet her lips had just told another story, and a true one. While Clement was still praying for wisdom, a tear fell upon his foot. It decided him. "My daughter," said he, "I myself have been a great sinner." "You, father?" "I. Quite as great a sinner as thou, though not in the same way. The devil has gins and snares as well as traps, but penitence softened my impious heart, and then gratitude remoulded it. Therefore, seeing you penitent, I hope you can be grateful to him who has been more merciful to you than you have to your fellow creature. Daughter, the Church sends you comfort." "Comfort to me? Ah, never, unless it can raise my victim from the dead." "Take this crucifix in thy hand, fix thine eyes on it, and listen to me," was all the reply. "Yes, father, but let me thoroughly dry your feet first. 'Tis ill sitting in wet feet, and you are the holiest man of all whose feet I have washed. I know it by your voice." Woman I am not. As for my feet, they can wait their turn. Obey thou me." "Yes, father," said the lady humbly, but with a woman's evasive pertinacity she wreathed one towel swiftly round the foot she was drying, and placed his other foot on the dry napkin, then obeyed his command. And as she bowed over the crucifix, the low, solemn tones of the friar fell upon her, and his words soon made her whole body quiver with various emotions in quick succession. "My daughter, he you murdered, in intent, was one Gerard, a Hollander. He loved a creature as men should love none but their Redeemer and his church. Heaven chastised him. A letter came to Rome. She was dead." "Poor Gerard! Poor Margaret!" moaned the penitent. Clement's voice faltered at this a moment, but soon by a strong effort he recovered all his calmness. His feeble nature yielded body and soul to the blow. He was stricken down with fever. He revived only to rebel against heaven. He said, "There is no God." Poor Gerard! "Poor Gerard, thou feeble, foolish woman! Nay, wicked, impious Gerard! He plunged into vice and soiled his eternal jewel. Those you met him with were his daily companions, but know, rash creature, that the seeming woman you took to be his leman was but a boy, dressed in woman's habits to flout the others, a fair boy called Andrea. What that Andrea said to thee I know not, but be sure neither he nor any layman knows thy folly. This Gerard, rebel against heaven, was no traitor to thee, unworthy." The lady moaned like one in bodily agony, and the crucifix began to tremble in her trembling hands. "Courage!" said Clement. "Comfort is at hand." From crime he fell into despair, and bent on destroying his soul. He stood one night by Tiber, resolved on suicide. He saw one watching him. It was a bravo. Holy saints! He begged the bravo to dispatch him. He offered him all his money to slay him, body and soul. The bravo would not. Then this desperate sinner, not softened even by that refusal, flung himself into Tiber. Ah! And the assassin saved his life. Thou hadst chosen for the task Lodovico, husband of Teresa, whom this Gerard had saved at sea, her and her infant child. He lives! He lives! He lives! I am faint." The friar took the crucifix from her hands, fearing it might fall. A shower of tears relieved her. The friar gave her time, then continued calmly, "Aye, he lives, thanks to thee and thy wickedness, guided to his eternal good by an almighty and all-merciful hand. Thou art his greatest earthly benefactor." "Where is he? Where? "What is that to thee?" "Only to see him alive, to beg him on my knees, forgive me. I swear to you I will never presume again to— How could I? He knows all. Oh, shame! Father, does he know?" "All." "Then never will I meet his eye. I should sink into the earth. But I would repair my crime. I would watch his life unseen. He shall rise in the world whence I so nearly thrust him, poor soul. The Caesare, my family, are all powerful in Rome, and I am near their head." "My daughter," said Clement coldly, "he you call Gerard needs nothing man can do for him. Saved by a miracle from double death, he has left the world and taken refuge from sin and folly in the bosom of the church.
A priest?
A priest and a friar.
A friar? Then you are not his confessor, yet you know all. That gentle voice.
She raised her head slowly and peered at him through her mask. The next moment she uttered a faint shriek and lay with her brow upon his bare feet. End of chapter 74. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 75 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Clement sighed. He began to doubt whether he had taken the wisest course with a creature so passionate. But, young as he was, he had already learned many lessons of ecclesiastical wisdom. For one thing, he had been taught to pause, i.e., in certain difficulties neither to do nor to say anything until the matter should clear itself a little. He therefore held his peace and prayed for wisdom. All he did was gently to withdraw his foot. But his penitent flung her arms round it with a piteous cry, and held it convulsively, and wept over it. And now the agony of shame as well as penitence she was in showed itself by the bright red that crept over her very throat as she lay quivering at his feet. "My daughter," said Clement gently, "take courage. Torment thyself no more about this Gerard, who is not. As for me, I am brother Clement, whom heaven hath sent to thee this day to comfort thee and help thee save thy soul. Thou last made me thy confessor. I claim then thine obedience." "Oh, yes," sobbed the penitent. "Leave this pilgrimage, and instant return to Rome. Penitence abroad is little worth. There where we live lie the temptations we must defeat, or perish, not fly in search of others more showy but less lethal. Easy to wash the feet of strangers, masked ourselves. Hard to be merely meek and charitable with those about us. I'll never lay finger on her again. Nay, I speak not of servants only, but of dependents, kinsmen, friends. This be thy penance. The last thing at night, and the first thing after matins, call to mind thy sin and God his goodness, and be so humble and gentle to the faults of those around thee. The world it courts the rich, but seek thou the poor, not beggars. These for the most part are neither honest nor truly poor, but rather find out those who blush to seek thee, yet need thee sore. Giving to them shalt lend to heaven. Marry a good son of the church." "Me, I will never marry." "Thou wilt marry within the year. I do entreat and command thee to marry one that feareth God. For thou art very clay. Mated ill thou shalt be naught, but wedding a worthy husband thou mayest, Dei gratia, live a pious princess, ay, and die a saint." "I?" "Thou." He then desired her to rise and go about the good work he had set her. She rose to her knees, and removing her mask, cast an eloquent look upon him, then lowered her eyes meekly. "I will obey you as I would an angel. How happy I am, yet unhappy. For, oh, my heart tells me I shall never look on you again. I will not go till I have dried your feet." "It needs not. I have excused thee this bootless penance." "'Tis no penance to me.
Ah, you do not forgive me if you will not let me dry your poor feet."
"So be it then," said Clement resignedly,
and thought to himself, "Levius quid foemina." But these weak creatures that gravitate towards the small, as heavenly bodies towards the great, have yet their own flashes of angelic intelligence. When the princess had dried the friar's feet, she looked at him with tears in her beautiful eyes, and murmured with singular tenderness and goodness, "I will have masses said for her soul. May I?" she added timidly. This brought a faint blush into the monk's cheek, and moistened his cold blue eye. It came so suddenly from one he was just rating so low. "It is a gracious thought," he said. "Do as thou wilt. Often such acts fall back on the doer like blessed dew. I am thy confessor, not hers. Thine is the soul I must now do my all to save, or woe be to my own. My daughter, my dear daughter, I see good and ill angels fighting for thy soul this day, aye, this moment. Oh, fight thou on thine own side. Dost thou remember all I bade thee?" "Remember," said the princess. "Sweet saint, each syllable of thine is graved in my heart." "But one word more, then. Pray much to Christ, and little to his saints." "I will." "And that is the best word I have light to say to thee. So part we on it. Thou to the place becomes thee best, thy father's house, I to my holy mother's work." "Adieu," faltered the princess. "Adieu, thou that I have loved too well, hated too ill, known and revered too late. Forgiving angel, adieu for ever." The monk caught her words, though but faltered in a sigh. "For ever?" he cried aloud with sudden ardour. "Christians live for ever, and love for ever, but they never part for ever. They part as part the earth and sun, to meet more brightly in a little while. You and I part here for life, and what is our life? One line in the great story of the Church, whose son and daughter we are. One handful in the sand of time, one drop in the ocean of forever. Adieu, for the little moment called a life. We part in trouble, we shall meet in peace. We part creatures of clay, we shall meet immortal spirits. We part in a world of sin and sorrow, we shall meet where all is purity and love divine, where no ill passions are, but Christ is, and his saints around him, clad in white. There, in the turning of an hourglass, in the breaking of a bubble, in the passing of a cloud, she and thou and I shall meet again, and sit at the feet of angels and archangels, apostles and saints, and beam like them with joy unspeakable in the light of the shadow of God upon his throne, for ever and ever and ever. And so they parted, the monk erect, his eyes turned heavenwards and glowing with the sacred fire of zeal, the princess slowly retiring and turning more than once to cast a lingering glance of awe and tender regret on that inspired figure. She went home subdued and purified. Clement, in due course, reached Basle, and entered on his duties, teaching in the university, and preaching in the town and neighbourhood. He led a life that can be comprised in 2 words: deep study and mortification. My reader has already a peep into his soul. At Baal he advanced in holy zeal and knowledge. The brethren of his order began to see in him a descendant of the saints and martyrs. End of chapter 75. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 76 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. The Hearth. When little Gerard was nearly 3 months old, a messenger came hot from Tergou for Catherine. "Now, just you go back," said she, "and tell them I can't come, and I won't. They have got Kate." So he departed, and Catherine continued her sentence. "There, child, I must go. They are all at 6s and 7s. This is the 3rd time of asking. And tomorrow my man would come himself and take me home by the ear with a flea in't." She then recapitulated her experiences of infants, and instructed Margaret what to do in each coming emergency, and pressed money upon her. Margaret declined it with thanks. Catherine insisted and turned angry. Margaret made excuses all so reasonable that Catherine rejected them with calm contempt. To her mind they lacked femininity. "Come, out with your heart," said she, "and you and me parting, and mayhap shall never see one another's face again." "Oh, mother, say not so." "Alack, girl, I have seen it so often. 'Twill come into my mind now at each parting. When I was your age I never had such a thought. Nay, we were all to live for ever then. So out wi' it." "Well then, mother, I would rather not have told you. Your Cornelius must say to me, 'So you are come to share with us, eh, mistress?' Those were his words. I told him I would be very sorry." "Beshrew his ill tongue! What signifies it? He will never know." "Most likely he would sooner or later, but whether or no, I will take no grudged bounty from any family, unless I saw my child starving, and heaven only knows what I might do. Nay, mother, give me but thy love. I do prize that above silver, and they grudge me not that, by all I can find, for not a stiver of money will I take out of your house." "You are a foolish lass. Why, were it me, I'd take it just to spite him." "No, you would not. You and I are apples off one tree." Catherine yielded with good grace, and when the actual parting came, embraces and tears burst forth on both sides. When she was gone, the child cried a good deal, and all attempts to pacify him failing, Margaret suspected a pin, and searching between his clothes and his skin, found a gold angel incommoding his backbone. "There now, Gerard," she said to the babe, "I thought Granny gave in rather sudden." She took the coin and wrapped it in a piece of linen, and laid it at the bottom of her box, bidding the infant observe she could be at times as resolute as Granny herself. Catherine told Eli of Margaret's foolish pride, and how she had baffled it. Eli said Margaret was right, and she was wrong. Catherine tossed her head. Eli pondered. Margaret was not without domestic anxieties. She still had 2 men to feed, and could not work so hard as she had done. She had enough to do to keep the house and the child and cook for them all. But she had a little money laid by, and she used to tell her child his father would come home to help them before it was spent. And with these bright hopes,
and that treasury of bliss, her boy, she spent some happy months. Time wore on, and no Gerard came, and stranger still, no news of him. Then her mind was disquieted, and contrary to her nature, which was practical, she was often lost in sad reverie, and sighed in silence. And while her heart was troubled, her money was melting, and so it was that one day she found the cupboard empty, and looked in her dependents' faces, and at the sight of them her bosom was all pity, and she appealed to the baby whether she could let grandfather and poor old Martin want a meal, and went and took out Catherine's angel. As she unfolded the linen, a tear of gentle mortification fell on it. She sent Martin out to change it. While he was gone, a Frenchman came with one of the dealers in illuminated work who had offered her so poor a price. He told her he was employed by his sovereign to collect masterpieces for her book of hours. Then she showed him the two best things she had, and he was charmed with one of them, viz., the flowers and raspberries and creeping things which Margaret van Eyck had shaded. He offered her an unheard-of price. "Nay, flout not my need, good stranger," said she. "3 mouths there be in this house, and none to fill them but me." Curious arithmetic, left out number 1. "I doubt thee not, fair mistress. My princess charged me strictly, seek the best craftsmen. But I will no hard bargains, make them content with me, and me with them." The next minute Margaret was on her knees, kissing little Gerard in the cradle, and showering 4 gold pieces on him again and again, and relating the whole occurrence to him in very broken Dutch. "And oh, what a good princess, wasn't she? We will pray for her, won't we, my lambkin, when we are old enough?" Martin came in furious. "They will not change it. I trow they think I stole it." "I am beholden to thee," said Margaret hastily, and almost snatched it from Martin, and wrapped it up again and restored it to its hiding place. Ere these unexpected funds were spent, she got to her ironing and starching again, in the midst of which Martin sickened, and died after an illness of 9 days. Nearly all her money went to bury him decently. He was gone, and there was an empty chair by her fireside, for he had preferred the hearth to the sun as soon as the busybody was gone. Margaret would not allow anybody to sit in this chair now, yet whenever she let her eye dwell too long on it vacant, it was sure to cost her a tear. And now there was nobody to carry her linen home. To do it herself she must leave little Gerard in charge of a neighbour, but she dared not trust such a treasure to mortal, and besides she could not bear him out of her sight for hours and hours. So she set inquiries on foot for a boy to carry her basket on Saturday and Monday. A plump, fresh-coloured youth called Luke Peterson, who looked 15 but was 18, came in, and blushing and twiddling his bonnet, asked her if a man would not serve her turn as well as a boy. Before he spoke she was saying to herself, "This boy will just do." But she took the cue and said, "Nay, but a man will maybe seek more than I can well pay." "Not I," said Luke warmly. "Why, Mistress Margaret, I am your neighbour, and I do very well at the coopering. I can carry your basket for you before or after my day's work, and welcome. You have no need to pay me anything. 'Tisn't as if we were strangers, you know." "Why, Master Luke,
I know your face, for that matter, but I cannot call to mind that ever a word passed between us." "Oh, yes, you did, Mistress Margaret. What, have you forgotten? One day you were trying to carry your baby and eke your pitcher full of water, and quo I, 'Give me the baby to carry.' 'Nay,' says you, 'I'll give you the pitcher and keep the bairn myself.' And I carried the pitcher home, and you took it from me at this door, and you said to me, 'I am muckle obliged to you, young man,' with such a sweet voice, not like the folk in this street speak to a body. I do mind now, Master Luke, and methinks it was the least I could say." "Well, Mistress Margaret, if you will say as much every time I carry your basket, I care not how often I bear it, nor how far." "Nay, nay," said Margaret, colouring faintly, "I would not put upon good nature. You are young, Master Luke, and kindly. Say I give you your supper on Saturday night, when you bring the linen home, and your dawn meat a Monday. Would that make us anyways even?" "As you please. Only say not I sought a couple of diets for such a trifle as yon." With chubby-faced Luke's timely assistance, and the health and strength which Heaven gave this poor young woman to balance her many ills, the house went pretty smoothly a while, but the heart became more and more troubled by Gerard's long and now most mysterious silence. And then that mental torturer Suspense began to tear her heavy heart with his hot pincers, till she cried often and vehemently, "Oh, that I could know the worst!" Whilst she was in this state, one day she heard a heavy step mount the stair. She started and trembled. "That is no step that I know. Ill tidings?" The door opened, and an unexpected visitor, Eli, came in, looking grave and kind. Margaret eyed him in silence and with increasing agitation. "Girl," said he, "the skipper is come back." "One word," gasped Margaret. "Is he alive?" "Surely I hope so. No one has seen him dead." "Then they must have seen him alive?" "No, girl, neither dead nor alive hath he been seen this many months in Rome. My daughter Kate thinks he is gone to some other city. She bade me tell you her thought." "Ay, like enough," said Margaret gloomily, "like enough. My poor babe." The old man, in a faintish voice, asked her for a morsel to eat. He had come fasting. The poor thing pitied him with the surface of her agitated mind, and cooked a meal for him, trembling, and scarce knowing what she was about. Ere he went, he laid his hand upon her head, and said, "Be he alive, or be he dead, I look on thee as my daughter. Can I do naught for thee this day, bethink thee now? Ay, old man, pray for him, and for me." Eli sighed, and went sadly and heavily down the stairs. She listened half stupidly to his retiring footsteps till they ceased. Then she sank moaning down by the cradle, and drew little Gerard tight to her bosom. "Oh, my poor fatherless boy, my fatherless boy!" End of chapter 76. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 77 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Not long after this, as the little family at Tergoo sat at dinner, Luke Peterson burst in on them, covered with dust. "Good people, Mistress Catherine is wanted instantly at Rotterdam." "My name is Catherine, young man." "Kate, it will be Margaret." "Ay, dame, she said to me, Good luck, hie thee to Tergu, and ask for Eli the hosier, and pray his wife Catherine to come to me, for God his love. I didn't wait for daylight. Holy saints, he has come home, Kate. Nay, she would sure have said so. What on earth can it be? And she heaped conjecture on conjecture. Maybe the young man can tell us, hazarded Kate timidly. That I can, said Luke. Why, her babe is a-dying, and she was so wrapped up in it. Catherine started up. What is his trouble? Nay, I know not, but it has been peaking and pining worse and worse this while. A furtive glance of satisfaction passed between Cornelius and Brandt. Luckily for them, Catherine did not see it. Her face was turned towards her husband. Now, Eli, she said furiously, if you say a word against it, you and I shall quarrel after all these years. Who gainsays thee, foolish woman? Quarrel with your own shadow while I go and borrow Peter's mule for ye. Bless thee, my good man, bless thee. Didst never yet fail me at a pinch. Now eat your dinners who can, while I go and make ready. She took Luke back with her in the cart, and on the way questioned and cross-questioned him severely and seductively by turns, till she had turned his mind inside out, what there was of it. Margaret met her at the door, pale and agitated, and threw her arms round her neck, and looked imploringly in her face. Come, he is alive, thank God, said Catherine, after scanning her eagerly. She looked at the failing child, and then at the poor hollow-eyed mother alternately. Luckily you sent for me, said she. The child is poisoned. Poisoned? By whom? By you. You have been fretting. Nay, indeed, mother, how can I help fretting? Don't tell me, Margaret. A nursing mother has no business to fret. She must turn her mind away from her grief to the comfort that lies in her lap. Know you not that the child pines if the mother vexes herself? This comes of your reading and writing. Those idle crafts befit a man, but they keep all useful knowledge out of a woman. The child must be weaned. Oh, you cruel woman, cried Margaret vehemently. I am sorry I sent for you. Would you rob me of the only bit of comfort I have in the world? And nursing my Gerard, I forget I'm the most unhappy creature beneath the sun. That you do not, was the retort, or he would not be the way he is. Mother, said Margaret imploringly. 'Tis hard, replied Catherine, relenting, but bethink thee, would it not be harder to look down and see his lovely wee face a-looking up at you out of a little coffin? Oh, Jesu! And how could you face your other troubles with your heart aye full and your lap empty? Oh, mother, I consent to anything, only save my boy. That is a good lass. Trust to me. I do stand by and see clearer than thou. Unfortunately, there was another consent to be gained. The babe's. And he was more refractory than his mother. There, said Margaret, trying to affect regret at his misbehaviour. He loves me too well. But Catherine was a match for them both. As she came along, she had observed a healthy young woman sitting outside her own door with an infant hard by. She went and told her the case, and would she nurse the pining child for the nonce till she had matters ready to wean him? The young woman consented with a smile, and popped her child into the cradle, and came into Margaret's house. She dropped a curtsy, and Catherine put the child into her hands. She examined and pitied it and purred over it, and proceeded to nurse it, just as if it had been her own. Margaret, who had been paralysed at her assurance, cast a rueful look at Catherine, and burst out crying. The visitor looked up. "What is it to do? Wife, ye told me not the mother was unwilling." "No, she is not. She is only a fool. Never heed her. And you, Margaret, I am ashamed of you." "You are a cruel, hard-hearted woman," sobbed Margaret. "Them as take in hand to guide the weak need be hardish. And you will excuse me, but you are not my flesh and blood, and your boy is." After giving this blunt speech time to sink, she added, "Come now, she is robbing her own to save yours, and you can think of nothing better than bursting out a blubbering in the woman's face. Out, fie, for shame!" "Nay, wife," said the nurse, "thank heaven, I have enough for my own and for hers to boot. And prithee, wait not on her. Maybe the troubles of life have soured her own milk." "And her heart into the bargain," said the remorseless Catherine. Margaret looked her full in the face, and down went her eyes. "I know I ought to be very grateful to you," sobbed Margaret to the nurse, then turned her head and leaned away over the chair, not to witness the intolerable sight of another nursing her Gerard, and Gerard drawing no distinction between this new mother and her, the banished one. The nurse replied, "You are very welcome, my poor woman, and so are you, Mistress Catherine, which are my townswoman, and know it not." "What? Are ye from Tergoul? All the better, but I cannot call your face to mind." "Oh, you know not me. My husband and me, we are very humble folk by you. But true Eli and his wife are known of all the town and respected. So I am at your call, dame, and at yours, wife, and yours, my pretty poppet, night or day." "There's a woman of the right old sort," said Catherine, as the door closed upon her. "I hate her! I hate her! I hate her!" said Margaret with wonderful fervour. Catherine only laughed at this outburst. "That is right," said she. "Better say it as set sly and think it. It is very natural after all. Come, here is your bundle of comfort. Take and hate that if you can." And she put the child in her lap. "No, no," said Margaret, turning her head half away from him. She could not for her life turn the other half. "He is not my child now, he is hers. I know not why she left him here for my part. It was very good of her not to take him to her house, cradle and all. Oh, 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 oh. Ah, well, one comfort, he is not dead. This gives me light. Some other woman has got him away from me, like father, like son. Oh, 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 oh." Catherine was sorry for her, and let her cry in peace. And after that, when she wanted Joan's aid, she used to take Gerard out to give him a little fresh air. Margaret never objected, nor expressed the least incredulity, but on their return was always in tears. This connivance was short-lived. She was now altogether as eager to wean little Gerard. It was done, and he recovered health and vigour, and another trouble fell upon him directly, teething. But here Catherine's experience was invaluable, and now, in the midst of her grief and anxiety about the father, Margaret had moments of bliss, watching the son's tiny teeth come through. "Teeth, mother? I call them not teeth, but pearls of pearls." And each pearl that peeped and sparkled on his red gums was to her the greatest feat nature had ever achieved. Her companion partook the illusion, and had we told them standing corn was equally admirable, Margaret would have changed to a reproachful gazelle, and Catherine turned us out of doors. So each pearl's arrival was announced with a shriek of triumph,
by whichever of them was the fortunate discoverer. Catherine gossiped with Joan and learned that she was the wife of Jorian Ketel of Tergou, who had been servant to Gijsbrecht van Swieten, but fallen out of favour and come back to Rotterdam, his native place. His friends had got him the place of sexton to the parish, and what with that and carpentering, he did pretty well. Catherine told Joan in return whose child it was she had nursed, and all about Margaret and Gerard, and the deep anxiety his silence had plunged them in. "Aye," said Joan, "the world is full of trouble." One day she said to Catherine, "It's my belief my man knows more about your Gerard than anybody in these parts, but he has got to be closer than ever of late. Drop in some day, just afore sunset, and set him talking. And for Our Lady's sake, say not I set you on. The only hiding he ever gave me was for babbling his business, and I do not want another. Gramercy, I married a man for the comfort of the thing, not to be hided." Catherine dropped in. Jorian was ready enough to tell her how he had befriended her son and perhaps saved his life, but this was no news to Catherine, and the moment she began to cross-question him as to whether he could guess why her lost boy neither came nor wrote, he cast a grim look at his wife, who received it with a calm air of stolid candour and innocent unconsciousness, and his answers became short and sullen. What should he know more than another? And so on. He added after a pause, "Think you the burgomaster takes such as me into his secrets?" "Oh, then, the burgomaster knows something," said Catherine sharply. "Likely. Who else should?" "I'll ask him." "I would. And tell him you say he knows." "That is right, dame. Go make him mine enemy. That is what a poor fellow always gets if he says a word to you women." And Jorian from that moment shrunk in and became impenetrable as a hedgehog, and almost as prickly. His conduct caused both the poor women agonies of mind, alarm, and irritated curiosity. Gijsbrecht was for some cause Gerard's mortal enemy, had stopped his marriage, imprisoned him, hunted him, and here was his late servant, who, when off his guard, had hinted that this enemy had the clue to Gerard's silence. After sifting Jorian's every word and look, all remained dark and mysterious. Then Catherine told Margaret to go herself to him. "You are young, you are fair, you will maybe get more out of him than I could." The conjecture was a reasonable one. Margaret went with her child in her arms and tapped timidly at Jorian's door just before sunset. "Come in," said a sturdy voice. She entered, and there sat Jorian by the fireside. At sight of her, he rose, snorted, and burst out of the house. "Is that for me, wife?" inquired Margaret, turning very red. "You must excuse him," replied Joan, rather coldly. "He lays it to your door that he is a poor man instead of a rich one. It is something about a piece of parchment. There was one a-missing, and he got naught from the burgomaster all along of that one." "Alas, Gerard took it." "Likely, but my man says you should not have let him. You were pledged to him to keep them all safe. And sooth to say, I blame not my Jorian for being wroth. 'Tis hard for a poor man to be so near fortune and lose it by those he has befriended. However, I tell him another story. Says I, folk that are out of trouble like you and me didn't ought to be too hard on folk that are in trouble. And she has plenty. Going already? What is all your hurry, mistress? Oh, it is not for me to drive the good man out of his own house. Well, let me kiss the bairn afore you go. He is not in fault anyway, poor innocent." Upon this cruel rebuff, Margaret came to a resolution, which she did not confide even to Catherine. After 6 weeks' stay, that good woman returned home. On the child's birthday, which occurred soon after, Margaret did no work, but put on her Sunday clothes, and took her boy in her arms, and went to the church, and prayed there long and fervently for Gerard's safe return. That same day and hour, Father Clement celebrated a Mass and prayed for Margaret's departed soul in the Minster Church at Basle. End of chapter 77. Recording by Tom Denholm. Chapter 78 of The Cloister and the Hearth by Charles Reade. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Denholm. Some blackguard or other, I think it was Brandt, said, "A lie is not like a blow with a curtal axe." True, for we can predict in some degree the consequences of a stroke with any material weapon. But a lie has no bounds at all. The nature of the thing is to ramify beyond human calculation. Often in the everyday world a lie has cost a life, or laid waste 2 or 3. And so in this story, what tremendous consequences of that one heartless falsehood! Yet the tellers reaped little from it. The brothers, who invented it merely to have one claimant the less for their father's property, saw little Gerard take their brother's place in their mother's heart. Nay, more, one day Eli openly proclaimed that, Gerard being lost and probably dead, he had provided by will for little Gerard, and also for Margaret, his poor son's widow. At this, the look that passed between the black sheep was a caution to traitors. Cornelius had it on his lips to say, Gerard was most likely alive, but he saw his mother looking at him, and checked himself in time. Gisbrecht van Swieten, the other partner in that lie, was now a failing man. He saw the period fast approaching when all his wealth would drop from his body, and his misdeeds cling to his soul. Too intelligent to deceive himself entirely, he had never been free from gusts of remorse. In taking Gerard's letter to Margaret, he had compounded. "I cannot give up land and money," said his giant avarice. "I will cause her no unnecessary pain," said his dwarf conscience. So, after first tampering with the seal, and finding there was not a syllable about the deed, he took it to her with his own hand, and made a merit of it to himself, a set-off, and on a scale not uncommon where the self-accuser is the judge. The birth of Margaret's child surprised and shocked him, and put his treacherous act in a new light. Should his letter take effect, he should cause the dishonour of her who was the daughter of one friend, the granddaughter of another, and whose land he was keeping from her too. These thoughts preying on him at that period of life when the strength of body decays and the memory of old friends revives, filled him with gloomy horrors. Yet he was afraid to confess, for the curé was an honest man, and would have made him disgorge. And with him, avarice was an ingrained habit, penitence only a sentiment. Matters were thus when, one day, returning from the town hall to his own house, he found a woman waiting for him in the vestibule, with a child in her arms. She was veiled, and so, concluding she had something to be ashamed of, he addressed her magisterially. On this she let down her veil and looked him full in the face. It was Margaret Brandt.
Her sudden appearance and manner startled him, and he could not conceal his confusion. "Where is my Gerard?" cried she, her bosom heaving. "Is he alive?"
"For aught I know," stammered Gisbrecht, "I hope so, for your sake. Prithee, come into this room. The servants—"
"Not a step," said Margaret, and she took him by the shoulder and held him with all the energy of an excited woman. "You know the secret of that which is breaking my heart. Why does not my Gerard come, nor send a line this many months? Answer me, or all the town is like to hear me, let alone thy servants. My misery is too great to be sported with." In vain he persisted. He knew nothing about Gerard. She told him those who had sent her to him told another tale. "You do know why he neither comes nor sends," said she firmly. At this Gisbrecht turned paler and paler, but he summoned all his dignity and said, "Would you believe those two knaves against a man of worship?" "What two knaves?" said she keenly. He stammered, "Said ye not—" "There I am, a poor old broken man whose memory is shaken, and you come here and confuse me so I know not what I say." "Ay, sir, your memory is shaken, or sure you would not be my enemy. My father saved you from the plague when none other would come anigh you, and was ever your friend. My grandfather, Floris, helped you in your early poverty, and loved you, man and boy. 3 generations of us you have seen, and here is the 4th of us. This is your old friend Peter's grandchild, and your old friend Floris, his great-grandchild. Look down on his innocent face, and think of theirs." "Woman, you torture me," sighed Gisbrecht, and sank upon a bench. But she saw her advantage, and kneeled before him, and put the boy on his knees. "This fatherless babe is poor Margaret Brandt's, that never did you ill, and comes of a race that loved you. Nay, look at his face. 'Twill melt thee more than any word of mine. Saints of heaven, what can a poor desolate girl and her babe have done to wipe out all memory of thine own young days, when thou wert guiltless as he is, that now looks up in thy face and implores thee to give him back his father?" And with her arms under the child, she held him up higher and higher, smiling under the old man's eyes. He cast a wild look of anguish on the child, and another on the kneeling mother, and started up, shrieking, "Avaunt, ye pair of adders!" The stung soul gave the old limbs a momentary vigour, and he walked rapidly, wringing his hands and clutching at his white hair. "Forget those days, I forget all else. Oh, woman, woman, sleeping or waking, I see but the faces of the dead, I hear but the voices of the dead, and I shall soon be among the dead. There, there, what is done is done. I am in hell, I am in hell." And unnatural force ended in prostration. He staggered, and but for Margaret would have fallen. With her one disengaged arm she supported him as well as she could, and cried for help. A couple of servants came running and carried him away in a state bordering on syncope. The last Margaret saw of him was his old furrowed face, white and helpless as his hair, that hung down over the servant's elbow. "Heaven forgive me," she said. "I doubt I have killed the poor old man." Then this attempt to penetrate the torturing mystery left it as dark or darker than before. For when she came to ponder every word, her suspicion was confirmed that Gisbrecht did know something about Gerard, And who were the two knaves he thought had done a good deed and told me? Oh, my Gerard, my poor deserted babe, you and I are wading in deep waters." The visit to Turgot took more money than she could well afford, and a customer ran away in her debt. She was once more compelled to unfold Catherine's angel. But strange to say, as she came downstairs with it in her hand, she found some loose silver on the table with a written line, "For Gerard, his wife." She fell with a cry of surprise on the writing, and soon it rose into a cry of joy. "He is alive! He sends me this by some friendly hand." She kissed the writing again and again, and put it in her bosom. Time rolled on, and no news of Gerard. And about every 2 months a small sum in silver found its way into the house. Sometimes it lay on the table. Once it was flung in through the bedroom window in a purse. Once it was at the bottom of Luc's basket. He had stopped at the public house to talk to a friend. The giver or his agent was never detected. Catherine disowned it. Margaret van Eyck swore she had no hand in it. So did Eli. And Margaret, whenever it came, used to say to little Gerard, "Oh, my poor deserted child, you and I are wading in deep waters." She applied at least half this modest but useful supply to dressing the little Gerard beyond his station in life. If it does come from Gerard, he shall see his boy neat. All the mothers in the street began to sneer, especially such as had brats out at elbows. The months rolled on, and dead sickness of heart succeeded to these keener torments. She returned to her first thought. Gerard must be dead. She should never see her boy's father again, nor her marriage lines. This last grief, which had been somewhat allayed by Eli and Catherine recognising her betrothal, now revived in full force. Others would not look so favourably on her story, and often she moaned over her boy's illegitimacy. "Is it not enough for us to be bereaved? Must we be dishonoured too? Oh, that we had ne'er been born!" A change took place in Peter Brandt. His mind, clouded for nearly 2 years, seemed now to be clearing. He had intervals of intelligence, and then he and Margaret used to talk of Gerard till he wandered again. But one day, returning after an absence of some hours, Margaret found him conversing with Catherine in a way he had never done since his paralytic stroke. "Hey, girl, why must you be out?" said she. "But indeed I have told him all, and we have been a-crying together over thy troubles." Margaret stood silent, looking joyfully from one to the other. Peter smiled on her and said, "Come, let me bless thee." She knelt at his feet, and he blessed her most eloquently. He told her she had been all her life the lovingest, truest, and most obedient daughter heaven ever sent to a poor old widowed man. "May thy son be to thee what thou hast been to me." After this he dozed. Then the females whispered together, and Catherine said, "All our talk e'en now was of Gerard. It lies heavy on his mind. His poor head must often have listened to us when it seemed quite dark. Margaret, he is a very understanding man. He thought of many things. He may be in prison," says he, "or forced to go fighting for some king, or sent to Constantinople to copy books there, or gone into the church after all. He had a bent that way." "Ah, mother," whispered Margaret in reply, "he doth but deceive himself, as we do." Ere she could finish the sentence, a strange interruption occurred. A loud voice cried out, "I see him! I see him!" And the old man, with dilating eyes, seemed to be looking right through the wall of the house. "In a boat, on a great river, coming this way. Saw disfigured, but I knew him. Gone, gone, all dark." And he sank back and asked feebly, where was Margaret? "Dear father, I am by thy side. Oh, mother, mother, what is this?"
"I cannot see thee, and but a moment agone I saw all round the world. Ay, ay. Well, I am ready. Is this thy hand? Bless thee, my child, bless thee. Weep not, the tree is ripe."
The old physician read the signs aright. These calm words were his last. The next moment he drooped his head, and gently, placidly drifted away from earth, like an infant sinking to rest. The torch had flashed up before going out. End of chapter 78. Recording by Tom Denholm.